keep up the wonderful work that you're doing. I'm so thankful that you're here helping, doing your part. And we're in this together, as Red Green would say.
Yeah, no,
And
we truly are, aren't we?
yeah,
So,
we're in this together.
so Dean, on behalf of the NHPPA and the World's Greatest Health Show, thank you so much for coming and sharing with us.
Thank you.
Thanks for being here on Unscrew the News with Bruce Scholl. Thank you very much for joining me and watching day 11 of the Greatest Health Show. And I hope that you are enjoying it and taking it in. Make sure to share this information. They really could use your help. So if you're able to donate, please do. Also, if you can join them along the route, just check out their route. Their website is nhppa.org. And you can follow their journey across Canada, sign the petition, get some more names on it. Also, take the time and reach out to your MP and make sure that they know that you want to have the choice of healthy, natural products. And I hope you enjoy the rest of the show. Take care.
Welcome to the World's Greatest Health Show. My name is Shawn Buckley. I'm with the Natural Health Products Protection Association, and I'm very pleased to have as my guest Christine Williams. Christine, welcome to the Health Show.
Thanks, Shawn, and thanks for all you're doing, and it's a privilege to be here.
Well, there's a whole team busily working behind this, and we're excited about getting people's stories out in the public because of all the censorship. People that tend to know about, lives changed can't talk about it, and I'm particularly pleased to have you here because not only are you going to be telling a personal story about a family member, but it's kind of connected to something like your work showed the importance of part of your journey. So you worked for 28 years as a dietitian at Children's Hospital in Calgary. And as part of that, you actually were the primary developer of what's called a ketogenic diet program for children with epilepsy. And I'm wondering if you can kind of share about that program, the results that we're seeing and kind of the importance for, diet on here. It's a neurological disease or condition, epilepsy, and also the need for supplements when you're on that type of diet, just so that people viewing can understand connection with, diet and some neurological issues.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so the ketogenic diet is a high-fat, low-carb diet, originally developed in about the 1920s for children with epilepsy, because it was known, and there's actually a biblical reference where somebody's asking Jesus about what to do with somebody who was having seizures, and Jesus said, this is helped by prayer and fasting. So that's kind of the first reference to fasting helping. And in the early 1900s, there were doctors who were aware that when people with epilepsy, say they got sick with, say, a gastro illness and they weren't eating for a few days, their seizures would often get better. But then when the illness resolved and they started eating again, the seizures would come back. So at one point they would admit people to the hospital for serial fasting, like fast them with only water for as long as they could take it, and then discharge them and wait a while and bring them back and fast some more. And at some point, somebody developed a diet, which was a high-fat, low-carb diet to mimic the metabolic state that someone would be in when they were fasting.
Oh, hence the name ketogenic, because after about 48 hours of fasting, you go into a ketogenic state. Okay.
That's right. Yeah. So the high fats get converted into ketones, and that serves as an alternate energy source for the brain. And it changes brain chemistry in quite a few ways that all, it's affecting neurotransmitters, it's affecting DHA levels in the brain. There's quite a few things going on. It's affecting how channels that let ions in and out are operating. So it works on multiple levels. And so that's how the ketogenic diet came into being. And it sort of fell out of favor in around the 1940s when pharmaceutical agents were made available for seizures. And it was in the 90s that a man named the boy was Charlie Abrams. I'm drawing a blank on his dad's name, but his father did some research at UCLA when he found out his son had epilepsy and came across the ketogenic diet in these medical books. And by this time, his son had failed multiple anti-epileptic drugs. And he went to the doctor. He's like, what? There's a dietary treatment? Nobody told me about it. And the doctor's, oh yeah, it's really hard. Nobody does it. And he found at the Mayo Clinic, they were still offering the ketogenic diet. So he flies his son there, and his son is seizure-free his first week on the diet. And he's like, oh my gosh, here's kids having all these medications that have side effects, and nobody even offered us this dietary treatment. So he started the Charlie Foundation and started promoting the ketogenic diet. And it was right around that time that I started my career.
I hadn't heard of it until, you and I started talking, and it's quite something that Children's Hospital is offering this for, children with epilepsy. What types of results did you see?
So the typical, documented results are about a third of the children who try the diet will stop the diet just because it's so hard it's a really challenging diet. And about a third will have improvement, and about a third won't have improvement. And of the third of the children that have improvement, about 10% will have their seizure. Well, about a third will have seizures reduced by 50% or more. And about 10% of the kids who start the diet will be 5 to 10%, I guess, will become seizure-free. And some of those get off medications. So after being on the diet for a period of time, they're gradually weaned off the diet and can maintain those same seizure control results after they're off the diet.
That's quite interesting. So this was part of your professional life, and then something happened in your family that basically you ended up having to use diet as part of the treatment also. Can you share with us that journey?
Yeah, and before I do, I'd just like to say that kids who are on the ketogenic diet, because it's so restrictive, they have to have supplements. So they need multivitamin supplements, they need multi-mineral supplements, they need carnitine, they usually need extra selenium just to support the changes in the diet. So it's like really important for that group of children to have access to affordable supplements, or they cannot safely do the diet. So back to my journey. My first child, who I'll call Danielle, and I'm going to use a pseudonym just to protect the privacy of my child. Danielle had original normal development, and actually kind of precocious development, reaching language milestones way above normal, and physical milestones like walking and all that at a typical age, and had good social interaction, just a beautiful, brilliant child who, after the age of 2, I started to see some differences, and it started with some gut dysfunction and kind of progressed gradually, so that by the time Danielle was 5 years old, she had gone from at the age of 18 months, speaking in 12 to 18 word sentences, to being 5 years old, and the language processing taking so long that it was difficult to get a sentence out. So I think language was still there.
Well, you just shared with me actually an amazing sentence that she used when she was 3, the authorized personnel sentence. And I'd like you to share that, just so that people have an appreciation that Danielle was very sophisticated, actually advanced in her language. So when you said precocious, I mean, you're meaning she was ahead of, her peers in language development before the change.
So Danielle said her first 3-word sentence at the age of 14 months, "Daddy, go work," which was pretty amazing because, at that age, children are usually not saying many words at all, but not sentences. And by the time she was 18 months old, she was speaking in 12 to 18 word sentences with proper grammar and syntax. So instead of saying, "Daddy, go work," she'd say, "Oh, Daddy's at work." She wasn't using pronouns improperly. And one time when she was 3, we were at the children's hospital where I worked, and we walked past this area, and Danielle said, "Mommy, look at the bright red electrical outlets." And I said, "Oh yeah, they make them red so they're easy to find when they're in a hurry to plug in emergency equipment." And then we passed by all these IV stick poles, and Danielle said, "I want to plug one of those in." And I said, "Oh, we're not allowed to because we don't work there." And she went, "We're not authorized personnel." And I said, "Yeah, you're right, we're not." But I'm thinking, how do you even know that term? And I racked my brains, and I remembered 6 months earlier, so she was 2.5 years old, and she was riding in the shopping cart, and we were at the back of the store, at the grocery store. And she said, "Mommy, look at those big gray doors. I want to go back there and see what's behind the doors." And at that time I had said, "Oh, we're not allowed to. Do you see that sign? It says authorized personnel only. And that means only people that work here can go back there." So this 2.5-year-old remembers that for 6 months and then uses it appropriately.
Yeah, so basically you have this child who's developing physically and mentally is great, is social, makes eye contact, is advanced in her speech. And so you're actually thinking, I've got this child that's ahead of the curve.
Yeah.
And then something happens.
Well, we just began seeing gradual regression where things were lost and the social skills fell by the wayside. Instead of playing with toys in like an intentional way, like kids do, Danielle would just like line up the toys in a certain order and leave them. So she wasn't like having imaginative play anymore. She started having lots of sensitivity to noise and light, and would have tantrums if noises were too loud. If she went outside and didn't have her sunglasses, she would scream because the light was too bright. Lost social skills, so wasn't playing with her brother anymore like she used to. Wasn't making eye contact. You know, if you're taking pictures, we have a whole kind of time frame where we couldn't take pictures because if the flash went off, she would scream and she wouldn't look at the camera anyways. So she just wasn't interacting with the world. And then started, because of all this, honestly, the world became a place where there was too much overstimulation. So she started having like 5 45-minute tantrums a day. In between tantrums, just to calm her nervous system, she would flap her hands and spin and spin. And there was one song that she liked to hear, so she wanted to hear it over and over again. And if it stopped playing, she would start screaming. So we actually recorded it on a loop and I would play the whole time. And she would just spin around and flap her hands listening to this song for hours at a time.
Can I just slow us down so people really understand what you're saying? So when you're talking about spinning and flapping her hands, I mean, this isn't a positive activity.
No, that's stimming.
And it's spinning, like literally it's showing that there's something wrong happening in her mind at the time, right?
Yeah.
And am I correct? This would go on for hours a day, like every day.
Yeah.
She'd basically be locked in this loop where she's spinning and flapping.
Yeah, typical characteristics of a child on the autism spectrum.
Okay. And when you're talking about these tantrums, like you said, 5 45-minute tantrums.
Yeah.
Like, isn't that 4 hours and 15 minutes a day?
Yeah. Yeah.
And you mean temper tantrums, right?
Screaming, kicking, crying, like yelling. Yeah. Full on tantrums because the light is too bright. There was a noise that scared her. She wasn't expecting. We're walking down the street. She sees a dog half a block away, starts screaming out of fear.
And just couldn't be calmed down.
Yeah.
Right.
Couldn't find a toy, frustration, the toys aren't lined up right. Anything could set off a tantrum.
No, we had emphasized her ability to have sophisticated speech. Can you describe, you had started saying, and I'm sorry I interrupted you, that basically her speech slowed down to where she wouldn't even finish sentences. Can you describe what the speech became like? Yeah.
So if she was sitting on a chair, like she wouldn't even be sitting upright anymore. She'd be kind of slumped over and it would be like, I would like, and sometimes it would take so long to get to that point that she would forget what it was she was trying to ask for. Like I think the language was still there, but the processing time was so long that she would often just lose track of her sentence after a few words.
And she would actually be leaned over, like, so her body posture changed completely.
Yeah, and one of the things that happened is it was like she didn't know where her body was in space. So sometimes she'd start leaning and then lean some more. And sometimes she'd just fall on the floor and be mad, like, who pushed me? And it was really that as she's shifting, her vestibular apparatus isn't speaking to her nervous system properly. She doesn't know she's shifting. The next thing she knows she's falling off the chair and doesn't know why. So she didn't really know where her body was in space either.
Right. And so probably like activities that she had been involved with before and friendships before it all ended.
Yep. Yeah.
As a mother, like I can't imagine like how grieved you would be, because you have this normal child that now, and I'm not trying to be, I'm harsh or anything, but literally totally disabled.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's like incrementally, I watch my child disappearing into some kind of world that is totally disconnected from what's going on. So when
Right,
she's
like 'cause before she would make eye contact with you, she'd have conversations. I imagine lots of hugs and cuddles and
yeah,
interaction and fun activities. And you saw that just be taken away from not just her, but from you.
yeah, yeah. It was heartbreaking.
So, so what do you do? Like, how does the family cope? Because I can't imagine, even like 3 hours and 15 minutes of screaming a day, let alone this flapping and skinning, or spinning, and let alone a child not being able to communicate and interact with me. Like I can't imagine that stress. What's the family going through?
Oh boy, it was tough. So by this time, like I was working part-time, and we had a kind of a disastrous event happen with a babysitter, and it just wasn't feasible to have me working during the day and have a babysitter. So at the time, I had just fabulous managers, and my husband and I came up with an idea that because what I did was mostly over the phone and by computer, and for parents who also had children with a disability, it actually worked well if I could work in the evenings, because I could talk to them when their kids were in bed and things were quiet, and so I talked to my managers, and I was able to start working in the evenings. I had to give up part of my job. I used to work in diabetes as well as the ketogenic diet program, so I gave up the diabetes portion, and I just continued with the ketogenic diet. So my husband would go to work in the day, and then he would come home and we would have supper together, and then I would go to work in the evenings 3 days a week. And the job that I had, there wasn't really enough time allotted to it for how it was growing. Over time, we were able to get more funding for that program. But I just used to stay and do the job until it was done. So it was nothing for me to be there at still 1 or 2 in the morning. And then I would come home, and not that I got paid for all that overtime, but I would come home, and then I would go to bed and get up at 6 in the morning and start getting ready for the day. So my husband and I were kind of like two ships passing in the night on the days that I worked. And the days that I wasn't working, I was researching, like, what am I going to do about this? Because when we had the assessment done, there was agreement that she met the DSM-4, that was the diagnostic criteria manual that was used at that time. She met the DSM-4 criteria for both autism and Asperger's, but they had seen sometimes when she had a bit more focus and talked a little bit better, so they didn't want to give a diagnosis. And so I said, okay, well, she meets this criteria, like, what do we do about it? And they're like, oh, we're an assessment only service, so there is no treatment. And I had even asked, like, is there anyone to help with managing the tantrums? And they're like, yeah, no, we don't have any resources for that, so you're on your own, which was kind of devastating at the time, because, like, I had also worked in the oncology department, and I knew that there were 2.5 psychologists in the oncology department. And then for this neurodevelopmental program, there was nothing. Like, and that's where you have all the behavioral issues is with autism. It just wasn't funded the same way. So it was kind of a double-edged sword, because on the one hand, it was like, oh, okay, I guess I'm on my own to manage this. But on the other hand, it forced me to do a lot of research, and I prayed. So it was when I prayed, sorry, I'm going to tear up a bit here, but it was when I prayed I started getting answers. And people would send me things out of the blue. The first thing was somebody had sent me a link to a conference that was happening in Calgary about kids with autism. And it was like 2 days after I'd said this prayer, like, what, God, what am I going to do? So I went to this conference and found out there were things that people were doing that were helping. So we started with a gluten-free, casein-free diet because I was a dietitian. That was easy for me to do. And I figured out recipes. I made, back in the day, you couldn't get gluten-free flours. So I made my own gluten-free flours by grinding up nuts and gluten-free oats and millet, and mixed my own stuff. We ordered coconut flour from the US at that time because you couldn't get it in Canada. So we started with a ketogenic or a gluten-free diet. When we pulled the gluten out, we did that over the Christmas holidays because the theory is that the proteins in the gluten and the casein turn into morphine-like compounds, which cross the blood-brain barrier, and the children are kind of like stoned and they're addicted to the gluten and the casein. So we decided to do the gluten over the Christmas holidays just to, you know, if you take drugs away from someone who's addicted, they can have like bad reactions to it. And so we wanted, if there was going to be a bad, like a withdrawal type reaction from these gluteomorphines, that it would happen at home and not at school. And we actually did see an improvement in focus and attention. So we did that over the Christmas holidays, and then we waited for the Easter holidays and we took out the casein, and we saw another development, like another level up in development. So before
I just want to slow you down, Christine, because some people might not have ever heard before of actually, you know, behavioral issues being helped. I mean, not solved, but you're seeing it's a lot of work for you guys to do that diet. And
Yeah.
if you weren't seeing benefits, you wouldn't have kept up with it.
No.
So you do a dietary change with a child that is suffering terribly with autism, and you're not out of the woods, but it's better.
It's better. Yeah.
It's a step forward, right?
Yeah.
And then
So
in April, you change the diet again and you see a step forward. I mean, you still have behavioral, but you've seen a change. And I think it's important. Some people watching this might have never heard of, you know, a positive change, a step forward because of a dietary change. And I know, because the diets are so hard, that a parent's not going to stick with it unless they see benefit.
yeah, that's true. So we did see some improvement. But one thing, you know, the brochures that they'll give parents, like how to tell signs if your child is using drugs. One of the signs is dilated pupils. And Danielle had really dilated pupils, like so dilated that you couldn't see her irises. It was just one big black pupil. And I remember speaking to a neurologist that I worked with who did an assessment. And I said, you know, she couldn't use the light to check reflexes in her eyes because it was just like blinding for someone with fully dilated pupils. And I said to the neurologist, like, what do you think that is? She goes, I have no idea. So the dilated pupils got a little bit better when we pulled out the gluten and the casein. But later I found out that soy protein also has a similar morphine-like compound that does the same as the gluten and the casein. And when we pulled that out, it took a couple months, but her pupils normalized. So the dilation was like her being stoned from these morphine-like compounds in the food that were crossing the blood-brain barrier and binding to morphine receptors in the brain.
So she had these dilated pupils, literally, I expect by then, for a year or more.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And so after years of having dilated pupils, another diet change and her pupils become normal, which
Yeah,
probably
and
helped with the light sensitivity.
it absolutely did. That's right.
So what else did you do? And I know in advance that there's more, but do you want to tell those watching kind of what other steps you took on your journey?
So kids on the autism spectrum are notoriously picky eaters. They're very selective, and it's probably because they experience their senses function quite differently, and they experience food a lot differently. And foods would make Danielle gag. So she was only eating gluten and casein because those were foods that were comforting, kind of making her a little bit stoned and able to cope with the world. But other foods like fruits and vegetables that she eagerly ate when she was younger, she wouldn't eat anymore because they didn't taste very well. And so when I pulled out the gluten and the casein, I'm doing my best to make sure, you know, her dietary needs were met. And that included using vitamin and mineral supplements. So pulling out the casein, which comes from dairy, meant that she needed calcium supplements. So we were using calcium, magnesium supplements and vitamin D, and just a multivitamin because she wasn't eating any kind of vegetables. She wasn't eating fruit. She was just a very selective eater. So we relied on vitamin and mineral supplements to ensure that she was meeting her nutritional requirements. And that in itself is helpful for brain function for someone who's like a really picky eater. Like I think you're familiar with the work of Dr. Bonnie Kaplan. She's done work with supplements and and brain function. She worked at the Children's Hospital where I worked, so I knew her. And she's done a lot of research on various mental health issues and nutrition supplements. So for sure, with a child with very selective eating patterns, they're going to have nutritional deficiencies. So we definitely relied on that. And I had alluded earlier to this gut dysfunction. So I believe my child had a type of gut dysbiosis that was causing severe, severe constipation. And so I introduced probiotics, and I wouldn't say I saw any like immediate improvements with that, but there's such a huge connection between the gut and brain function that I know it actually helped, and it did actually help with the constipation as well. So we used that. We used cod liver oil for essential fatty acids, but we also gave DHA and EPA supplements. Those are essential fatty acids to help with brain function. And then I think one of the most powerful things we did was homeopathy. So I prayed a lot through this journey, and people would phone me up out of the blue.
And can you actually expand on this? Because between you and me, Christine, I think that often, you know, when somebody is suffering or their child is suffering and we pray about it, we're actually given very specific directions. And when you were sharing with me earlier, I just thought, okay, God's giving Christine some confirmation here. So can you not gloss over this part, just because I actually think it's important for people to hear that part of your journey?
Okay. So when I started praying, like, God, how are we going to deal with this? I got an email from one of my colleagues, and it was this conference where I found out about the gluten-free, casein-free diet. And I went home and I was feeling a little defeated, like, oh my gosh, that's all my kid eats is like bread and cheese and milk. Like, how am I going to pull this out when that's all my child eats? So I was in the shower and I was praying about it. And God, can you please show me if there really is a connection between my child's gut and the brain and what's going on with this autism diagnosis? Please confirm that for me and show me what I can do about it. And I got out of the shower, and we had advertised something on Kijiji for sale. And this woman showed up to buy this patio set that we were selling. And she noticed that my child had some sort of neurodevelopmental issue. And she said, you know, by the way, I'm a homeopath. So I noticed there's something going on with your child, and I just wanted to give you this coupon for a free initial assessment. And I said, oh, okay, well, tell me more about this. And she said, well, you know, I start looking at the gut because I find there's such a connection between the gut and how the brain functions. And I'm like, oh my gosh, were you in the shower with me? Because she almost said identically what I had prayed. And so we started using that homeopath, and she gave us a remedy, which was, I believe it was belladonna. She said, we're going to start with this severe constipation. And so we started with this remedy, and literally the stools that, there's kids when they have really severe constipation, they sometimes look like they're trying to have a bowel movement, but they have such a big stool. Like imagine a 3-year-old or a 2-year-old having a stool that's like 3 inches in diameter. It hurts to pass that stool. And kids might look like they're straining to pass a stool, but they're actually doing their hardest to keep it in because they know it's going to hurt so much when they pass it because it's so huge. So that's what we were experiencing. And we started with this belladonna, and Danielle got this first remedy, and all of a sudden she's having normal bowel movements without them being so huge she doesn't want to go to the bathroom. So that's when I went, wow, this really works. But on the other hand, I wasn't sure, like, how can this work? Because I'm kind of looking into it. And, you know, I'm trained in the medical system. Like, homeopathy is so diluted that there's no original molecules from what you're made it from. So how can that possibly work? So I said a prayer again, and I said, God, if homeopathy really works, can you show me that and confirm that for me? So a couple days later, I'm driving home from work because I'm working evenings by now in CBC, which I won't say anything about CBC, but I used to listen to the CBC regularly. And there was this program called Ideas, and they would interview really interesting people. And, you know, 2 days after I pray about does homeopathy work, they're interviewing a quantum physicist who's talking about how homeopathy, he believes, works because the water becomes entangled with the compounds that you make the remedies out of. So it works through quantum entanglement. And I'm like, okay, that sounds kind of scientific to me. And I prayed about it, and I had a homeopath, so I'm going to go with the homeopath. And then I saw the results with the severe constipation. So that was very encouraging. And then I came to realize that she was coming up with her remedies by using kind of like a wheel and a pendulum over top. And because
Right.
I'm a
So
Christian,
you didn't like that. So
I didn't. I thought that was divination. And so I don't know. I leave that to God, but I wasn't sure if that was divination. So I prayed. I think homeopathy works, but I need a different homeopath. And then a couple days later, I kid you not, I get a call from a woman I haven't spoken to for probably 6 years. And her child had been on the ketogenic diet years before, and he was off the ketogenic diet. And she phones me up and she said, you know, Christine, I don't really know why I'm phoning you, but I wanted to phone you and tell you about this homeopath. And so she tells me about this homeopath, and I went to this homeopath, and we switched to her instead. So literally every time I prayed for a specific question, people would phone me up out of the blue. And 3 people for sure, when they phoned me, said, I don't really know why I'm calling you, but I wanted to tell you this. And it would be an answer to my prayers.
it almost became a code word. So you would know. I don't know why I'm calling, but it's just, can I share? It's just funny. Like, I was interviewing a medical doctor for the health show, who is a medical doctor for 45 years. But for the last 25 years of his medical practice, also was using homeopathic medicine.
Is that
And,
Dr. Malthouse?
Yeah, and I was, so, you know, people watching this, you want to watch this, you want to watch Stephen Malthouse, what he has to say. But what I found interesting is I raised the issue, like, because conceptually the logical part of my mind, like, and I fully believe homeopathic medicine works. And you're going to share another example, but I just had him explain, like, because it's diluted and diluted and diluted. So there's something else going on. But what he said is he said, but I see it work, and I see it work, and I see it work. And one of the questions I asked was, okay, so for the last 25 years of your practice, you're using both the pharmaceutical chemical drugs, and you're using homeopathic remedies. And he's saying, like, my patients get a choice. Like, some people come in and they just want the chemical pharmaceutical drugs. In fact, they have that expectation, right? So, but some are using the homeopathic remedies, and he would see way better results. And there would just be conditions that there's no answer for in the chemical drug model, but homeopathic medicine has an answer for. So it's just interesting that, you were kind of raising, you yourself, you weren't, how can this work? But you get clear direction, press ahead. And so what did you experience with, you've already shared this constipation, which I assume was a problem for years.
Yeah.
Right? And the medical doctors have no answer for it.
Well, mineral oil, which isn't good.
But it didn't work.
Not great, no.
And then you take a homeopathic remedy and it works.
Yeah.
Solve the problem.
Yeah. So our original homeopath, like not the one that used the pendulum, but the other one, she was really expensive. We had multiple medications, and they all had to be given 20 minutes apart. So before Danielle started grade 1, we could do that because she was only at kindergarten for a few hours a day. And then, I had all the rest of the day, and it had to be at least half an hour before meals or an hour after. And then every 20 minutes, I'm giving another set of remedies. And at that point, I decided to read Samuel Hahnemann's book, because he was the developer of homeopathy, and he wrote a book called Organon of Medicine. And so I read that, and I learned in that book that he viewed illness, like healing, as like peeling back the layers of an onion. So you start on the outside, the most recent illness or trauma or insult, whatever you're dealing with. And then you deal with that, and then you go down gradually deeper and deeper layers. And the homeopath we were using wasn't doing that. But also when Danielle was going to go to grade 1, we weren't going to be able to like keep on the clock and be administering something every 20 minutes. So I prayed again, like, God, I can't keep doing this. And so if homeopathy really is going to help heal my child, please help us find a new homeopath. And then I was at a lecture, and I ran into someone who I knew from the homeopath I was going to. And I said, hi, we're at the lecture. And I said, like, your son's going into grade 1. She goes, yeah. And I said, so are you going to still do all these like, how are you going to do the homeopathy? And she goes, I found a new homeopath. I want to tell you about it. So she tells me about this new homeopath, and I contacted her. She was in Ontario. We only worked over the phone and by internet. She never met my kids, so she just went on my reports. And she did use it was Heilkund's homeopathy, and she did use the method where they start with the most recent thing. I had to do a big timeline of every illness, every bump on the head, everything I could think of, and any kind of medications, and she did the timeline. And when we got to the, like, my kids both had chicken pox. And when we got on the timeline to the time when they had chicken pox, we got the remedy for chicken pox. And I gave the kids the remedy for chicken pox, and they each got like one chicken pox on their body. It's been years since they'd had chicken pox, but they each got a chicken pox on their body, and they had a fever overnight. And Danielle actually threw up. So it was like a healing reaction. And then in the morning, the chickenpox was gone. And it was like we were taken to a new level of healing or development, because she looked at me in the eyes for the first time in years.
So this is another step forward. So this specific remedy, which was just to address, a previous sickness and make sure the body was, had fully healed and got through that, actually was a marker. She made eye contact for the first time in years.
Yeah. And that homeopath that I dealt with, when I told her that, she said, one of the things about childhood illnesses is, pediatricians used to say, before we had vaccines to prevent them, that after a child had like chickenpox or what we think of as childhood illnesses, that there would often be a developmental leap after they recovered from that illness. So that was my homeopath's explanation for that, that it helped her to get to that next level that maybe the chickenpox would have. I'm not sure, but honestly, that's when I was at that point, I was really starting to see the light at the end of the tunnel.
And what was the next thing? It involved a friend at school, right?
Oh yeah. So when Danielle was in kindergarten, because she just couldn't cope with all that stimulation going on, she would find a corner at the back of the room and sit facing the corner and not interact at all. If she was like forced to transition, she might have a temper tantrum. She just didn't engage socially at all. She couldn't make eye contact with the kids. Like, she just didn't interact at all. She didn't even interact with her own toys. There was no imaginative play. So she didn't have any friends. And, when she was at school and having tantrums, the other kids are probably kind of scared. Like, I don't understand that child. I don't want to be near them. So she was pretty socially isolated. And she was in grade 4. So by this time, we've gone through all these homeopathic treatments. We've gone right through time to her birth, which was a pretty traumatic birth. And then the homeopath started working on what she called miasms, which I understand is kind of genetic inheritance to disease and that sort of thing. So we were at that phase. And Danielle had an appointment at the hospital, and she didn't want to go because there was a field trip and she wanted to go on the field trip. And I said, well, I'll take you right to the field trip after. And she said that her friend was going to be waiting for her. And I'm thinking, well, it's probably one of those really sweet, nice kids that's just nice to Danielle because, she can see that Danielle needs someone to be nice to her. So
you're not thinking it can be a real friendship because for your years, your daughter had been unable to be in a position to have a real friendship.
That's right.
Okay.
So we get to the location where the field trip is at, and we pull up in the parking lot, and there's this little girl standing on the edge of the group. And she keeps looking at the parking lot, and we pull up, and Danielle gets out of the car, and this little girl comes running with her arms outstretched, and she's like, Danielle, you're finally here. I'm so glad. And the two embrace each other, and then they hold hands and they skip off and go and join the crowd.
Boy, that must have just made your heart skip.
There's no words. I was just so full of gratitude. So from there, they were like best friends for a few years. And by the time Danielle was in grade 8, she had a whole circle of friends that, when she was, in grade 1 and 2 and never got invited to birthday parties, never had friends, was all alone in the playground. I prayed for that. And then when it actually happened, I was just so full of gratitude.
No,
Sorry, I'm
it
pretty
just,
emotional.
no, don't you dare be sorry about expressing human joy and love. So, like, I know they're tears, but they're tears because your heart's joyful about what happened.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm holding it back too. So you can't not hear a story and feel that way. So it gets better and better, doesn't it? The story.
Oh, well, yeah, it does. So when Danielle first had the assessment at the Children's Hospital, where, you know, they looked at cognitive stuff and social stuff and motor skills, we were told that her motor skills were so delayed, she would never even be able to hold a pen or pencil. Like, just get her on a keyboard and hopefully she can type, and don't even try and get her writing using her hands. And I thought, well, that seems ridiculous. I'm not going to do that. I went out and I bought all kinds of like fancy hole punches and construction paper and staples and glitter, like glue on rhinestones and all kinds of craft materials. And Danielle used to use them all. So getting all, like, using the fancy scissors and hole punches and staplers and everything, like, don't give up on a kid's motor skills. Do things that will engage them. And because the brain is very plastic. And I think sometimes some practitioners don't think that way. So instead of giving up on a child's motor skills, try and find ways to engage them so that they'll develop those motor skills. So the child who, when assessed at the age of 5, was never going to be able to hold a pen or pencil, actually graduated from the Alberta University of the Arts with a fine arts degree with honors, a brilliant artist. So.
And she's living a normal life today.
Yeah. Lives in California. Always said, I hate winter. When I grow up, I'm going to move someplace warm. So living in Hawaii, and is married now.
And working, right? She's a care aide and she's an artist.
A care aide and does art on the side. Yeah.
And when she, had regressed and basically the medical system gave up on her, you must have thought she's going to be disabled her whole life and actually require the resources of care for her whole life.
I did think that, especially because at the age of 5, I was still seeing more regression. Like, it wasn't like, okay, we're stable now and we're getting better. Like, it was continued regression from, for sure, age 3 to 5, where, it started with some behavioral stuff and then gradually the language and the tantrums. And yeah, I did not think that my child was going to be able to function in the world at times.
Let alone graduate from university with an honors degree.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, but a couple of people had different ideas.
Yeah.
So one of them being God.
I give a lot of glory to God, because when I answered prayers, I just had amazing results. That I would ask a question and I would encounter someone who had the answer or who would point me in the right direction. So for sure, all the natural health products were keys in healing, but it was all divinely guided.
And I actually imagine just the strength for the family to go on.
Yeah.
Well, Christine, I'm certainly appreciating you sharing with us. Do you think it's possible that, Danielle would have been able to get through this? And I appreciate God could just heal, but he chose a specific path for you and your family that involved natural health products and involved homeopathic remedies. Do you think she would be in the same place today without having access to those?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. For sure, the vitamin and mineral supplements, everybody needs that kind of nutrition for their brain to operate properly. And when you have a child who's like super picky, which is so common with kids on the autism spectrum and kids with other neurodevelopmental disorders, any kind of sensory processing disorders as well. Supplements are needed for children who can't get the nutrition from their food. And because you know Dr. Kaplan, you know that she's got research showing that the way our modern agricultural farming operates, we're depleting our soils. So the soils don't have the nutrients to fully support the plants to uptake those nutrients and then make the vitamins and the vitamins that we get from the plants, as well as the minerals that they took up from the soil. So our food isn't as nutritious as it used to be either. So just from that perspective, access to multivitamin supplements or individual vitamin supplements and minerals is, I think, crucial, especially like anybody with a mental health issue, depression, anxiety, all kinds of those issues. I think there's good evidence to show that supplements can be helpful for that. So then in addition to that, what happens to a child who's developing brilliantly and then starts regressing? Obviously, there's some kind of an environmental factor, like whether it's the toxins that are just, we're all exposed to toxins in our environment. Pesticides on food, even if you're going organic, like in the US, I don't know if they do it in Canada, but in the US, they can water organic crops with used frack water. So what's in that? Like cesium, like heavy metals, all kinds of stuff. So even people who are trying to avoid environmental toxins are still getting exposed. So we have that going on. And one of the things we did homeopathically was homeopathic chelation.
Mm.
I used to have 13 mercury amalgam fillings in my mouth while I was pregnant. So, I think my children were exposed to mercury in the womb. That can't be helpful. So one of the things we did was homeopathic chelation. And I believe that was also one of the things that really helped recover. And then, however homeopathy works, doing that process with the timeline and all those illnesses and traumas and everything going back to before birth, and then doing what they call the miasms and clearing that out of, my homeopath referred to it as genetic baggage. All of that made a huge difference. And I'll just share one other anecdote. Because things were starting to get better, we were kind of slacking off the homeopathy, even though we hadn't completed all the miasms. So we did one round of miasms, and then the homeopath would go in and do it at a higher potency. And we kind of slacked off. And then Danielle started having this emotional stuff going on, and she would write a suicide note and then go hide in her closet or under her bed. So, I'm seeing this note and I'm thinking, oh my goodness, like hit me like a ton of bricks. And I contacted the homeopath and she said, well, you guys haven't done any of the miasms for a long time. Let me just see where we're at. And she said, oh, you're ready to do this next one. And she said, it's associated with suicidal ideology, depression, all this stuff. She said, let's continue. So we gave the remedy for what was next on this miasm list. And Danielle had a healing reaction, a high fever and vomiting. And then the next morning she was fine. And we never saw that behavior again. So even like on a spiritual, emotional level, homeopathy, in my opinion, is very healing.
It's interesting because some people, watching this might go, well, that makes no sense at all. That homeopathic remedy might help with really what's an emotional issue. you need to watch the interview of Dr. Stephen Malthouse, medical doctor who also used homeopathic remedies for the last 25 of his 45 years of medical practice. And it involved things like that. And he would see result after result. So it's opening my eyes, Christine, I have to say, actually doing these interviews. I'm just learning so much. And I have to say, it's just been an honor to, interview you beforehand so that, I could make this meaningful on the video, help you along with that. And just hearing the story, I feel changed, and I really appreciate you sharing the story. So I do have a final question I asked everyone, and that's just, you were marching this Charter of Health Freedom petition to Ottawa to try and get a better regulatory environment where our access to things that your daughter used are protected. Do you have a message for Ottawa as we, march across to, deliver these petitions in Ottawa?
I actually do. From my experience, both professionally as a clinical dietitian working for 28 years with children with neurodevelopmental disorders and epilepsy, I absolutely know that children need access to these supplements. Children cannot be safely on a ketogenic diet unless we have supplements, and they have to be affordable, because families who are impacted by children with disabilities, often one parent has to stay home to look after the child. So if it was a 2-income family, they're down to 1 income, and they have a lot of expenses looking after a child with disabilities. So if the ketogenic diet can help heal kids, and there's a brilliant story of a young man that I worked with. He was a 3-year-old at the time with a seizure disorder called Lennox-Gastaut syndrome, which at one time, if you Googled that because you got that diagnosis, it would say a catastrophic epilepsy. And so he went on the ketogenic diet. He was able to get off all of his medications. He stayed on the diet and gradually weaned it. And then he came off the diet. He's on a normal diet. He eats junk food even sometimes, and he does not have any seizures. And, most children with a diagnosis of Lennox-Gastaut are going to have quite profound developmental delays. He's going to university. He's in his 3rd year of university. He's a brilliant kid. So he wouldn't have been able to do that without the ketogenic diet. And my child, without access to the vitamin and mineral supplements, the probiotics, and the homeopathy, I think would not be a functioning member of society. So that would be, and it's societal impacts, like who looks after those people when they become adults? What is the financial impact on society if you have people that have disabilities when they're adults? And personally, what is the cost to that family? What is the cost to that child? Children on the autism spectrum know that they're different. They might have problems communicating, but they know that they're different. They long for social contact. They just don't know how to do it. And so it's like a real heartbreak for families as well. So because I had the resources that I could do the dietary and natural health product treatments, I have a child who recovered from autism, and I'm profoundly grateful for that. But there's no evidence that these natural health products are causing harm to people. There's other products like pharmaceuticals that we accept side effects for, and the government's happy to give access to that, and yet they seem to be cracking down on harmless natural health products that can bring healing where the medical system has no answers. So we need access, and it's a benefit to society, both society at large economically, but to society at the family level as well. That's my message.
Well, Christine, that is an amazing message. Thank you for sharing that. And we, we've alerted MPs to this event, and we're continuing to contact them to be watching, presentations like yours so that they come to understand how important this is. And so thank you on behalf of the health show for sharing your story. It's touching and it's changed me. So I thank you so very much.
Thank you so much. And thank you to you and your team for everything you're doing. I really appreciate you spearheading this fight.
Thanks, Christine. Welcome to the world's greatest health show. My name is Shawn Buckley with the Natural Health Products Protection Association, and I'm very pleased to have Elizabeth Noel with me. Elizabeth, welcome to the health show.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here.
And Elizabeth, you're here to share about your own personal health journey. And I know it's been difficult from speaking with you. And do you want to maybe just start at the beginning with your trip to Venezuela?
Yeah, I
And
took a
tell us the
holiday.
year. Like I want people to appreciate this has been a long journey.
Yes, I took a holiday to Venezuela in 1988, and I got very sick after a fresh fish meal that I had on day 2, and I was sick for 3 weeks after that, 3 full weeks, and then I forgot about it, to be honest. I was still in my 20s at the time, and you're very strong then. And so in the early 90s, only a few years later, I started having really strange symptoms. A whole slew of them, one right after the other. And so finally I wrote it all down and realized that I had a whole page-long list of strange symptoms that my body was not happy, So I took my list to some doctors, and the first doctor said there was nothing wrong with me, which I knew wasn't true. The second doctor actually called me crazy, which was very disheartening. And the third doctor said, well, maybe you have something, but we can't tell what it is right now, which was also disheartening because I was already sick. So how much sicker did I have to be before they would recognize it,
Now, my understanding is one of the doctors did some blood work. Am I right about that?
The original, yes, I believe the original did, and it's possible the third one did. I don't recall. It's possible, but the first one I know did, and the second one didn't. He just looked at my list and basically threw me out of his office.
And just to help people understand, one of your symptoms was you were having digestive problems and a lot of abdominal pain.
Yes, abdominal pain, and my body was just bruising like crazy. I couldn't understand it. Every time I turned around, I had another bruise, and nothing was healing on my body. Just a scab would be itchy, it would come off, and then I would get another scab again. Like there was no, my body wasn't functioning properly. Yeah, I was having headaches and a whole series of issues that really I couldn't connect to anything specific. And so I just tried changing my diet. I figured, okay, nobody's going to help me. I'll help myself. I changed my diet. I went vegan, which seemed to help a lot. But at the same time that I went vegan, I also cut out all sugar too. So I was very rigid for several years like that. And in the late 90s, 98, I think I jaundiced for 2 days.
Right, and just so people understand, is that's where you're becoming yellow.
Yes, it was so odd. I wasn't even really sure if it was true when I ran into a girlfriend on the street and she said, "You're yellow." So yeah, I jaundiced for about 2 days, and you know, I think I stopped eating or something just so that I could figure out what was going on. Not long after that, I had 2 seizures. So, you know, some months later within the following year, it was in 99, I had 2 seizures, one day apart. And both times.
When you say seizures, I mean, you're talking your body shaking here, right?
Yeah, I could barely breathe. I couldn't move. I was all seized. My whole body was seized up in my back neck. Like I don't know how else to explain it, but I couldn't move I thought I was dying, honestly. The first time it happened, it was 32 minutes. And I just kept watching the clock on the wall, you know, praying. And the second time was the day after. And I had just eaten the exact same thing, but only one bite of it. And both of them were gluten. And so I had another 10-minute seizure. And that's when I went from gluten to spelt and kamut. I changed my diet again.
So you eliminated gluten from your diet?
Yes, at that point I did. Yeah.
So you don't see the pattern yet, but
No.
you know, it starts in Venezuela with a meal, and diet changes as your condition progresses affect it, but nobody's seen a pattern yet.
No.
And the doctors aren't helping at all.
They're not even looking. You know, they seem to have no interest whatsoever. In any case, at that moment, I did find a naturopath. This was in 99, I think. And I did find I didn't mention that, but I found a naturopath briefly who said to drink water, which I did. I was drinking a lot of coffee and a lot of tea and the occasional beer and whatever. So I stopped all that. And I just went to water, and that improved until probably like the late 2000, like 2007, 2008, and my body was still rejecting the kamut and spelt. And I ran into somebody who was celiac, and he said, try eliminating gluten entirely. So I did that, and I thought, oh my God, you know, that was the key in the moment. So I did that, and I figured that'll be a lifetime thing for me. Until I got injured in 2011. And I had a nasty fall at Christmas, December 22nd, 2011. I fell down concrete stairs, icy concrete stairs, in just my pajamas at 5:20 in the morning, racing to get a flight across the country to visit for Christmas. And so I fell and I hit 3 stairs. I I herniated my mid-back, I fractured my lower vertebrae, my L4, and I herniated my neck. And I didn't stop. I just kept moving. I'm a trooper. I wasn't going to miss Christmas. I didn't even have any Advil or anything, like it wasn't part of who I was, you know. And so I flew across the country just sobbing and took Advil for 10 days and never thought about it after that. And but this brought me to January of 2012, and I sensed my employer was looking to eliminate some of his employees, and by doing that, he was trying to sabotage my work. So he removed my physical help. And being the trooper I am, I decided I was going to lift the stuff anyway. And so I picked up a bag of 40 pairs of corduroys. And in doing that, I ripped my shoulder blade and went into shock, immediate shock, and forgot the entire incident.
Now, Elizabeth, I'm just going to ask, because the back you end up resolving eventually, but the digestive and other things don't resolve because they're part of something that began before.
The reason I wanted to mention that is because when I went to the doctor, this was in late January, when I went to the doctor on February 3rd, she told me I was depressed. I'm sobbing from pain, and the doctor writes on her evaluation that I'm depressed. I just wanted to make a point of that.
Okay.
So, yes. So anyway, what happened was I just had injury after injury after injury after that, and I lost my income, and I became, I just couldn't function. You know, I was non-functional physically. And so I lost my home. I lost, most of my belongings. And I lived with a suitcase for 6 years until
Can I just slow this down so people really appreciate what you're saying? So you've got a chronic illness really that starts around 1991 when it, you had the problem in Venezuela back in 1988, but the real problem starts manifesting since 1991. And you're actually, you've got to have just super razor strict diets that you keep changing, but you're still having problems throughout. It's just not as bad. And
right, I'm moderating it a bit.
Yeah, but then, basically your life falls apart and you've lost the ability to work. And so you end up couch surfing and living out of your car and stuff like that for years. So you suffer severe economic consequences because you can't manage this chronic illness well.
Yes, and also because I couldn't manage the injury and couldn't get help for the injury either. So I was carrying both at the same time. And because I was, in such a horrid state for so many years, I had no way to moderate my diet anymore. I couldn't, it was either not eat or be sick. Those were my choices. And so obviously.
I wonder, they didn't believe you, what people, by the time we get to the end of the story, people will understand, oh, that's what was happening. So you're having real health consequences. The doctors, you end up getting brushed off. And I wonder if they kind of make notes or talk so that when you go there with a real back, problem, it's like, oh no, this is one of those complainers. Like I don't know, but you're going literally, by the time we get there, decades suffering from something that, but so they're not helping you with that. You're kind of literally couch surfing for years. You can't eat the right foods anymore. So now you're not even able to manage.
No, and I'm sweating profusely, and I'm not sleeping properly. I'm only sleeping in, 3-hour slots. And naturally, I can't eat gluten. And I'm eating all these things. And so my body is just erupting, all over, like symptom after symptom. I was in horrid condition.
Right. And you're eating these things because you can no longer afford the diet that helps you manage it, right? It's not that you were choosing not to.
No,
so you're
no,
having
there's only so much access in my position.
Right. But then you do find somebody that can help you.
Yes, thank heavens. I was in massive, massive pain in December of 2021. And I took myself to the hospital, the emergency ward at the hospital on December 30th. And they treated me like I was a virus. It was a very interesting experience. And I was explaining that I had all kinds of issues, and she basically told me to go see a dentist. I wanted to make that point as well, that I did go, and again, I was rebuffed by the medical association every single time I've gone to them. So right after that, I sort of managed myself. I kept ice on my back for months, 3-4 months, night and day. And finally, I had some relief. And through an acquaintance, strangely, I found the exact same naturopath I had seen in 1999. And finally got a chance to see him in November of that year, 22. And I started, it was a really interesting experience. The very first visit, he decided what he thought was going to be the best approach. And he said, let me just try this to make sure it's for you. And he put some drops under my tongue. Within 10 seconds less, I felt the whole chemical, my whole body chemistry changed, like imperceptibly, but it changed. So I was hooked.
Oh, you understood there had been a shift.
Absolutely. In that moment, I could feel a shift, a subtle one.
What did the naturopathic doctor diagnose as your problem?
Well, I'm not sure we're allowed to say the word diagnose. To be honest, I think he was starting with my stomach. That particular item was for my stomach, because I think he thought I wouldn't be able to properly ingest anything else afterward. So he started that way by helping my stomach, healing my stomach, and also because I'd had a lot of Advil over the years from those back injuries. That was in November. In January, he gave me 3 tinctures to take that he said would help. He thought that I might have a parasite, and that these tinctures would help remove this parasite from my liver. And I didn't even really make the connection at that time either. Although he did say, he identified the parasite apparently and said, it's a tropical parasite. And that's how I knew. I went right back to 1988 and that fish meal that I had that I was so sick after. So I realized that that was likely the issue. And he gave me 3 tinctures that took 32 days to finish. And that was it. That was the end of my issue with not being able to eat any gluten. My liver was still in a delicate condition, and I'm working on that. But yeah, after 34 years of a parasite, I'm sure it did a lot of damage.
You eat all the gluten you want,
I
And you have
do
no
now.
reaction now. So you have no dietary restrictions for the first time in decades.
Right. I mean, you know, I'm not a young woman anymore, so I do moderate myself in
Yes,
terms
but
of,
that's different.
yeah,
Right?
exactly. Yeah, we're
So-
all doing the same thing at this stage for sure.
Yeah, I just don't want you to minimize, Elizabeth, because not only did you suffer physically, but you got destroyed financially. And I can't imagine the stress of losing home and, you know, not actually having a solid place to live for years and years. And
I
then,
must say something there because, you know, that was a terrible experience. And every time I moved within that experience, I saw a cliff edge. But every time I closed my eyes and prayed and put my foot down, there was ground. Just want to say that.
yeah, no, and thanks for sharing that, because some people forget, like we get depressed and we start to lose hope when we're suffering and when we're going through bad things. But so you had to kind of dig deep and persevere. And
I never
yet
lost hope. Never,
you
ever.
you come across a solution. So basically, the naturopathic doctor uses natural remedies to get rid of your parasites and to calm your stomach down and deal with some other issues that had accumulated.
Yes.
And now
Yes.
you're not in pain, am I right?
Absolutely not.
You can eat whatever you want.
Pretty much.
And you know, you're on the road to recovery. I mean, your body will
That's
be
it.
behind from decades,
I'm
but you're
searching
getting
for
stronger and
gymnasiums.
stronger. Yeah. So
Yeah.
like
Thank God.
no, and it's an incredible story. And you can look back now and go, okay, I know what happened. But you're here because a naturopathic doctor really helped you.
Yes, absolutely. And I have to say that, you know, the entire time, anything that I took, I always felt better while I was taking it. It was amazing. It was like, I said to a few people, it's like a stasis. You know, you're taking something and it holds you in a stasis while it's healing you. It's a very interesting experience and one that I recommend everybody try.
Yeah, and you mean stuff from the naturopathic doctor.
Yes, absolutely. That's exactly what I
So
mean.
Elizabeth, we ask everyone, every guest that we remember to ask, you know, what is your message to Ottawa? So, you know, what's your message to the MPs that we're asking to basically create a more fair regulatory environment to protect our access to the types of treatments that naturopathic doctors use, and, you know, to Health Canada itself? What would your message to Ottawa be?
My health is not your business. You know, stay away from something that can help me because, you know, the government is there intending to help the people. So if you're intending to help them, there's no other route that you can go unless you allow us to have the products we need to heal ourselves. Best
Well,
I
that
can do.
I appreciate, you know, you sharing that with us. So
I
Elizabeth,
appreciate the opportunity.
yeah, no, but I appreciate you coming, and I appreciate every other guest coming, because the only way we can get these stories out is people being willing to tell them. And, you know, that's what's been missing is, you know, us listening to each other so that we understand what's going on. So Elizabeth, I'm really thankful. You
Same
know,
here.
you've had taken the time to apply and be interviewed and then to be brave and come on the camera and share your story. So on behalf of the
My
world's
pleasure.
greatest health show, I just thank you so
you.
much for coming and sharing.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Highway to Health. I'm Jason Dahl, and it's day 11 of the Health Charter Tour. After a powerful run through British Columbia and the interior, Shawn, Teresa, and the world's greatest health van have officially arrived in Edmonton, Alberta, and what a weekend it's been. On Sunday, they hosted not one but two incredible events, starting with a lively pop-up at Health Matters Store and Wellness Clinic, followed by a packed house that evening at Church in the Vine. Both events brought together passionate supporters, new volunteers, and heartfelt stories about why the Charter of Health Freedom matters to Canadians. The team spent the night in Edmonton again, but not just to rest, they had a mission. They've added a U-Haul trailer to the convoy. That's right, the truck will now carry the world's greatest health van between towns, offloading it at each step so you can come see it, take photos, and be part of the journey. It's a creative solution that keeps the van safe while still letting Canadians connect with the symbol that's come to represent this entire movement. So if you see the van coming through your city, wave, honk, and come get your picture taken with the world's greatest health van. We've got another incredible lineup of speakers on the world's greatest health show today. Voices bringing experience, insight, and leadership to this movement for health freedom. Jason Watkins, co-founder of Purica and a visionary sponsor of the Health Charter Tour, shares how Canadians' innovation in natural health can flourish when we preserve freedom of choice and trust people to decide what's best for their own well-being. James Lunny, former member of Parliament and longtime advocate for natural health rights, takes us behind the scenes in Ottawa, explaining how Health Canada's growing regulatory reach threatens not only products, but the principles of personal autonomy. Dean Camferman, health store owner and community voice, speaks from the front lines about what over-regulation means for small retailers, families, and customers who rely on natural remedies every day, and why his message is simple: leave us our NHPs. Carol Ault, holistic practitioner and educator, brings a message of empowerment, reminding us that informed citizens make the best health choices when they have access, not restriction. 4 voices, 4 perspectives, all united by one truth: Canadians deserve the freedom to choose natural health.
Buy a Swiss Shield so at least from 8 o'clock at night till 8 o'clock in the morning, you don't have any wireless technology coming in so your body can repair itself. Then I suggest that you might want to think about long-term and invest in a sort of like a property where you can control the exposure that's coming in from your neighbors. And if you want to live in a condo,
Suffers from being sensitive to electromagnetic radiation.
This is like my personal experience, and I do read a lot of, the research material that comes out that doesn't really get published in the mainstream journals. They're sort of like independently published. But, when I came in to see Magda, like about, 14 years ago when I was first suffering, I was like 2% of the population. Now they've sort of classified it as a disease with the World Health Organization. They've given it a name, magnetic radiation, syndrome. They admit that it's there now, and that's a major accomplishment, to admit that you might be sensitive to it and you'll experience these symptoms. So, in my estimation, because just the way I go out and tell people how to do this, and I sit in audiences with people that come in, there's a lot of people that don't know that they're sensitive to this. The ones that do know that they're sensitive to this, I would probably say 10% right now of the population of Canada and the United States probably do know that the magnetic fields are causing their symptoms and they're trying to do something.
Dean, a lot of people don't understand how involved, like, so our Canadian manufacturers of supplements really are involved with the stores, like where the reps have a personal relationship with the stores. And I'm sorry, I'll wait till you're.
Yeah, so my son just popped in. Sorry, go ahead.
Right. So I'll just get back to, it's like a lot of people, like the public, they don't know how the manufacturers actually support the stores and how the stores then give feedback back. So, the manufacturers, a lot of them have reps that routinely visit the store, so you know who they are.
Yeah.
And they actually share the most up-to-date information and what's happening with products, and they'll hold seminars for the stores and the whole thing. Can you kind of share with us that world so that people viewing can understand that, like, our local stores are also being trained by the manufacturers, but they also then give feedback back to the manufacturers? It's kind of like this, everyone's helping each other to get us the best products possible.
Exactly. We depend a lot on our suppliers to have up-to-date information. And if they don't, then, we just don't buy from them. I expect them to know more than I on their particular area of information. Some of them are great, some don't know a lot themselves, and then we'll educate them in some cases. But yeah, that back and forth traffic, and especially getting back to the rep and let your boss know that they really need to do this or this, and so. From that respect, there's that feedback loop that's constantly ongoing, and so we're very,
it's clear, you just want to help people, and you're viewing it as your role to find a way to enable people to just get the nutrition they need.
He had a horrible case of eczema most of his life. He was taking the stuff I was giving him, and it cleared it completely up, and it never came back. So it was seriously profound. That
Can I just slow you down, because I think it's important for people to appreciate when you say your brother was suffering from eczema, we might think, we had a rash under his underarm or something once every 3 months. That's not the case.
And then the results were so profound that a lot of pharmacists, rheumatologists, orthopedic surgeons, sports medicine were really pumped on it and integrating it into those patients that wouldn't respond to drugs, because there's all these protocols, right? With the regulators, you have to give them this drug next, no natural things. You don't promote that. That's outside of the box. But in rheumatology and dermatology, like my brother, and even in orthopedic, they're allowed to experiment a little, because a lot of those drugs are really toxic and are not tolerated. So they're the specialists that were really starting to promote us, because the results they were seeing were seriously profound. They could see it in the blood work. But that's when it went across, like I said earlier, that's when they started complaining, drug companies, that we need to go through the whole drug app process. That you've corrected me on this, but I remembered it back then that it was going to cost at least $2 million to go through the app process.
I don't think we should refer to it as the flu season. We should refer to it as the low vitamin D season, because that's what it is.
Spread through there, they terrorize the entire community, and behind it all is a simple intervention that would have protected everybody. And they've been advised to take the D levels and get their T cells working for them.
And I just wanted to reiterate. So the problem with having dark skin is you have pigment that blocks the sun, so that your body cannot make the vitamin D as well as somebody with less pigment. So you go into the winter with lower levels of vitamin D already. So you're more malnourished in vitamin D.
Yeah.
So that's what you're drawing attention to, is if you're dark skinned, you're at a higher risk of not having enough vitamin D, simply because the pigment in your skin means you have to be out in the sun so much longer.
And then as soon as I got home, I fortunately had a very high dose of arnica in my first aid kit, arnica 1M. And I just started taking one single pellet of that every 20 minutes and went for the ice immediately.
Now, some people watching, and I have to confess, that was one herb that I wasn't familiar with. So can you share for those viewing what arnica is? And then also when you say a pellet, I think automatically homeopathic dose.
Yes.
So can you share both of those things, you know, just so that everyone knows what you're speaking about?
Yes, so arnica is commonly used as a sports remedy in both salve and internally. And it is some kind of mountain daisy, but it is the homeopathic remedy that I did use, both internally and externally. And it's for bruising, it's for shock, it's for trauma, it's for any kind of sports injury. So it prevents internal bleeding. And I knew from the way that I'd been injured that this was bad. And I didn't want to have any bruising. So I knew if I took this right away, I was hoping that it would prevent it. I mean, there's no guarantees with anything, but I took a high enough dose and I did it every 20 minutes until I didn't feel that I needed to anymore. And then I applied the ice immediately as well, off and on.
Tomorrow is movie day on the World's Greatest Health Show. We'll be taking a break from the live tour to bring you two powerful films that tell the real stories behind this movement. First up, Epiphany, the True Hope story, the gripping true account of the Stefan family's battle with Health Canada over access to natural health treatments. It's the story that inspired Shawn Buckley to write the Charter of Health Freedom. And it shows what happens when citizens stand their ground against government overreach. Then, Tesla's Medicine, a fascinating look at the forgotten science of energy-based healing and how innovation in natural medicine has been stifled by regulation and fear. Both films remind us why this tour matters and why we must protect the right to choose alternative approaches to health. So grab some popcorn, gather your friends, and join us for Movie Day tomorrow on the World's Greatest Health Show. You can watch live or catch the replay anytime at nhppa.org/live. As the world's greatest health van rolls through Alberta, the message keeps spreading. From every pop-up store to every full house event, this is a movement built by ordinary Canadians who simply want the freedom to choose how they care for themselves and their families. You can be a part of it too. Visit nhppa.org, join the tour to follow the tour map, see where we're coming to your town, and get your tickets. If you haven't yet, take a moment to sign the online letter to MPs that's active right now and add your name to the growing list of Canadians standing for health freedom. And of course, when the world's greatest health van rolls into your city, come out, take your picture with it, and share it online with the hashtag Highway to Health. Every post, every share, every conversation helps keep this message moving across Canada. We'll be back tomorrow for Movie Day, featuring Epiphany, the True Hope story, and Tesla's Medicine. Until then, keep talking, keep sharing, and keep believing in your right to natural health. I'm Jason Dahl, and this has been the Highway to Health. We'll see you on the road and on the World's Greatest Health Show.
So I want to talk now about Section 4 of the Act, which is a very small section, and it just sets out what the purpose of the Act is. And this is very common in legislation, to just set out, hey, here's one of the purposes. And again, it assists courts and it assists government departments in knowing how they should be interpreting the Act. Because if you know its purpose, it helps with the interpretation. And the purpose of the Act, as set out, is to actually protect and promote our health freedom by ensuring that we have access to things like natural health products and traditional healing practices. So that's the purpose of the Charter, and that's why that section is there.
Hello, my name is Teresa Buckley, and I'm here today on the World's Greatest Health Show with Barb Bain. Hi, Barb. Welcome to the World's Greatest Health Show.
Hi, Teresa. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you for agreeing to come and share your story. And it involves your daughter. So I'm really looking forward to hearing you share. So maybe just give a little bit of a history of who Barb is.
Well, I have 3 children and 19 grandchildren. And I grew up in a home where it was just typical North American. My parents were restaurant owners, and it was a family style restaurant, and we just ate at the restaurant quite a bit, but even at home, my mom would cook meat and potatoes, you know, always dessert, a lot of desserts, a lot of candy in the house, a lot of sugar. And I carried that into when we got married and with our family, and never thought anything of it.
When did your parents buy the restaurant?
When?
Yeah.
In
How old were you?
1963.
And where was the restaurant?
In Red Deer, Alberta, a family style restaurant. People loved it. One of the main features was the butter tarts that the cook had made, and people came from all over to buy their butter tarts. Sugar.
So growing up in the 70s or 60s, this was just the way that what you knew, right?
That's right. Mm-hmm.
And so what happened when you got a little bit older and you ended up having a family of your own? How did your youth impact how you started with your children in terms of nutrition?
Well, I wouldn't use the word nutrition, but just typical North American. I can remember a conversation I had with a friend one time of how often do we make a salad for our family, and it wasn't very often. So I didn't understand the value of real raw vegetables and fruits, and but a lot of baking, a lot of sweets, and it was just normal. I mean, nothing out of the ordinary. It was just, that's the way I grew up, and that's the way I carried on. And so 3
Did you ever take a home economics class in high school? Or?
I did. I loved the sewing aspect, but I also took the cooking aspect, and I learned how to cook meals, but I didn't learn the components of food. It was really very much like the restaurant, you know, and I think that was just typical family eating patterns for a lot of people. At least we didn't know anybody that handled things differently.
And what would so you described before when we spoke about candy that you had in your household growing up? What was that like?
Well, my mom always had a bowl of candies on the counter, and I would get chocolate bars from the restaurant or chocolate bars from a vending machine at school, and that was pretty normal, everyday kind of thing. And that's just the way it was. I loved chocolate, and I was working, so I could afford to buy what I wanted, And yeah, that's just the way it was.
So tell me about your children. So you have 3 children?
3 children, basically 2 years apart each, and boy and 2 girls. And when the middle child, our one daughter, was about 3 years old, I really started to recognize there were some challenges here. And it was a buildup of things, really, but there was one day that just really came to mind. I need to find some answers.
What was going on with her? And she was how old? She was 3?
She was 3. And do you want me to go into the story of?
Yeah, please.
It was a Sunday afternoon, our typical Sunday afternoon nap time. She was agreeable to lay down beside me, and her body just wouldn't let her settle down. She tossed and turned, and just was very anxious, kind of. And she had agreed to lay down. Her mind told her she was okay to lay down, but her body wouldn't quit moving. And as she's laying there, I'm thinking, what happened this morning? We would take our children to Sunday school and to church, and typically what they would have in both occasions was sugar cookies and a sugar juice. And
what kind of sugar juice?
Well, you know, what was that? What was that called? We talked about it. I can't even remember the name of it. Tang, but there was the other one. Kool-Aid, yeah.
And you had to put a cup of sugar. You had to put a cup of sugar in Kool-Aid, right?
Oh, I don't know, because I wasn't there to make it. I just know that they had that. I don't know that we had those. I mean, sure, we had them in the home sometimes, but it wasn't. I didn't like them. But she had that in the morning, and I knew that. But as I'm laying there and she's struggling to be still, I remembered.
What does that look like? What does that like?
Well, she was just.
What does it mean?
Tossing and turning. She wouldn't settle down. Her body was just moving all the time, and so she couldn't fall asleep.
Was she always like this, or?
Well, there were times. Also thinking back, I remember one occasion she was under 6 months. I nursed her up till 6 months, so she was around that age. We were at a family member's home, and it was quiet and it was darker, and I had nursed her and everything was perfect. And she was laying on my chest and just couldn't settle in. She was just bumping her head against my shoulder, and it just seemed odd. I thought, did I eat something wrong that is affecting her? I didn't know what was what. So there was that. And then there was other occasions where she would just have a difficult time with simple little tasks like tying her shoes. It was an emotional roller coaster of can't do it and just can't. She would fly off the handle, and it was difficult for her emotionally to just be calm and do the task. And so there was all these things that were kind of coming to my mind as we're laying there. And then at the same time, I was remembering an article that I had read just a couple months before in a doctor's office, that this Dr. Feingold was doing research on the effects that sugar and artificial food coloring had on a child's body. And I found
this
that
would have been
fascinating.
This would have been in the early 80s, right?
That's right. That's right.
So that was really cutting edge.
That's right. Well,
there must have been a lot of controversy to
I didn't
that.
I didn't know any of this before, other than observing, other families who had children too that were, we called it hyperactivity. I don't know if that would be a proper name. I never did have her medically tested for anything. I just was going by what I was observing and learning. I I had seen other parents use discipline to handle their child in these difficult times, and discipline's important. But like I said, it seemed like she was willing to lay beside me, but her body wasn't willing to settle. And so I'm thinking, what is going on? And this doctor really felt that, well, in his research, he did a lot of research, and there was a lot of, that would be controversial because that was new thinking of how do these particular foods affect a body, and especially a child's body. So I started thinking about this, and I just felt a nudge to find a nutritional solution. Some parents had chosen to go a medical route and give children a medicine to help calm them. And I don't know why, but I just knew I didn't want to do that. And
at that time, they were medicating children, like in the early 80s?
As far as I can recall, there were some that were medicating. I don't know how prevalent for hyperactivity.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't mean to use a medical term. I'm just saying she was hyperactive in many cases. Mm-hmm. And so I wanted to find some answers, wanted to find some nutrition that would help. I think at that time, I don't know if it was that same doctor or another doctor that indicated that the relationship of sugar, excess sugars in the body, depleted vitamin B. So I wanted to find a vitamin B that I could use with my daughter. So at that time, I signed up with a nutritional company, Amway, and because I wanted to buy vitamins at the wholesale price. And so thankful, right at that same time, there was a medical doctor that was affiliated with the company, the group that I was with, and he taught a course, a winter-long course on nutrition and what the body needs for functioning well. And so I learned a lot that winter, and used the vitamins for not only our daughter, but my husband and my other two children as well. But for our daughter, I noticed a difference in using the vitamin B. And so I continued to learn and find out more things.
What difference did you notice? Because she's still 3, right?
3,
so
4.
She's
Yep, going
3,
into that.
4, and she's hyper and she can't sit still. Or...
I'm thinking that we probably use the vitamin B most days, but maybe not every day. But for example, if she was going out to a birthday party where I knew there would be sugar, cake, cookies, drinks, whatever, I would give her vitamin B before she went to the birthday party. And it just helped her to be calmer and not allow that sugar to make her hyperactivity. And so it was, I just felt that it was of great value. And I also changed our diet too, with taking sugars out of things, the whites, the white flour, the white sugar, the white pasta, the white rice, and eating more whole foods and more vegetables and fruits.
So what do you mean by whole foods?
Well, for example, I bought a flour mill, I ground wheat, and I made my own bread. That's whole food. Whereas the white bread you buy in the store, that is not whole food. It's as God intended the food item to be grown, the real food with all the nutrition in it. Whereas our diets are so lacking in many nutritional substances because it's just not in the food as it used to be and at one time. So in order to make sure that our bodies had sufficient nutrients, I chose to use nutritional health products that I felt were good quality and were effective.
What was the change in the overall family? I mean, they must have seen the benefit from it. Like your daughter's improving, so she's handling her 4-year-old stress.
Yeah,
a little better.
affected, I don't know that it affected our other two children directly, but indirectly, I mean, our kids have grown to adult and they've done their own research and they follow through with nutritional health products as well. So as far as how it changed the family, well, with our daughter handling anxiety better, sure, that's going to affect the family in some ways. It's not I don't think of it as being a major change, but it was definitely a small change that affected our lives to the point of wanting to know more, wanting to learn more, wanting to make sure that our health was optimum by using natural health products.
So 40 years later, we're still struggling with sugar. Like, because you're talking about a lesson you learned in the early 80s, and you would have been a young mom. I think you said when we spoke before, you early 30s.
Yes.
And that's 1982.
Right.
And we're 2025.
So the
and
things
we're like sugar everywhere.
Yeah. The things I was learning, I assumed our whole culture would learn and changes would be made. I remember a doctor saying way back then, if sugar was invented then, which it had been invented years before, if it had been invented then, it would be outlawed because it's a poison. And I assumed that information would get out there and people, governments, medical societies, and nutritional professionals would grab onto that and make changes. But no, we haven't. It's gone the other way of allowing more and more into our food supply that is really dangerous to our bodies. And so I really strongly believe in using nutritional health products to supplement our needs and make sure that we're going to be healthy, as well as taking out the things that we can take out of our diet that doesn't do us good, like all the junk food stuff and the sugar stuff. The two go together.
Yeah, it really struck me when you said early 80s. And just thinking that's 40 years later, I wonder how many moms out there now. I mean, I think of myself. I mean, how I failed my kids, right? When they would have been young, because I didn't know. I didn't know.
Yeah.
I thought, giving a vitamin, like a multivite was enough, but it probably wasn't. Not if I was packing on everything else, eh?
Yes, and that's why I'm so passionate to learn and to share with people. There are options, and we need to take responsibility for ourselves and for our children, for our grandchildren. We need to take responsibility in ensuring that the foods that we're putting into our body are not contaminated with toxins, and that we are filling in the gaps with proper nutritional health products. That's a very strong thing for me.
What would be the effect if you think if with more and more regulation of natural health products, if you were back in time to that kind of that juncture in the beginning of the 80s, and you're paring back the sugar, you're changing the white flour for the whole grain, and you're now supplementing with natural health products. If the natural health products weren't there at that time, what would your option have been?
I have no idea. I'm just so grateful that I have had opportunity to learn these things. And I continue to learn about new ideas in taking better care of ourselves and implementing different natural health products. And I believe that's very important for us to do for ourselves and to share with others.
Well, and that's why we're here, right? I feel I feel like someone needs to know. You picked up that book in the doctor's office, or the article, and you read the article.
Yeah.
It sounds like that was intentional. It was a godsend.
It was.
Yeah.
Because it got me on the track of learning where I didn't know about these things before. I just didn't.
Well, and I mean, and I always think, like, because we're looking back at what was back 40 years ago, right? And now that, like, there's actively right now, there's moms that are actively in the trenches right now with their little ones, like you were, right? Having to choose, like, well, do I go here? Do I go there? I've got problems with my kid. I don't know what to do.
Mm-hmm. That's a big thing. They don't know what to do, and they don't know where to find answers, because the grocery store supplies all of your needs, supposedly, and many people aren't aware that they really do need to read labels. Many people don't want to know about the dangers because they like what they're doing, and they'll deal with things later. But later creeps up very quickly sometimes. And the choices we make today are going to affect us one way or the other in the future, whether that's the near future or the distant future, we don't know. But it's worth it to, like for a child, their bodies are growing, they have needs in their brain, they have needs in their gut, they have needs in every cell of their body, that a child is dependent on their parents to supply for those needs in the best possible way. And so to educate parents on how to feed their children is very important.
And somehow that message isn't quite getting through, I think, these days.
I agree.
There's some sort of block.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see it. You can see it when you see the kids. At least I can see it now. Maybe my eyes are just opening up a little bit.
It would be interesting to know, I do not know this, it would be interesting to know in any given school how many children are on medications of some kind.
Mm.
I suspect it has skyrocketed in the last few years. From what I see and hear on nutritional speakers. So it would be good to know, because I have a suspicion it's very high.
And those moms would have been in bed with their kid going flip flop, and not knowing.
And going to the doctor and getting a prescription, because that's what we do these days. But people don't realize the damage that can be done and the setbacks. Yes, how do we get this message out? That's the big deal.
Yeah. Well, I sure appreciate you coming on, Barb. And I mean, it's, you have a lifetime of knowledge, and this is what needs to keep being pushed down, because you were there, right? You were there, and you recognized your daughter was suffering.
Yep. Yep.
So one final question for you. We're going to Ottawa, and we're going to bring the Charter of Health Freedom to Ottawa, and we've been called to do that. What would be your message, Barb, that you would want to have taken to Ottawa?
I guess I would like to see natural health practitioners brought more into the agreeable light as far as their expertise, what they have found and promote, and not shut down. I would like to see natural health products as a valuable component to living a healthy lifestyle and also recovering from illnesses that have beaten someone down. I have heard so many stories of people's lives being absolutely turned around by learning a new lifestyle. There's so many testimonies, but people don't necessarily have access to those. So I would like to see real education brought to people so that they understand there are options. And I'd also like to see that the natural health products that I choose to use, particularly, are made in the United States, and I would like to see them available in Canada. I would like to see natural health products being more available and not refused to people. I guess that's the two main messages. Products being available and education being available.
Thanks, Barb.
You're welcome.
On behalf of the World's Greatest Health Show, thank you so much for participating and sharing with everyone what it was like.
Okay,
and
thank you.
Where we should go. Thank you.
Let's talk about Section 5 again. And Section 5 is very important. It sets out how the law is supposed to be construed. Because you could pass a piece of legislation to, let's say, regulate aquariums. I'm just picking a strange example. And that act just regulates aquariums, but it doesn't affect other things. But when we're talking about fundamental rights, that act has to have paramountcy over other acts. So this is what Section 5 is about. If you were to look at the Canadian Bill of Rights, you would find the similar language, because the Bill of Rights takes precedent over all other acts, unless the other act actually says, well, we're going to not apply the Bill of Rights. Because whenever you're setting out rights that need to be protected, that act has to be above other acts. And so this is what Section 5 is doing. It's saying, look, we have these rights, and the Charter of Health Freedom is above other laws unless the other laws specifically exempt themselves. And the same applies for treaties. It's all fine and good for us to have health freedom, but if Canada passes a treaty that would undermine our rights, this Section 5 says, no, unless the treaty actually addresses this, or Parliament specifically exempts the treaty, that these rights are protected and they apply. And that's why Section 5 is there. It's an extremely important section. Welcome to the World's Greatest Health Show. My name is Shawn Buckley with the Natural Health Product Protection Association, and I'm very pleased to have with me today Dr. James Lunny. James, welcome to the Health Show.
Thank you. It's a great privilege. There's always only one beginning and a new great show starting.
Yeah.
I appreciate being part of it.
Well, no, I'm glad that you're on for a couple of reasons, but you're going to be sharing about vitamin D today. But we go back decades, so it's good to see you again. And you, just to introduce you to people that may not know who you are. So you practiced as a chiropractic doctor for 24 years. So you'd gotten a Bachelor of Science in Zoology and Chemistry, and then you graduated from the Canadian Memorial Chiropractic College in Toronto and practiced for 24 years in 2 different provinces in both Ontario and British Columbia. And then you had a shift of career for 15 years. You were a member of Parliament for the West Coast riding of Nanaimo, Alberni. James, I wanted to ask, why did you become a chiropractor? What led you? Because that's a healing tradition. What led you into that?
Well, I was always fascinated with the human body. I mean, just as a boy, I used to look at my hand and say, how does this work? How can I just think and it turns like this? So I just always was fascinated with the human body. So I wanted to know more about it. And I wanted to be involved in a helping, healing, profession, but I was never a big fan of chemical manipulation, physiology. I wanted to understand, I think the way to fix anything is to understand how it's supposed to work, whether it's a car or a computer. So I had a passion to understand the body better. Which is why I got the zoology and chemistry background at university before I went into chiropractic college.
Okay. And then what led you into becoming an MP?
Well, frustration for one thing. My passion was to see people live well until they die. And so, every patient, many of my patients were on medications. I needed to know what they're doing to them, even though we didn't study pharmacology per se. We did study nutrition. And I hung out with naturopaths in my first years. The first naturopathic college was in Kitchener, where I practiced for 15 years. And so, I just continued to learn, and patients come up with all kinds of things that I'd never thought of and that weren't part of my training. And, they put me onto some things. I'd look it up and I'd say, oh, never knew that. It's like saying anybody says they know everything about the human body. It's like saying that you know everything about the universe, because we're 80 to 100 trillion cells in our bodies, 25,000 miles of blood vessels that trip around the world at the surface. And these 80 to 100 trillion cells, 200 different cell types, they're all reading the same code, different parts of the code, and they don't operate the same. They don't look the same, but yet it's all marvelous. And every single cell is worlds within worlds of finely tuned molecular activity. So there's lots to learn, and it's been my life's pursuit to understand the body better.
Yeah, I don't think we ever will. I think that's that it's beyond us. We're fearfully and wonderfully made.
Absolutely.
So yeah, okay. Well, thanks for sharing that. And I know we're going to do another video where we talk a little bit about politics. So just for people watching, you're not going to want to miss that one. Dr. James Lunny has been a champion for health freedom for decades. And there was a period of time there where he was almost like he was a lone voice in Parliament. And you introduced Bill C-420, and we'll get into that in our next thing. So just so that everyone knows, and James, I just have great respect for you and for your integrity and how you've stood up, even when it was uncomfortable within your party, to ensure that Canadians would have access to treatments that they needed. So let's move on. You're here though, because your passion in making sure that people are healthy, you've kind of latched on to the importance of vitamin D. And maybe I'll ask before we go into your slide presentation, how did that journey go? Because there's a lot of topics you could have chosen as really important to educate people on.
Well,
passionate about vitamin D.
Yeah, well, we have a health clinic in Vancouver. I was taking vitamin D. I went to an integrative medical doctor, a very good doctor on Vancouver Island. I was already taking D according to what was recommended. But Inspire Health in Vancouver, 4 GPs got a grant from the Canadian Cancer Society to treat the patient, not the cancer. And they had persuaded the city of Vancouver to declare November the 2nd Vitamin D Day, and some 20 cities had picked it up during the period I was a member of parliament. And so, of course, I had to visit Inspire Health to take a look at what they're doing, because the BC Cancer Agency have very good statistics, and the patients going through their clinic were getting superior outcomes, saving the government money, explaining what was going on in the body. Very calm place. You know, and their MO was nutrition, exercise, optimizing vitamin D, explaining what's going on in the body so people aren't stressed out. And so the government had given them a $12 million grant to expand their outreach. And so that certainly caught my attention. And then I sponsored the bill C-388 in 2012 to make Canada officially accept a National Vitamin D Day. So that brought me in contact with the top vitamin D doctors. And I think for the purposes of the Great Health Show that's launching, I don't think there's a better example of why the measures, personal measures and the legislative measures that you're promoting are absolutely essential. And that everybody, I hope, that hears this will be able to do something to protect themselves, to help their families, and help other Canadians do something, because we're in desperate, we'll get into that as we work through the presentation.
Okay, well, I'll pull that up and off we go.
Okay, yeah, so just the title page. Now, I think the vitamin D story is going to show why the changes that you're promoting and the legislative changes you're promoting are absolutely essential for Canadians to have choice in, and why would we expect less? Choices in how our bodies are treated based on the evidence that's available. And would we expect less in a free and democratic country? I would say no, it's an absolutely essential that we actually have choice and that we get accurate information from our government agencies. So next, please. Oh, of course, the sunshine vitamin has been treated as a nutrient by Health Canada officials. But in essence, 90%, almost all experts would agree that at least 90% of the vitamin D in our bodies does not come through food, although it's available in food. We'll get into it in more detail. It comes from the sun. So one of my favorite sunrise pictures, I'm sure.
James, to stop you there, just so that people fully get this, because, you know, you go out in the sun and it feels good, and that you actually need sunshine on your skin.
Absolutely.
And your body uses the sunlight to manufacture vitamin D, which, you know, Dr. Lunny's going to explain is super important for several reasons. So I just want, James, people to understand we're talking about something your body manufactures. So most of it, your body manufactures more than we'd supplement, but in the wintertime we can't in the Northern Hemisphere, right?
Absolutely. Our solar panel is the skin. And being in the northern climates, we simply cannot produce it in the winter after November, which is why International Vitamin D Day is November the 2nd, because by then we're covered up. You know, people say, but I walked the dog yesterday. I said, well, were you naked? And usually get a pretty definite no from most people. But of course, even in the winter, if your whole solar panel was exposed, or most of it, as you might happen in the summer when you're out absorbing rays, which we still can today. But in the winter, there's too much atmosphere as our part of the world turns away from the sun. It's going to be too low on the horizon for us to produce vitamin D, even if you were exposed.
I heard a general rule. I'm wondering if you think about it, or if you agree with it, that if your shadow is longer than you are, the sun's too low on the horizon to really effectively be making vitamin D.
That's right. That's absolutely right. That's good advice. So where the story begins here is really a look at how the regulator operates. And is the regulator, well, it'll raise some questions about how the regulator uses the information that they're entrusted to deal with. So this goes back on the vitamin D story, and there were pre-existing guidelines before 2009, but Health Canada undertook a review of the vitamin D in 2009 with the Institute of Medicine. It's now called the National Academy of Sciences in the US. And Health Canada wrote along, but the study was linked to vitamin D and calcium. And they, out of that study, updated the dietary reference intakes. And this, of course, is treating vitamin D as a nutrient. But the focus of the study was linked to calcium metabolism and bone health. And we'll see that calcium actually, even in 2009, there was abundant information that calcium had roles that were far beyond calcium, healthy bones. Okay, so next slide, please. So this is what they came up with out of that. And this is right off the Health Canada website, the main website. They've now introduced another one, but this is still up there. Calcium and vitamin D updated dietary reference intakes. Again, you raise a question about putting it under a food-based reference when most of it comes from the sun. And the assumptions of the day were that people should be avoiding the sun, and therefore they recommended that we stick with nutrition. Here's 3 statements they make here that we want to take a look at. So the date of this update and this communication was November 30th, 2010. And as you see, it was jointly commissioned and funded by US and Canadian governments, but all the experts were from the United States, and Health Canada wrote along with them. So we'll take a closer look at these 3 things. If we just flip them over, because it's a little hard on that screen for everybody to read it.
Yeah, no, James, can I just go back to that slide? And
sure,
it says there's no additional health benefit associated with vitamin D or calcium intakes above the level of the new recommended daily allowances. And can we just talk about recommended daily allowances so that people understand what we're talking about?
Well, that's the second position here. So we're getting ahead of ourselves. The first point there was that Health Canada their goal is to ensure Canadians benefit from the most up-to-date health and nutritional advice.
Okay. Well, we'll go on, but eventually we have to talk about these RDAs. So
yeah, and so that's their purpose. Ensuring Canadians benefit from the most up-to-date health and nutritional advice. So there you go. Everybody would say that's a great idea. We want the best updated health advice from our regulator. Carry on to the second one. And now here we are. You're picked up on this right away, Shawn, with your legal beagle eye, that the report states there's no additional health benefit associated with vitamin D or calcium above the level of the recommended dietary allowance. So there, first of all, it seems to me that there's a problem when you ignore the sun, which they do because they think people should be avoiding the sun for fear of skin cancer. That was the attitude of the day. And the 14 experts that were doing the review focused on bone health and refused to look at the evidence that we want to show what also was available at the day regarding cancers being down and heart disease being down and autoimmune diseases being down and mental health being up and glucose metabolism being much easier to regulate. Next slide, please. Yeah, sorry, Shawn.
Before you go on there, I just, yeah. Because it comes up as we interview people, it's one of the tricks, right? So, because correct me where I get this wrong, is you believe vitamin D is so essential that every Canadian should be supplementing with vitamin D?
Sufficiently. They need sufficient vitamin D, whether they get it from the sun or from supplementation. In the winter, you have to supplement.
Right. And and immune system, everything else, we'd have better health outcomes if we got enough vitamin D.
Absolutely.
Okay. So they do this study, but they're not measuring, hey, if we give you more vitamin D, you're going to be healthier on a whole list of outcomes. They're going, does it affect bone health? Like, isn't that a red herring? Like, why are we studying vitamin D and bone health and not just vitamin D generally, immune system, mood, this and that, right? But it's just that expert after expert says that's the game they play, is they create a criteria that's not going to be terribly meaningful. And then, oh, well, there's no point supplementing more with vitamin D, and everyone gets the message, oh, you don't need vitamin D.
Exactly. It's way beyond a vitamin. It's a master molecule.
Yeah, like the reality is you follow the RDAs, you're going to be dead. So, okay, sorry, I couldn't, I couldn't resist there.
So this is a very odd statement for them to make, that there is no additional health benefit when they they didn't even look at the evidence for other health benefits beyond the low level that you need for healthy bones. So the next one, please. So here we are. The third position is that Canadians, they're reminding Canadians that the total nutrient intake should remain below the level of the new tolerable upper intake to avoid possible adverse effects. So they didn't look at the evidence that certainly the levels they recommend, 50 nanomoles per liter for bone health, is insufficient to get the benefits of doubling or tripling that. And I'm going to explain that as we move along. But that's the position they took in 2010. So, and then this is actually right off the website. You can see there the top, infants 0 to 6 months, 400 international units, and an upper tolerable level of 1,000. And then for, let's skip down, for children, 600 to, with a maximum of 2,500, 1 to 3 years old, 2,500 international units. And for adults up to 70 years, 800 international units with an upper tolerable level of 4,000. Now, that's the starting point. And Shawn, I'm going to be talking about a major conference when others looked at the same data that Health Canada experts from the United States, that the bone health experts, they looked at the same data and they discovered they made a huge statistical error with these recommendations. And the 400 for infants, well, let's just say for adults, their data showed 600 to 800 international units. Here you see 600 and 800 a little lower for adults up to 70. But the actual data showed 6,000 to 8,000 for the average person. So from the beginning, there's a huge statistical error. And any of you involved in business that are listening to this today, if you're selling your widgets or automobiles or whatever it is, and you're selling them at a tenth what it costs you to bring them in or to produce them, sooner or later, you're going to notice as you go bankrupt. And a full order of magnitude mistake, 1/10, is an unconscionable mistake, an outrageous mistake. Anyway, we'll get into that as we move along.
Mhm.
Just those are the figures that were there at the beginning. Next, please. So it wasn't long before this appeared from a website in a Calgary group called Pure North's Energy. And other scientists looked at the very same data that these Health Canada experts, borrowed from the United States experts, bone health experts, and they found there was a huge mistake. So we'll talk about that as we move along.
So, but I just want to talk, so these Pure North people, so basically they've got a whole bunch of employees working in the oil patch up north. They're not, and they want their employees to be healthy. They don't want their employees to be sick. They actually give for free different vitamins and minerals. They've got medical doctors on staff to advise them on this. Mm-hmm. So just so that people understand, when Pure North is looking into this and saying, well, these guidelines are insufficient, they're actually for free at their own cost, keeping employees healthy by having medical doctors advising them on what supplements to provide for free. Mm-hmm. And I know they're all over vitamin D because they don't want their employees or their employees' families sick. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, just for context, so here you've got them paying out of their own pockets because it's cheaper for them to have employees not booking off sick.
That's right.
Or having to stay home because family members are sick, who just think Health Canada guidelines are crazy.
Yes, the CEO of our largest oil company of the day founded Pure North's Energy because the oil workers are exposed to heavy metals in the extraction process. And he would provide free, this is where it started, free intravenous chelation programs to remove the heavy metals from their blood if they were willing to undertake it. It's a simple procedure. It's in the literature, and that's where it started. But then they soon found if they agreed to do a blood test, that there were other interventions they could do that contributed to their health as well. And Alan Markin, I mentioned that name, was the founder and the CEO of our largest Canadian oil company of the day. And he persuaded his colleagues with other companies that were his competitors to contribute to the same fund to help their workers. And that's where it started.
No,
An
it's
amazing
quite-
story, really.
Alan Markin's quite a remarkable fellow. And, the fact that he actually cares about the employees that are working for him to say, hey, you're working for me, but I want when you leave for you to be healthy and your families to be healthy.
Exactly.
And he didn't have to do that. Like, I mean, a huge cost. And it's really an example of people helping people. Like if everyone was, took the health of their employees that seriously, we'd be in a very much better place than we are now.
Well, sports fans will be pleased to know that Alan is also the co-owner of the Calgary Flames. But this is the kind of stuff that should give him an Order of Canada for what he's done for the health of Albertans. And Health Canada should have been all over taking a look at what are they actually exposing? What can we do better? Because certainly the government of Alberta, I think he did receive Alberta's highest award. Not up to date on all of the details, and he rightly so, because he was saving the government of Alberta an immense amount of money because of the health of his workers, and they expanded the program to anybody in Alberta or beyond. I know people who didn't even live in Alberta who would take the nutrients. They would send them out to them if they'd agree to an intake questionnaire and a blood test once a year and just give an update every year. They'd send them the vitamins and nutrients to your home. All you had to pay for was the shipping and agree to be tested once a year and fill out a questionnaire on how you're doing. And they were accumulating tremendous data through that process. Yeah. Next, please. All right, so this is what we've already jumped into this, but the 600 to 800 was actually a tenth of what the data should be. And the reviewing scientists found the evidence pointed to an optimal daily intake of 7,000 or 6,000 to 8,000. But Health Canada, being generous, rounded up the 600 to 800 to 1,000 and said that would be enough for all adults. And I'll tell you how things have changed, but not for the good, not for the better. But that's what the reviewing scientists found out, and they were published. Carry on, and next slide, please. So here's some of the people that were calling out the mistake. This is Dr. Reinhold Vieth from the University of Toronto. And the link there is to a CTV News interview. Now, the date of that would be in my notes, which I don't have access to with this presentation. So I can't give you the exact date, but Reinhold Vieth was interviewed on CTV News at about the 2012 issue era, I believe. And he was talking about the mistake and particularly the impact on Canadians' health, and that they recommended that Health Canada actually look at the data, acknowledge a mistake, and it was harming Canadians, and particularly he mentioned something important to me, dark-skinned Canadians. In that interview, he drew attention to are impacted the most. And we'll talk about why that is. There's nothing wrong with their skin. Dr. Vieth was the first one calling that out on CTV News. And that link, you might still, it's still, I think last time I checked, it was still active. You follow that through, you can hear that interview. Carry on, next one. Back one, please. And so who else is calling out? Well, this is Dr. Jerry Swalfenberg, an Edmonton GP, and he published in the Canadian Family Physician, about this mistake that was made. And I would be able to quote him. He basically went on to say that it might take 8,800 international units to achieve 97% of the population with sufficiency that they were proposing could be met by 600 to 800. It might take 8,800. But you see, the data was well beyond what Health Canada acknowledged, and that was back in 2015. Next slide. So here we are, coming out all this. There was a conference. The middle there, you can see the syllabus or the agenda for the day. A full day, May the 5th, 2014, the Chateau Laurier. That's a hotel right next to Parliament there, one of the Fairmont hotels. And who brought it in? Well, that was right out of Alberta. There's some, and thank God for the influence of people like Alan Markin And Dr. Jack Mintz is one of our top economists, and he's from the University of Calgary School of Public Policy. So Jack, they contacted Health Canada. He brought a whole team of doctors, including Dr. V, Michael Hollick, who's from Boston. He's an endocrinologist. Robert Heaney, Creighton University, Nebraska. David Hanley, University of Calgary. Edward Giovannucci from Harvard. Paul Veglers from University of Alberta. Susan Whiting, and Cy Franks I think he's an orthopedic surgeon. And that was on May the 5th, 2014, a whole day. So that's more than a decade ago now. Here we are, 11 years since this happened. And it was all about, hey, you made a mistake. Why don't we do something about it? Next slide, please. So who was attending on behalf of Health Canada? There he is, Dr. Hassan Hutchison. He was the Director General, Office of Nutrition Policy and Promotion, the Health Products and Food Branch. He was there the whole day. And Health Canada, really, the response was somewhat disappointing. But carry on, the next slide. So what changed after the 2014 symposium? Well, Health Canada was there the whole day. Well, the first response was denial that there was an error. And eventually there was a two-part review, and phase one, as you can read there, confirmed that there were in fact two material errors of calculation. And phase two claimed that although these errors of fact were acknowledged, that they had not influenced the recommendations. Now that raises some questions, doesn't it? Next slide, please. So first of all, just finishing that off and say, what did they overlook when they set the RDI? So first of all, the question that came out of that was, hey, you made a mistake. Everybody makes mistakes. Let's fix it. And they said that the data and the mistakes actually didn't influence the recommendations. So how can that be? Well, how it can be when they were asked was actually it's hard to believe, Mr. Buckley, but Health Canada didn't use the data in making the recommendation. They preferred the collective opinion of the 14 experts from the United States to the data. So they let Canadians believe the good advice we were getting was based on the data, but in fact it was not. And when they were called out.
So James, I think we have to talk about RDAs because I think the politest thing I can say about RDAs is they're fraud on the Canadian public. And here's what I mean, and you can agree or disagree. Because, as a lawyer that's represented a whole bunch of natural health manufacturers, Health Canada will attack anyone who provides a vitamin or mineral in a dosage form above the recommended daily allowance. And so the public will pick this up and go, oh, recommended daily allowance in vitamin D now, that's 2,500 micrograms or international units. Well, I better not take more than that because the RDA from our trusted regulatory body, Health Canada. So people need to understand what an RDA is and where they come from. So, and it's a bit of a history lesson, and it goes back to World War II, James, is the Allies were going to invade France. They were going to open up a second front in the Second World War, and they actually thought that they would break through on every breach, not just one and get bogged down in all the others. So they thought, okay, we're going to break through every breach. We're going to have these soldiers march into the interior of France and start fighting wherever they can find the enemy. And we've got a supply problem. We're not going to be able to set up our supply lines for 2 weeks. So the question was asked, what's the minimum nutrition that a healthy 20-year-old needs for a 2-week period and still be able to function? They can collapse after 2 weeks, but they got to carry this on their back. They got to carry their ammo. They got to carry everything they need. So what's the minimum amount that for a 2-week period a healthy 20-year-old male needs and can still, pull their trigger finger? They can collapse and die after 2 weeks, but for that 2 weeks, what's the minimum? Bingo, that's our recommended daily allowance. And Health Canada will agree with this statement, the next statement, because the recommended daily allowances, that's where they came from. But the recommended daily allowance, James, and Health Canada, anyway, I challenge anyone to phone Health Canada, they'll confirm this. The recommended daily allowance of any vitamin or mineral is the amount that every single Canadian can take every day of their life, the entire population, and we will never have a single adverse reaction. So, you know, the smallest child of mine was the first, just a little over 4 pounds when born. Well, heck, what's the RDA? We can give that 4-year-old child they're not even a day old, all the RDA, every vitamin and mineral in those amounts, right until I hope my son lives to be 100, and there'll never be an adverse reaction. So the RDA has nothing to do with what we need. And James, the reality is, and we've had, guest after guest after guest, if you follow the RDA, you will be dead. It has nothing to do with optimal nutrition. I had to jump in. So we'll go back to your slide presentation, because you were suggesting, why would they ignore the data? And
it's shocking for most Canadians to hear this, though, Shawn. And by the way, I didn't know that about the connection to the war.
Oh yeah, no, that's where they came from. And the difficulty, like what I'm struggling with, James, is the human body needs certain nutrients to be healthy. Like, as shocking as that is for people, and we can't get our basic nutrition out of our food anymore. And if we follow the RDAs, we for sure won't. And who has control over our food supply? The Government of Canada, the Canadian Food Inspection Agency, and Health Canada. And they should be demanding that our foods are higher in vitamin D and everything else. And they're not.
Yes, it's shocking for most Canadians to actually hear this. So let's go on and build the case here, though, because vitamin D, I think, is such a good example of what they didn't do. What did they overlook? So they overlooked Michael Hollick, Boston University endocrinologist. He's really the grandfather of the whole movement, because he identified the active molecule of D, and he's a textbook author. So there you are, the vitamin D solution. But things that this, by the way, was published in 2010. Yeah. And you see cancer's down, heart disease down, autoimmune diseases are down. His first research was done with psoriasis, which is not easy to treat. And it's a nasty condition for people that have it. It's an autoimmune disease. And MS is down, diabetes is down, preterm births are down. I mean, that's just the beginning. Next slide, please. Here's another great hero in this story is Dr. Robert Heaney, Creighton University, that's Nebraska. More than 50 years in the study of osteoporosis, vitamin D and calcium physiology, author of over 400 articles, 3 books, and he did a lot of work with grassroots health for many years. But he didn't stop learning with bone health. He went beyond to talk about health because he was a real doctor. One of my personal heroes. I was a privilege to meet Dr. Heaney. Now the late Dr. Heaney passed away at 92. And he's really a hero in this whole story. Next slide, please. So here's Dr. Robert Carruthers. This is something Health Canada missed. I mean, this was in 2018. We're a little bit past that now, but this is for multiple sclerosis and northern climate disease. We have 19,000. Wait, I think it's 80,000, excuse me, because I don't have my presentation notes in front of me there, but I should have printed this off and I could have looked at them that way before we got on this. Nevertheless, I think it's 80,000 cases, I stand to be corrected, of MS a year. Health Canada, is one of the things they simply won't address. He recommends, Dr. Carruthers, a neurologist, UBC, 5,000 IUs a day. And he referenced safety data for 10,000 international units. That was in the Vancouver Sun, November 2018. Go ahead. And here's one of my personal heroes. I had a little earlier discussion. That's Hal Gunn from Inspire Health in Vancouver. 4 GPs. They get a grant from the Canadian Cancer Society to treat the patients, not the cancer. And so their MO was really explain to people what's going on in their body so they're not terrified. Make sure they have support at home, because in British Columbia of the day, they had to travel to the big cities, to either Vancouver or to Victoria for treatment for cancer. Make sure that somebody's looking after things at home so they're not stressed out and they have a support team at home. And optimize the vitamin D. They were limited to the 4,000 IUs that Health Canada recommended as a maximum. But even at that, they were getting superior outcomes. The BC Cancer Agency noticed that because we had very good statistics in British Columbia in that day. And they awarded this organization $12 million to expand their outreach to other people going for cancer treatment.
So Health Canada probably wasn't limiting the patients in how much chemotherapy drugs they could get, which are poisons designed to actually kill. They're poisons to healthy human cells, but the theory is they're going to kill more cancer cells first. But my gosh, a vitamin that our body needs to survive, we better make sure those oncologists do not give over 4,000 IU, which you can't find a realistic expert that would agree with that.
It's too bad that most doctors are totally unaware because of the misrepresentation of our health officials, and they don't have time to research everything themselves, and therefore almost all Canadians are insufficient. And there was a year ago, November, there was a vitamin D conference with a group of doctors from many universities here just past November, because the data came in from all over the world that in recent years, severe infections that were a problem in that day. The vitamin D directly related to the serum level of vitamin D. Inversely, the higher the vitamin D, the lower risk of infection and worst outcomes, hospitalization and worst outcomes. So let's next slide, please.
Yeah, so it just, yeah, absolutely, thanks.
Yeah, beyond health, Hal Gunn, please, next one. Okay, so here we are. The Canadian range is less than or equal to 250 nanomoles per liter. And not to be confused, an international unit for vitamin D is actually 0.025 micrograms, micro, not milligrams, micrograms. So it's not a standard measure. An international unit is different for vitamin A than it is for vitamin D. And when the numbers are low, our colleagues in the big pharmaceutical industries decide for us what the number should be. And working with Health Canada, they set the level at 50 nanomoles per liter for healthy bone. But you see that the schedule goes up to 250 on the top orange line there. And 50 is, is only a 20% of what the maximum in Canada should be, according to this measure. But if you take that 50 and double it, at 100 nanomoles per liter, there's a 50% reduction in breast and colorectal cancers. Now that data was available in 2009. And if you triple the 50, you're at 150, you get an 80% reduction in breast and colorectal cancers. Now we only use those because the mega studies were already done in 2009. The target range for the Vitamin D Day conference last November was 125. Getting everybody up. Most Canadians are 50 less, and they're dropping 50% every 5 to 6 weeks after November if they fail to supplement. And nobody is lower than the dark-skinned people.
Okay, so James, so a very inexpensive vitamin that our body needs to survive, that we make when we're in the sun. If you have 150 nanomoles per liter in your blood, there's an 80% reduction in breast and colorectal cancer. So if Health Canada actually cared about our health, this would be in mainstream news. Please take vitamin D. Let's get to this 150 nanomoles per liter. There's no health risks at all at that level. And you can't find any credible person to say there is. So why isn't this front page news? We could have an 80% reduction in breast and colorectal cancer just by taking a supplement that we all need that's inexpensive. Or am I missing the news? Am I watching the wrong channels? Surely this is happening.
Well, what you're saying is absolutely right, with one exception. There is a contraindication, and that would be anybody who has a borrowed organ, anybody with an organ transplant. Because if you're taking anti-rejection drugs, then we can't take you that high. The recommended, I know the Ottawa Heart Institute, for example, allowed their people to take 2,000 international units. But if you took 5,000, if you got your own body intact, even regardless of what ailments you're suffering from, you know, and you know, if you have severe kidney disease, because one of the conversion factors in making vitamin D optimized in the blood involves kidneys. There might be a concern for somebody who has very severe kidney disease, but those are very rare and they're easy to manage, because if people have those conditions, they know about it. Most people don't forget if they've had an organ transplant, right?
And yeah, and that's a very small part of the population. And isn't the problem is vitamin D just gets the immune system working better, and you want to suppress the immune system if you have had an organ transplant so that you don't reject the organ.
Absolutely. Next slide, please. So here's the thing about the dark-skinned citizens. That first website dismissed skin color entirely. And this is a study way down, it says North Carolina here, it should have been changed. It actually was South Carolina, 34 degrees latitude. Ottawa's at 45 degrees. Most of Canada in the West is 49th degree of latitude, but this study was way down there at 34 degrees, South Carolina. Sorry, that's a misprint there. And that study, they compared Black people way down there with white men. So it's dark-skinned males matched with white males who were not supplementing. And they gave those Black males 4,000 IUs, which Health Canada and the Institute of Medicine, now National Academy of Sciences, said is the maximum, 4,000 IUs a day. They tested them every 2 months, but it took a whole year, 12 months, for these Black individuals matched with the white guys for age and comorbidities to catch up to the white males. And that's way down there. So can you imagine way up in northern Canada, well, Americans think we all live in igloos. At least some people do. Forgive me, you people in America, you don't all think that way. Let me just say, though, that there's a lot of misunderstanding about how the latitude makes a huge difference, especially for these dark-skinned people. And let me be clear to say this right away. There's nothing wrong with their beautiful Black skin. It's simply designed, the darker the skin, the closer to the equator. The further from the equator, the harder it is for dark-skinned people to produce the skin-based 90% that most people are getting if they don't supplement, especially in the winters. And so anybody listening to this, if you know you have a friend, families that are dark-skinned, you have to supplement in the winter. So Health Canada dismissed this entirely. They did change their website because there was a lot of interaction happening across the country during a recent period of illness that brought in a lot of health challenges. And there was requests for updating the amount of vitamin D required. But that mistake by Health Canada has caused dark-skinned people immense harm in our country, and it has to be changed. Next slide, please. Now, here's a lot of bad things have been said about the World Economic Forum, but this is out of one of their publications in 2017. That scientists have discovered that vitamin D is necessary to activate the immune system's T cells, which identify and attack bad pathogens circulating throughout the body. If you have enough vitamin D, your T cells get called out of the fort and out to the front lines, and they will identify, attack, destroy bacteria and viruses. Sepsis, that's bloodborne infections, 11 million deaths a year around the world, would not happen if you have sufficient vitamin D in your body. Your T cells will be doing their job and reining in the pathogens.
So I just want to, because you said, just wait, 11 million deaths for sepsis. If people were getting enough vitamin D, because it's necessary to activate that part of the immune system, the T cells. And there's no way we would have one death a year in Canada, if we overtook vitamin D. Like I'm not aware of a single death. I know that they went overboard in the Arctic and tried to do it, and people got, sick and flu-like, and then they just stopped taking it and the symptoms resolved. Are you aware of a single vitamin D overdose death ever, Dr. Lunny?
No, I'm not aware of it. Yes, you can become toxic. What they call toxicity is hypercalcemia, hypocalciuria. But you need to take an enormous amount, 100,000 IUs a day for months and months and months, for years. And even at that, there's not a lot of literature on it, but the studies for high dose D that have been done, there's a study out of a psychiatric institute in the US where they put everybody on vitamin D, but they have 15 years of pharmacovigilance. And, you know, people were taking it for all kinds of things because depending on, anyway, the bottom line is they did find a couple of people that when they were discharged, continued to take high doses for long periods of time and eventually became toxic. And nobody died from that. What they did was they just stopped taking it for 6 months and the blood level gradually comes down, and then they get them on a regular amount that will keep them healthy without the toxicity that would, you have to really work at it to overdose on vitamin D.
Yeah, so we know then that vitamin D is safer than water because many people die from drinking too much water each year. The long distance runners who, you know, trying to stay hydrated while their bodies are under stress. In Canada, every year we have some deaths caused by water. So by comparison, water, your tap water, is so much more dangerous than vitamin D.
Yeah.
You should disconnect the water from your home because you're probably over the recommended daily allowance that Health Canada would allow.
It's self-regulating. And if you're just talking about sun alone, you can't overdo it, but you could if you took an enormous amount of vitamin D daily for long periods. It is possible, but it's very rare.
The point I'm making is they've deliberately done long-term studies where they've just given you obnoxious amounts and nobody's died. When people start just feeling ill, they just stop and it resolves. But you just mentioned we could solve 80,000 deaths a year if we would just supplement properly with vitamin D. And I'm just trying to juxtapose here because what on earth are we doing?
Oh, it'd be far more than 80,000.
That we would save.
The point is, if everybody was optimized, it would reduce the cost of healthcare tremendously. You know, and everybody would be healthier. There's no doubt about it. And it's a simple, cost-effective means. Most people could do it themselves. But you should check your blood levels because people are individuals. And you see, like you mentioned the North. I didn't quite get that study, but the Inuit would have died out generations ago had they not eaten the traditional diet, which was not Coke and chips as it is for so many today. The cost of food is outrageous in the North. But they ate the traditional diet. It was the whale and the mammal blubber. And vitamin D is fat soluble. That's where Arctic mammals store their vitamin D, is in the blubber, which for most people eating fat would be a shocking thing to contemplate. But it kept these people alive. They would have been extinct without the vitamin D to drive their immune system. So, you know, this is the kind of impact that vitamin D could have. And everybody in Canada, and if you don't know and are not supplementing, you're all low. Those that are outdoors all the time, somebody who's working in landscape and walking around in shorts, mowing grass, would probably be very healthy. And those are golfing every day. That's not most Canadians. And, you know, and if it costs you to have your blood level tested. In Ontario, it's $40. Last time I had it done in British Columbia, when we lived out there, it was $90 to have your blood. That's a terrible disincentive to the poor. And that's all based on Health Canada's misrepresentation of how much people need. Next slide, please. Okay, now beyond this, so something happened in 2020, do we say? Respiratory virus that really changed our way of life. And I'm not want to say a lot about it, but I think it does need to be at least acknowledged because our whole health system is in great peril today because of changes that they want to make permanent. Carry on.
Oh,
next slide, please. So what was response? Well, just say something here. One of the first clues for me during that era is 40% of the early deaths in Sweden, which didn't lock down, were Somali immigrants. And it was written up in the British Medical Journal. Just one winter in Sweden, like Canada, northern climate, these dark-skinned women, their vitamin D levels will never recover. They're covered up. They never get a chance to. So British Medical Journal wrote that up early, before it had even arrived in Canada. UK had it before us, like Sweden. And anyway, just saying the impact on dark-skinned people. Next slide, please. In the UK, I checked this once I heard about the Swedish study. 25% of the early deaths in the UK were citizens from the Middle East and Southeast Asia, dark-skinned people in a northern climate. Britain, unlike the picture shown here, is not known for its sunshine. They do get the occasional day that looks like that, but they're known for rainy rainy times in their location most of the time, and they're not noted for sunshine. Go ahead. Now, okay, this is Italy again. They're using vitamin D. They got excellent outcomes in Italy. Go ahead. These are just examples. The data came in from all over the world, even in Israel. Lots of sunshine, but they have it's a managed healthcare system there where they have statistics. And in July of 2020, Israel researchers put out the sunshine vitamin D lowers the risk of sickness and disease. Go ahead. And here in Germany, just another one, insufficiency that was published in Nutrients in 2020 may account for 9 out of 10 deaths, insufficiency of vitamin D. Go ahead.
Well, no, I just want to stop you there. So here, a study in Germany is saying that 9 out of 10 deaths in Germany can be connected to vitamin D deficiency. That's death by malnutrition.
That's right.
Like, it's death by malnutrition. And like that, this should be front page news, and they should be going door to door giving people vitamin D in the Northern Hemisphere.
Exactly.
And we'd be saving lives. But instead, we're restricting by law the amount to a level that is causing death.
Yeah, it actually gets worse with the change to the Health Canada website at the beginning, just prior in 2019. Something unusual appeared there. We'll get to that in a moment. Go ahead.
Yeah, but I just want to drive home. Like, Germany's kind of, similar latitude to Canada, similar skin colors. And that study is linking 9 out of 10 deaths in Germany being linked to not enough vitamin D. So it's death by malnourishment. And we're the same, and our government is preventing us from getting the nourishment we need to prevent those 9 out of 10 deaths that would be linked. That's the point I wanted to make.
Absolutely. And I've only picked a few of these as examples. The presentation I did for the vitamin D conference, I had many more. Indonesia, even Ireland. Ireland was one of the first to call it out. And around the world, many countries where they had data concluded this. And many of the countries where the dark-skinned people are from, they didn't have COVID at all. In countries where they're at the equator, like Nigeria, for example. I know a postgraduate student that stayed in our home for a while. We were in Ottawa. And she went home. Nobody had COVID except that the ones that from northern climates that went back and brought it with them. Anyway, next slide, please. Now, CTV did cover these things back in May 25th, 2020. There was some interviews with doctors talking about this very issue. It's linked to the meat plant closures, Cargill plant in High River, Alberta, the Brooks, Alberta plant, Laval, Quebec, are meat packing plants. The headlines went, cold, damp, crowded, a breeding ground for viruses, which was absolutely false. It's not that. Yes, they were in close proximity, so any pathogen could spread easily. But the underlying issue here, super spreader events in Alberta. I was on a call with pastors who wanted to open at Pentecost. They're worried if they opened the churches, they'd have to open the other faith communities that have even more people crowded in small spaces. But what do they all have in common? The super spreader event involved people from Singapore and dark-skinned people. Well, they're darker skinned than most Canadians. The Cargill meat plants, of 2,000 employees, there were 1,700 were either from, they're all dark-skinned people, most of them from Vietnam, from China, from the Philippines, and one other country. But anyway, I don't have the full data in front of me right now. But again, it's all dark-skinned workers. They go in with the lowest vitamin D into the winter, and they deplete 50% every 5 to 6 weeks, just like everybody else. So they're more vulnerable because their T cells are not being activated, spread through there. They terrorize the entire community. And behind it all is a simple intervention that would have protected everybody. And they've been advised to take the D levels and get their T cells working for them.
And I just wanted to reiterate. So the problem with having dark skin is you have pigment that blocks the sun, so that your body cannot make the vitamin D as well as somebody with less pigment. So you go into the winter with lower levels of vitamin D already. So you're more malnourished in vitamin D.
Yeah.
So that's what you're drawing attention to, is if you're dark skinned, you're at a higher risk of not having enough vitamin D, simply because the pigment in your skin means you have to be out in the sun so much longer.
That's right.
And in the northern hemisphere, you can't. So you're just not making enough.
Yeah, and that's something that's so easy to address. Now, when I said there was something even more disturbing, this little underneath the Health Canada picture there, this box, a text box, appeared at the bottom of that website that you looked at before. You might think it's the last word. Health Canada continues to recommend that people over the age 50 take a daily vitamin supplement of 400 international units. And for those who are paying attention, that's a baby dose. And most of us would have enough sense to realize that an adult is way bigger than a baby. And every cell in your body has receptors for vitamin D. So there was no explanation when this was added in 2019 as to where this came from, what data there was to support it. And if we flip to the next slide, you see, okay, that's just highlighting the very same thing, 400 international units. That's a baby dose. Go ahead, next slide. So going back to the original website there, this footnote comes right at the bottom. You might think it's the very last word, but here you can see infants 0 to 6 months, 400 IUs, adults 800 IUs, and a maximum of 4,000. And here the last word is they continue to recommend 400, a baby dose. Totally inconsistent. Carry on, the next slide, please. Now, so during this same period of dysfunction, because as other people were paying attention to the fact that the people with the lowest vitamin D were actually the ones getting sick, there was a deluge of calls to Health Canada, and they admit that that they had a lot of calls from the producers to be able to produce more than 1,000 IUs in a single serving. And also there was demands from people saying, why aren't you saying that? You see over here, it says product license applications were coming in ranging from 2,000 to 10,000 IUs on the left side of the screen there. And so they did, without any fanfare, bring this change in February 22nd of 2021 to allow the sale of 2,500 IUs per dose in a single serving. And if somebody wanted to get 10,000, if you took 5,000 IUs a day, it would take the average person 3 to 6 months to get their blood level up to the middle of the scale, about 125 nanomoles per liter. So that's 6 months at 2 a day, 3 to 6 months minimum, depending on how big you are and how much fat there is in your body. And if you take 4 of them, it'd be 10,000. And so that was a good thing, but there was no explanation as to why. And they decided that children over 9, it was probably safe for them to take 2,500 IUs a day. And for adults, 2,500 is probably safe. You'll get further with 2,500, but you should take multiples and you should have your blood tested to know for sure. So like I say, 4 of those would be 10,000 IUs. That would help other people get there quicker. If you start now, by the time they're anticipating, by the way, a very bad flu season this year. You've probably heard Health Canada warnings coming out. They're anticipating a very bad flu season. The pre-COVID years, I don't like to even mention the word today perhaps, but in the pre-intervention years that we just went through, 2017-18 was a bad flu season. And there was, maybe it was 17. As normal flu deaths would be 4,000 to 8,000. I think there was maybe 16,000. They're anticipating a very bad flu season this year, and they're referencing the bad one in that year and encouraging people to take interventions, but not vitamin D. Get your T cells working for you, get your blood level up, and that's the kind of intervention I hope people will do. And we absolutely need a change in our management style so Canadians have the support of their own government in choosing how to be well. Next
Well,
slide.
just, I kind of
Okay.
like have a legal philosophical question is, so vitamin D, you already mentioned, like every cell in our body has a vitamin D receptor. Like every cell needs vitamin D. So it is a vital nutrient. And, we manufacture it. Our body's designed to manufacture it with sunlight because it's vital, and we get some from our food. And yet we have a regulatory body that is basically standing between us and a a vital nutrient and saying we can't have enough. They're preventing manufacturers from selling us enough. And James, how can it be that we have a regulatory body basically forcing us to be malnourished? Like, how does a regulatory body get authority where they can say, no, you can't have the nutrition that you actually need, let alone want as an adult? Like, we're not talking about cocaine or heroin, but we are, because it's the same model.
So, we can talk, where we're headed in the presentation is towards regulatory capture. What does that mean? When authorities are not acting in the public interest? And there's a lot of people have put thought into how this could happen, how we got here, and I'll deal with that a little more thoroughly maybe when we get the slides in front of us. So there you are, the 2,500 recommendation came in. And also, this was another website they added under nutrients. They added another site. Go ahead, the next slide. You see, so this appeared mysteriously under nutrients, getting enough vitamin D. Now they acknowledge for the first time that the sun's important. Oh, now, so they had an awakening in Health Canada in 2022. And they did at least acknowledge the sun and food and supplements, and eggs are good for vitamin D. And fatty fish, such as salmon, are good for, they do have some vitamin D in the fish oils. But on the same page, they say, if you're between 2 and 50, eat foods that contain vitamin D every day, or take a supplement of 400, a baby dose. A baby dose is bound to help you when you've got 80 to 100 trillion cells as an average adult, and some are much bigger than average. 300 pounders got a lot of fat, and it's fat soluble, so it'll be in the parking garage and not available in circulation. So this was added. Again, all these additions were superficial and appended with what they think is the last word, which is inconsistent with everything else that's still on the main website. Next slide, please. So there are contradictory and unexplained actions, confusion. Is it just confusion with the regulators? Is it incompetence? Is it deception? Sir Walter Scott had something to say about this centuries ago when he said, what a tangled web we weave when first we practice to deceive. People have to decide for themselves whether it's incompetence. I have heard quotes that never assume that malfeasance is at play when incompetence may well be the answer. But you'll have to decide for yourselves. Let's go on to the next slide, please. Now, I'm asking here, was the regulator's attention on vitamin D impaired because the focus was in the opposite direction? So simple and complex, there's something called Occam's razor. You see in the illustration here, a crowd of people running one way, the complex way, and the other people that are aware of another relevant factor that most people aren't aware of, the good doctors calling out, hey, what about vitamin D? But the crowd is running a different direction. Could that have been a factor? Next slide, please. I just mentioned this because during that same period of dysfunction, the fact that the recommendations were so low led to some very serious allegations. This is a Kitchener-Waterloo Record in Ontario. Here, an article saying that the data shows that infections tend to rise in neighborhoods where more people are Black, and they tend to fall where more people are white. Maybe there's an explanation from that other than racism. The health in, again, I'm missing the full details on this, but to say that this article came out with the medical officer health in the region, saying that they felt that it had exposed, the challenge we were going through had exposed in embedded racism, because racialized Canadians were more seriously affected, and they blame it on overcrowding and lack of economic opportunity, where in fact there might be a much simpler explanation. Occam's razor says that when there's a complex solution and there's a simple solution to the same problem, the simple one is usually right. And it may well be Occam's razor at work here because of Health Canada's misrepresentation. Every Black person coming into Canada should be welcomed by Health Canada officials. Welcome to Canada, but you're going to need to supplement with vitamin D in the winter. Next slide, please. Okay, so here's some people put some thought. This named Dr. William Grant has been a real champion on the vitamin D file for many years. And this was published in Orthomolecular Medicine. It's a Canadian publication, actually, on their website, the Orthomolecular website. Dr. Grant, who's a very well-versed in vitamin D advocacy for many years and doing research, he took a look at what other scientists had found in looking at other industries like the tobacco industry, and even in the football, for example, on the failure to discuss concussions for many years. Researchers looking at that said that they noticed they came up with this analogy out of football: the fake, the blitz, the diversion, the screen, the fix. This is what's happening with the big money interests in healthcare. That number one, the fake, they conduct counterfeit science and try to pass it off as legitimate. Number two, the blitz, they harass scientists who speak out with results or views that are inconvenient for the industry. Anybody seen evidence of that? The diversion, manufacture uncertainty about the science where little or none exists. The screen, buy credibility through alliances with academia or professional societies. And the fix, manipulate government officials to influence policy inappropriately. That's Dr. William Grant's publication. It bears discussion at a time like this. Next slide, please. Now here's a term, KOL. Shawn, I'm not sure if you were aware of this term, KOL. That stands for Key Opinion Leader. Experts for hire. Now, just one company. This is a quote from just one company, and there are many, many KOL firms. If you Google that term, KOL/pharma, you will see there are many companies fighting for the attention of pharmaceutical companies when they're about to introduce a new project to receive some help from identified opinion leaders. And this is a quote: from identification to engagement, everything in between, we help our clients to build lasting, meaningful relationships with key opinion leaders. And they go on to discuss how they will fly people in to, when they're introducing a new product, doctors, or when they put out their press release for a Canadian audience to the reporters, the health reporters, they will provide a Dr. A in Singapore and Dr. Y in the UK or somewhere else that will back up their product information. So the journalist has a person to contact in doing due diligence on getting the whole story. And everything in between, they'll fly people into schmooze. They'll help them get the right people on management boards and influential regulatory agencies. The help of key opinion leaders. Next slide. So it begs the question, this is from a site called Investopedia.com, regulatory capture. Is this a real thing? And they define it as for people in making investments and people that are concerned about, is the truth being made here? Do they want to invest in somebody where maybe they're being misled? Regulatory capture is a process by which regulatory agencies may come to be dominated by the interests of the people the interests that they regulate, and not by the public interest. Next slide, please. So unlike the giraffe, it should be made clear that in our healthcare industries, regulatory capture in business and healthcare is through incentives, not like the giraffe is an unwilling capture. And the incentives are reward. So dollars, pension, shares in the enterprise, promotion, career promotions, prestige of being a key opinion leader. It's shady, it's dark, and it's compelling information that people have taken note, and people that are concerned about it have been talking about it and talking about what we can do about it. Next slide, please. Now, I just say it can result in a revolving door between government service and industry. Could this happen in Canada? Well, I'll just raise one issue here. This is something that happened in Canada. We still don't have full answers for. My hometown is Winnipeg. That's our level 4 laboratory there, the microbiology lab that was doing research. Two scientists from Wuhan marched out under RCMP escort with 9 of their PhD students from Wuhan. This is our most secure microbiology lab dealing with the worst pathogens, doing gain of function research, which very likely contributed to what was going on in Wuhan. And they, the story there from what we do know is that the doctors that were discharged and have not come back to Canada, and their research assistants were taking modified viruses, including Ebola, on commercial flights back to China. Well, that's hardly a biosecure methodology. This man was in charge of the laboratory in the day. That's Dr. Matthew Gilmore. And, you know, as the members of parliament are trying to find out what really happened here and what was this really about and what was the risk presented to Canadians, Dr. Gilmore, who was in charge of the lab, took a job with a pharmaceutical company in the UK, and his whole family moved, according to this article, to the UK. So sadly, he's not available here to answer questions on what actually was going on with this and where was the biosecurity that should have been protecting Canadians from tremendous hazards, and what was really going on when Wuhan was, you know, certainly implicated, and out of China was the beginning of the health dysfunction that we all experienced for the last 5 or 6 years. Next slide, please. So what's needed if a public service has been captured? There's a right way and a wrong way. If they're acting in a wrong way, it's clearly wrong to not do what Health Canada, even on the vitamin D file, said they're here to make sure we get the most accurate information. That's their stated raison d'etre, reason for existence. The elected people are the ones that have the authority to act if they're not representing the public interest. And so we have to raise the issue with our elected representatives if we want to see this change, and to elect one who will engage, understand, and commit to pursuing remedial action, and probably the very initiative that the NHPPA, Natural Health Products Protective Agency, is undertaking. At this stage, it's very clear we have to have legislative protection for the right to choose our healthcare intervention. Next slide, please. Is there a remedy for regulatory capture? Yeah, it's accountability, and there should be consequences. There should be removed from their jobs at the very least, and they should be held accountable, because this is criminal activity. It actually comes down to malfeasance when they're taking benefits for themselves at the public expense. There needs to be accountability. Next slide, please. So we need the sun and we need accountability. We need the sun. Next slide. And maybe that's, I think there was one more, wasn't there? What can you do? What can we do to help solve the problem? Well, next slide. Yeah, you can sign the Charter of Health Freedom. You can go to NHPPA and sign that charter. You can support your right to choice in healthcare. You can help support this effort to get a charter legislation so we have the right to choose therapy when something could be life-threatening, to choose something that may offer tremendous benefit, even if it isn't supported by the top experts. And you need to engage. Is there another slide there? I'll just say this. There is something everybody can do. Get your own level checked. Start taking more vitamin D. If you have your own organs, no matter what you're suffering from, it'll be easier to manage if you get your blood level up. You won't know what you've achieved without testing. Get your MD to test you if you've got any serious malady. What is your blood level? And if it's only 50 and decreasing in the winter, you're going to be, anything you have wrong with you is going to be worse as your blood level drops 50% every 5 to 6 weeks. So that means after November, by mid-December, you're 50% down. By the beginning of February, you're 50% of the 50%, and so on. And by the spring, you're depleted in vitamin D. Your T cells are not going to be functional. You're going to be vulnerable to not only any flu coming along, but any other malady you're suffering from. By the way, just to review, your inflammation, anything with itis attached to it, is down when your D levels are up. The immune system function better when your D levels are up. Glucose metabolism is easier to manage. So anybody who's got blood sugar problems, it's going to be easier to manage. Watch your blood levels drop if you're testing yourself, if you get your blood level up to the middle of the scale. And it's $40 to find out in Ontario, whatever it is in every province, find out what your levels are. And there's something everybody can do to help see the kind of change. And by the way, if you allow me to say this, Shawn, when they're predicting the worst the worst flu season ever, possibly ever, and undoubtedly so, but we just found out that our Prime Minister has signed on to the World Health Organization pandemic international health regulations. That means you have to follow international bureaucrats that are not elected by anybody will be determining how to manage any potential sickness that comes our way. There's something everybody can do to protect yourself. And the cheapest, the most available thing that everybody can do is at least make sure you protect yourself and your family, get your D levels up. And Canada should never have signed that. The US and 10 other nations did not sign on to that. It means that you agree to follow the WHO advice, and a lot of bad advice came out of that institution in the last pandemic. It means that we have to follow their recommendations for 3 months. We agree to do that before we can do anything ourselves.
You know, what's interesting about that, Dr. Lunny, is the implication is that we in Canada don't have enough expertise to decide how to handle a pandemic. When, different regions, different hemispheres, I mean, it's just known that they react differently. So that's what I find interesting. It's just the idea, like, wait a second, do you mean in Canada we don't have the expertise to determine how to best handle a pandemic? That's what's interesting. And I just, I think that people viewing need to understand, like you're talking about how once winter comes, once the sun's lower on the horizon, our vitamin D levels just go down and down and down. I don't think we should refer to it as the flu season. We should refer to it as the low vitamin D season, because that's what it is.
Yes.
Vitamin D is necessary for your immune system to be healthy, let alone other systems in your body. And as it goes down, we call it the flu season, but it's the low vitamin D season. It's not that there aren't colds and viruses in the summer, but there's sunshine.
Absolutely, Shawn. Thank you for that statement. I think that's a very good concluding statement. So that ends my presentation. We need the sun. We need accountability.
Yeah. So I always ask one last question, and it's a good one for you because you worked in Ottawa for so long. And that question I'm asking everyone is, what's your message to Ottawa?
Well, Ottawa needs to start paying attention to the needs of Canadians. I don't think Canadians voted for a globalist government. I don't think we did. I don't think even the people that supported the current party that's in charge voted to be managed not for Canadians' interests, but for global interests. And the opposition is listening, but we just had an election and we're only a few months into it. And it's going to be a rough winter, I'm afraid. So we have a very slim window to act on this if we want to see democracy actually survive what's coming.
Well, James, it's just been a pleasure having you on and seeing you again. And, thank you for coming and sharing, because we didn't have anyone else sharing on vitamin D. It's absolutely important. And I think many people watching will go, what? Like, I need vitamin D? Like, there's no idea that it's so essential, not just for immune system functioning, but definitely for immune system functioning. And on almost every measure, people are healthier if they're getting well above what Health Canada is suggesting. So thank you so much on behalf of the NHPPA and the World's Greatest Health Show.
Thank you.
Section 6 of the Charter sets out that the Charter will be the sole act and regulations flowing from the Charter that will govern a whole range of treatment modalities. So this would include natural health products, it would include traditional healing practices, it would include medical devices that are in the low-risk category, and it would include other treatments that are in the low-risk category. So what's happening is the Charter for Health Freedom is taking the regulation of all of these treatment modalities and moving it from the Food and Drug Act and Health Canada and moving it to being regulated under the Charter of Health Freedom, subject to all the principles that we've discussed earlier and the rights we've discussed earlier. Welcome to the world's greatest health show. I'm Shawn Buckley with the Natural Health Product Protection Association, and I'm very pleased to have with me Jason Watkins. Jason, thank you for coming to the show. Welcome.
Thank you, Shawn. Good to be on.
Yeah, now, many watching this aren't going to know who you are. Do you want to share kind of your journey to getting involved with the natural health product industry?
Yeah, so over 30 years ago, I was really interested in how you age. And I had been studying microbiome and biochem, and I went into an experimental program with Western medicine mixed with Chinese medicine. And so you did regular clinical intakes, Western as well as Eastern. But the whole time I was researching, what could you do to change how someone heals, especially if they're injured with ACL tear, MCL tear, that kind of thing. I got a chance to go work in Europe behind the scenes with the professional ballets in regards to ACL, MCL tear, giving certain supplements that I had taken there to see different combos, could you affect their healing as if they're like a kid. And the results were profound, but what was happening was a lot of these connective tissue diseases that a lot of people would refer to as autoimmune disease, they were clearing up, and it was quite profound with the blood work, the ESR profiles. So I came back to Canada and we started working with animals, and I was still thinking of just consulting, being in the industry as a consultant, still studying in medicine. I was intending to be a doctor at one point, and then everything kind of went sideways because the results were so profound with my brother. He had a horrible case of eczema most of his life. He was taking the stuff I was giving him, and it cleared it completely up, and it never came back. So it was seriously profound. That
Can I just slow you down, because I think it's important for people to appreciate when you say your brother was suffering from eczema. You know, we might think, you know, he had a rash under his underarm or something once every 3 months. That's not the case. So this is eczema that at times is head to toe. He can't even go out, right? Because people are thinking he's contagious. Like, it's almost like modern day leprosy that he was experiencing.
Yes, and because he was in the public eye where he worked at the time in the bakery, in the grocery store, people thought he had a contagious disease. Finally, he had to go on stress leave. His was, you know, the whole up his hands and arms, it was thick from constant scratching, and even staph infections formed. Sometimes his eyes would shut so he couldn't see, so he couldn't leave the house, all over his face, his neck. So anyways, gone. It was intense. He was in the hospital a lot trying to figure it out. That's what started us. People were saying what it did to the horses, and then what it did to my brother. You guys need to be putting this out to the public.
Okay.
So that's how it starts.
And again, I just want to slow this down. So your brother is getting medical attention, but they can't solve this eczema.
They even brought specialists. We're on the West Coast. The specialists would come from Manitoba, and they would try every 6 to 8 weeks. They'd be trying a new experimental drug on him, and sometimes they would work really well, and then quickly it would just fade away. So it was constant, year after year after year, getting worse and worse and worse and worse, to the point where you're not supposed to eat this, don't eat this, don't eat this, but it never cleared up. And then, like you said, it was getting so bad that you could tell people didn't want to go near him. They would veer around him or not even look at him because it was kind of intense on his face. It looked like burns and everything. And then, he took this. It didn't have a name or anything yet. And then, like I said, people said, that's never seen anything like that. You got to do it. The German MD said, I've never seen anything like this. This guy should have a drug formed. But again, I didn't want to do. I wanted to stay in Europe. I ran out of money and came back to Canada. Not that great with money back then. Anyways, it turned into what became Purica. The problem was, and we formulated the product, became Recovery. But 2 years in, not even 2 years in, to getting this product on the market, the results are so profound in people that people were talking on the radio back east. It was making its way into the US. And as you're privy to some of the things in our case back then, 2001, this was, there was drug companies complaining that we're a drug just because it works so well, and it was semantics. We didn't have enough. It was either food or drug, and then it just got really ugly fast.
I'm gonna slow you down, Jason. So
yeah.
So the product Recovery, it's purely natural ingredients, right? I don't give you a proprietary blend away, although it's on the bottle anyway. So what is it, and why is it effective? And then we'll go into the regulations and or lack of regulations and what happened.
So what I was looking to do with the product is look at, can you address how connective tissue breaks down and the type of collagen that forms over time, that as an athlete, because I was in hockey and track, that makes it so that you can't heal the same as a kid. Why is that at the basic level? And so then I was looking at all the research on these different compounds, like for instance, compounds from grape, compounds from green tea, things like magnesium, hyaluronic acid, glucosamine, MSM, all these different compounds over 6 years, kind of experimented with these different things to try to rebuild tissue, number one, but also change how cells receive things so they behave more like a young cell. And that's how you heal. You're different types of collagen laid down. You don't have the same amount of damage. Everything you see in a kid, when they heal, how they still seem to be fine. We get injured, could take forever. That turned into recovery, but it took about 6 years, a lot of experimentation with people and in our family, with the dancers in Europe, with animals that we had. And it turned out something way beyond what I thought, but again, all natural. And the idea was there's no drugs in it. But as you know, back then, they were using semantics to say, well, you can't mix this herb, say, with magnesium. You have to split them up and take them as separate. You're allowed to do them both, but they can't be together. Otherwise, they're a drug. And it was, what? Because we didn't know anything about this. You know, being a family, my parents were both in government, didn't have any business experience, what's going on. And then the results were so profound that a lot of pharmacists, rheumatologists, orthopedic surgeons, sports medicine were really pumped on it and integrating it into those patients that wouldn't respond to drugs, because there's all these protocols, right? During with the regulators, you have to give them this drug next, no natural things. You don't promote that. That's outside of the box. But in rheumatology and dermatology, like my brother, and even in orthopedic, they're allowed to experiment a little because a lot of those drugs are really toxic and are not tolerated. So they're the specialists that were really starting to promote us, because the results that they were seeing were seriously profound. They could see it in the blood work. But that's when they went across, like I said earlier, that's when they started complaining, drug companies, that we need to go through the whole drug app process. That you've corrected me on this, but I remembered it back then that it was going to cost at least $2 million to go through the app process. And then they said we needed our product taken off the market for 5 years to do the studies, as if it's some type of dangerous thing like a drug. And they knew that they were basically going to take us out. And then it ended up resulting, I don't know how fast you want me to go, but it came down.
Well, no, I actually want to slow this. I want to slow this down so people understand. So this is back in like 2000, 2001.
Yes.
And so people understand. So we've got regulations that were meant for chemical drugs. Yeah. But they expanded the definition of drug in the Food and Drug Act so broadly that it can be read as including anything taken for a therapeutic purpose. So either to prevent illness or to treat illness. So no word of a lie. If I said to Jason right now, Jason, oh my, you look dehydrated. Like, can you drink some water? I've now turned water into a drug because I'm having him use water to prevent or treat dehydration. Now, Jason, it's funny, like this year I was going through, whenever Parliament debates a change to a law, it goes through 3 readings in Parliament and then goes to the Senate for 3 readings. So I was actually reading this year, the Hansard, I think it's like 1948 or 1949, where they expanded the definition of drug to include basically everything. And there was hardly any debate, but there was a question from an MP to the health minister saying, well, this could include anything. This could include mustard packs, which is a natural product. And the Minister of Health said, no, that's not the intention. That's not the intention. It wasn't meant to cover natural health products. But Health Canada said, what we know the reason is because now we're competing with the drug industry.
Yes.
And they don't want that. Yeah. So there are no regulations you can comply with back in 2001. The whole industry is unregulated. And they're signaling, you're singled out because of complaints from drug companies. So what happens? But I just want everyone to know the whole industry is unregulated. They're just trying to take companies out.
Yes, and so we went back and forth briefly with them. I even used the founder of modern medicine, Hippocrates, saying, "Let thy food be thy medicine." So to that, but also we put a lot of data behind what we were doing. They didn't respond, and the next thing they did is they came into Cowichan Valley, where I live in Vancouver Island, in our facility, and they stormed it. They brought RCMP with them. They came representative from Ottawa and people from Vancouver, and they seized everything in the building. People were freaking out in the building, running. They literally took off because it was so scary. Almost everybody just took off. My brother went, it was so stressful underneath his desk and hid there the entire time because it was so intensely stressful. And then myself and our VP at the time, we just stood there and said, what is going on? We have been trying to get communications with you. You won't communicate with us. They just seized everything. They said, and then they said, this is crazy. This whole thing I was trying to say, I need to get this released. We'll sell it to the States. We sell it to the States. They have no problem with this. It's totally fine there. It's a regular dietary supplement. And they said, don't. Then and Rod, the other fellow, was being more like the good cop. I'm sort of like the bad cop. Say, I need to see this evidence. I need to talk to your boss. We need to get this released. We only had one product. They knew they were going to take us out. It's one product. That's it. And so then he was trying to be mellow there. Then all of a sudden they made a mistake and they said, whoa, don't be so formal about this. Just relax. They just seized everything and they said, we're not selling. And then he turned and said, what do you mean don't be so formal? Everybody has mortgages and everything. This was like a beautiful thing. We're helping all these people, all these animals and all these different things. And you're trying to tell us that we're anyway, they just stood their ground. And then it just turned into like a wake up call for me. What the heck is government actually for? What is Health Canada for? It blew my mind because I'm like one of those Canadians that we watched the TV. We thought that we could trust everybody and everything. And it just turned me on the thing to look, what is actually going on here? And then even CBC Health Matters did shows on us, Recovery the Drug continued. All this crazy stuff made it sound like we were adding drugs to our product. It was all semantics, trying to make us look like we're this bad people. And my family is the opposite of that. We're just we love all the stories we're getting are amazing with the animals, with the horses included, with the small animals, pet, with people. And then all of a sudden you're a villain. And then they put you on the news. They did literally, I think, 2 10-minute exposés on us on Health Matters to try to make me look like some kind of villain that's selling drugs.
So let me put this in context because I'm really enjoying this, Jason. So you basically develop a natural product, like green tea extract, grapeseed extract, stuff like this. And just so everyone knows, right now you can go to the health food store and buy it. Yep. Recovery, Health Canada's, it's been there for years. It's been there ever since. So we're talking the same product that everyone agrees is perfectly safe. So everyone needs to understand this. So it's a product you can go to the health food store right now and buy, and nobody's excited about it. And Health Canada knew all of this back then, and you and I know this. We'll go into it. So, but they were out to take you out, and I can tell people. I mean, I've been a lawyer for 30 years. I've defended more companies, including what was Biomedica back then. Yeah. With this. So, I mean, I've got personal knowledge, and they've got like a manual how to take you down. So they come and they seize your stock, and so they seize your stock, but they leave it there with like seizure tape. You're committing an offense in their mind if you were to touch it. Yep. But they wait. They record the expiry date.
Yep.
Right. So you're saying, well, wait a second. It's perfectly legal for us to sell this to the United States. Please let us sell it to the U.S. If you're concerned about Canada, no. And then but as soon as there's the expiry date, they say, well, it's expired. You better destroy it. And that's an attempt to take you down. And basically we've got CBC Health Matters. They put out press releases, Health Canada, scary on a product that they agree now. And they knew then was perfectly safe. They're trying to take you out. They're trying to now you're smiling now. You weren't smiling before. But from your perspective,
back then,
you were trying to help people, and you were
Yes.
helping people. What
Yes.
was that like emotionally?
So there's a lot of conflict goes on in the mind when you see what you thought was something real for me, that the government does what's right for you, that Health Canada is looking after health, that we're doing something really good and it's so awesome. Everybody must be happy. No, there obviously was a lot of people that were not happy that was happening. And the drug companies complaining, obviously we were competing against some pretty serious drugs. So I think, okay, this blew my mind, not only about this, but then I had to research, I had to go down rabbit holes that I've never gone to look at, okay, why would the media lie? Why did the government do this? Who are they supporting anyways? How is Health Canada funded? Why did the drug companies get so much say? Why did it come from the States and Health Canada is doing this? Anyways, I started to look at it and say, okay, how do I fight this then? And I didn't want to stand down because I felt like this is so wrong. And all the people that were getting so much help are thinking, if this gets taken away, it was that point, this gets taken away, I'm basically screwed. Nothing's worked. I'm in so much pain, things like that. So I felt like, okay, what do I do? So then we had to get lawyers involved, obviously. Luckily, we had a huge horse business that we could keep on selling the horse into the States and things like that. We went through mediation, I think. There's a whole bunch of things that happened, but the mediation part was funny because what you were talking about, that how safe this is and everything's fine now, it's all regulated. So when we went to mediation, that was a government mediator, a federal government mediator, that's now mediating between our company with our lawyers and Health Canada and their lawyers. And at one point, the mediator got so confused, not confused, but I'll say he's a very intelligent fella. And he looked up to the side like this and he said, okay, so let me get this straight. I'm going to ask a question if I may. Everybody's quiet. And he said, so what you're saying is that if you're in a grocery store and you have a fruit and vegetable section, and this is a fruit and vegetable section, that's fine. And if everybody goes in, you buy fruit and vegetables, knowing that they're healthy for you. That's why you're buying them. And then at the time, the National Cancer Institute said eating 5 to 10 servings of fruit and vegetables can help prevent against cancer or whatever, those kind of remarks, different things that they were promoting themselves. That if you put a sign in that area that said fruit and vegetables are good for you, can help to prevent against these different conditions, that then you would need to have a pharmacist in the produce section. And without even blinking an eye, the head person from Ottawa said, exactly. And it was funny, the response of the mediator, it was almost as though he was stunned when you don't expect to hear an answer because you expect to hear at least some type of reasoning behind it. He just went blank in the face. And he said, but are you serious? She said, yes. And that's when the whole thing really turned and the lawyers started having fun with it because there's no sense whatsoever. They were even fighting in the meeting with each other, Health Canada West and East zones, with each other about what you could say in the meeting. And that if there was any agreement with us, it became obvious to the mediator, which he said, it's obvious that you never came here to Health Canada, that you did not come here to find a solution. You just came here to state your case and waste everybody's time. And then they sat there quiet. That it was nothing about mediation.
Can I say something, Jason? Like, I think you'll agree with me. It was clear that Health Canada's involvement with you, was to shut this down.
100%.
Like they weren't interested that people's lives were being turned around. And I can say that, there is somebody that's is sharing their story in the health show that was completely disabled, but for recovery. It's literally a life and death story. And I know personally that their lives turned around, not just your brother. So Health Canada wasn't concerned about that. They were trying to shut you down. Another person that's sharing in this health show is Dr. Bonnie Kaplan, who, and this is an interesting thing. So she's doing 2 presentations, but one is on her dealings with Health Canada. So she set up and ran for 22 years the Behavioral Research Unit, which was a branch of the Faculty of Medicine at the University of Calgary. They're in Children's Hospital. They do clinical research. So for 22 years, they're running double-blind clinical trials, case series, other things, with a heavy bias on nutrition. So they're experts on running clinical trials in nutrition. They're running a clinical trial on True Hope's Empower Plus, which is vitamins and minerals. You can go to a health food store and buy it, the exact same product that we're talking about. The Alberta government is funding. The Alberta government is funding. This is in the year 2000. a double-blind clinical trial run by the Behavioral Research Unit in Children's Hospital, and Health Canada shuts it down because there's publicity that this product is and this is what Bonnie Kaplan said to me during the interview, something like, well, she's having dialogues with high ups in Health Canada who are shutting down this clinical trial. And basically the communication is, this is about something else and you're not going to win. Go away. Right? Like this, there's something else going on. You're not going to win. So these, my belief is, because I was counsel for True Hope, I was counsel for Biomedica for what you're talking about, Health Canada trying to shut you down. And my belief is what, you know, Dr. Kaplan's belief is, but she was told directly, is they get directions from above to shut a company down. You take this product away. It has nothing to do with what's good. And so you guys are actually charged criminally, and I'm acting for, and I obviously have permission to talk about this. So, but remember, we had to fight to get disclosure. Like we had to fight to get their emails. We had to, like, literally we're days in court and we get their emails. And the Department of Justice lawyers are being told by Health Canada, this is dangerous, this is dangerous, this is dangerous. And the big offender was MSM. What's that, Jason?
So MSM is a naturally occurring substance, methylsulfonomethane, also called dimethyl that occurs in plants before they dry and oxidize all the haze and all that kind of thing. That basically what a chemist and a veterinarian were fighting over a patent on it. To put it simply, it's needed in the body and it's associated especially with pain and proper cell functioning, with relieving pain. But it goes so far beyond that. That's where the scary part comes, because they talk about DMSO, which is related to MSM, that the DMSO fraction as a serious anti-cancer product. And because it sounds related to MSM and all these different things, they've really targeted it super hard. You're starting to get more and more info coming out of that. And that's when I know you know this, but I started to see how much money is in that big industry and the levels of control in that big industry that we all know that we're up against. And I was thinking, well, how can you go up against an industry that has that much money that's trying to put you down, like those two pharmaceutical companies in the States for us, is how do you do that? I feel like, to me, some people get scared, so I can't do that, they're going to target you. It's, you know, when you get that thing in your mind, and I know you have it, Shawn, you feel like, I don't care. There's something inside me that says, this is so wrong. It is so right to be sharing this kind of information about ancient wisdom practices that have been suppressed forever, that I'm not standing down. And also, we had nothing to lose because they were trying to shut us fully down. They even came down with maximal pressure. I feel one is the psychological or emotional, like a terror, is that they came at the company just before Christmas when they did that, when they raided us, which is the perfect time to make everybody feel so emotional, everything's caving. And I just felt like, no, I'm not standing down, and I didn't have anything to lose at the time. Plus, I love this industry and I know these things work, and all these traditional medicines, they have been proven to work over thousands of years. Otherwise you lost your job or they'd be gone. So I felt like, this is time for me. I got to stand up. My parents know what I'm like. I'm not going to, if I feel like this is right, we're going to do it. But the process that we went through with you and I of disclosure, I want to say one thing about that before I turn you on to it is, you know, when you watch a movie, Shawn's seen this a lot, obviously being a lawyer, but I had not. You watch a movie and there's somebody investigating some crazy thing, and then the government finally releases the documents and everything is blacked out. You might see one word here, one word there. Literally, we had 7 or 8, 7 boxes, whatever we got, big boxes. Everything was blacked out. Just everything, blacked out, black page after page after page. What are you supposed to do with that? And you have to pay them to research that. But then there was things left in there that probably shouldn't have been left in there. Or why did you leave them there for us?
So here's how it works. And I see it file after file after file. There might be 5 people in an email chain. All 5 are having to disclose their emails because a court's ordered it. and 4 of them will black it out and 1 will forget.
Yes.
Some of the times, often that's all blacked out. So I just have to share, you know, so the Department of Justice lawyers are being told by Health Canada, like, this is a serious health thing. Like, the Department of Justice lawyers, they're committed emotionally to taking this product away. They have no idea it's helping people, because Health Canada is saying this one ingredient is dangerous. And then there's an email. And I mean, Jason, it's 25 years ago, but I think I can almost direct quote it. So there's an email between, if I recall correctly, Dennis Shelley, who's the head of Western Operations Enforcement for Health Canada in the West, and it's Sheila Wheelock, I think. And you know, if I've misnamed and picked the wrong inspector, I apologize. But my memory today is it's Sheila Wheelock, and Sheila Wheelock and Dennis Shelley are having an internal Health Canada dialogue about the danger. And the problem, if I recall correctly, the problem is a different product. And I think it was SAM-E, had the same ingredient, and the Canadian Food Inspection Agency had done a deep dive into it, and they concluded this is 100% safe. We have zero worries at all. And so Dennis Shelley, you know, who he's the guy in charge in Health Canada West on an inspection or enforcement. So he's the guy that's, you know, saying it's okay to be prosecuting, and they're telling Department of Justice, you hammer Jason and his company to the wall. He and Sheila Wheelock, one of the inspectors, are discussing how, oh, wait a second, this isn't a dangerous ingredient. And I think Sheila Wheelock emails to Dennis Shelley something like, well, you know, SAM-E, they say it's not a problem. Doesn't this make a mockery of our prosecution of Biomedica? And Dennis Shelley, the guy in charge here, replies something like, you make me laugh.
Yeah.
It would be funny if it wasn't so sad.
Yeah.
And yet they're prosecuting you. They're still prosecuting you. The whole thing is a fraud. They know it's not dangerous. And they're telling the Department of Justice to go ahead. And the Department of Justice continued going ahead, not knowing it was a fraud, until we filed our notice that we were going to ask for Section 3 to be declared unconstitutional. And then when they have something to lose, they back down. And Jason, it makes me mad when they're defrauding the court, they're defrauding the Department of Justice, saying that there's a danger when there isn't.
And emotionally, my brother lost over 30 pounds in 3 weeks. He'd never had anxiety or anything before. I started getting panic attacks, couldn't leave the house, didn't even want to talk to people. That's how intense it was when they raided. And then we had to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to fight something that inevitably they sent their lawyer, which you said earlier, when this disclosure information came out, that was obvious they were going to lose now after 5 years or whatever it was in. I had been going to the courts the entire time. They had been coming there, DOJ, and they've been looking at it like I was a criminal. Like literally I was a criminal. And then that last day I knew they were going to drop it. Like you said, they could have just called and dropped it, but they were mad at Health Canada. They sent the lawyer there. I took my mom and dad with me because they had to go through this whole thing, watching their sons. It was crazy. And their entire life and everything looked like it was going to be upended. So they came knowing it was going to be dropped. And the lawyer looked at me, shook my hand, and said, as far as we're concerned, this never should have gone to court and you're in complete compliance. And he looked at mom and dad and gave them a nod, like, I'm so sorry, to both my mom and my dad, which I'm so happy that they were there to actually see it. Because you know, when you hear how court cases end, you think, but it did really go that way. They got to see the lawyer actually talk to them in person. But for me, it was entirely emotional. It split up the company. People are afraid, is this going to happen again? What's going to happen again? And a lot of people don't have the energy or the courage to fight because they know what'll happen. And just like we said, we had one product. My brother working the finance, if it weren't for all of our suppliers who loved dealing with our company, we would have been done because they extended the terms, some of them to a year, from 30 days to a year gave us terms until we were able to get through some of it and start going. So to me, I want to thank this industry. When you deal with people properly and you have these relationships with your suppliers and everything else, the fact that they stepped up and helped us is, I can't thank them enough. Some of the suppliers back east in Ontario, otherwise we'd be a done deal and this never would have happened. And so then again, I feel like sometimes this was meant to happen. I was meant to stand up and this is meant to come to light. So I'm willing to fight the fight, but wow, the amount of stress that put on our company was intense and really disheartening. I can't say enough how, as a Canadian, it made me rethink all of what is Canada, what it really is Canada. And I feel like I've never come back from that, but I remember what Canada meant to me. And I feel like I want that back. I'm a 70s kid. I want to bring some of that stuff back, knowing what happened to me in those times. And I feel like there's something worth standing for. And I know you're like that. That's why I really appreciate what you've been doing. But whoa, that was intense and never, ever, ever should have happened.
Well, and you're aware of other companies because you've seen it happen. Jason, it got to a point, it was so ridiculous because, so for 30 years, half my practice has been, helping companies that are charged by Health Canada. So I can't even tell you how many hundreds and hundreds of clients. I had one file where there was adulteration and I could go, okay, you have a point here. Every other file was emotionally challenging because Health Canada was putting us at risk of losing the benefits of the product. And I'm dealing with clients that almost everyone was in the industry because either they or somebody close to them were either only alive or only healthy because of one of the products they were selling. Like they'd start with one and then they branch off, which is what happened with you. Yeah. And so they can't understand, well, why are we being attacked? We're helping people. They know that, when Health Canada is saying there's a danger, it's full of crap. And I have to say that there's the soul searching and this kind of emotional crushing in every single file, plus in some cases, like real concern that people are gonna be hurt if they can't get the product.
Yep. What I feel like happened to me during that time was to watch the people that are lowest on the totem pole to treat you so poorly. People that are younger than you, or that if you met them face to face, you would have a great conversation because you feel like you like listening to people. I like people, but watching how they treat you without even knowing the background or even asking for your input in a discourse, I feel like my idea now would be anybody who follows an order blindly is fair game. That's what I felt like. If they're going to treat me like that and they're lowest on the totem pole, they don't even communicate or converse with like a human being, then you should be named in the lawsuit. And then every single person for me, I feel like bring them into the lawsuit, put them under the limelight. Then they're going to turn on their superior. Because anybody who treats people like that is not a happy person, number one. And secondly, I feel like there's a lot of cowardice in that. And so they're not going to be able to stand firm if they get named and then they start turning on each other. I just feel like I never had that kind of mentality before, but now I feel like I do. If you have people that just follow orders blindly without talking to you like a person, you're not a human, you're not a member of the community as far as I'm concerned, so that you need to be opened up and say, look, you're part of this process now then. Defend yourself. I don't know why I said that, but I feel like that part of it, for me, it's always disheartening to watch, obviously government fee, but to watch how poorly some people can behave when they don't even understand anything that's going on. They're just listening and doing what they're told. And then they use the excuse, I was just doing what I was told. Sorry. That's what I felt like during this cause, is that, you know what? No, how much trauma you put my family under and all of the people in our company, how much trauma you put just so you could try to close down something for what I believe is another entity and industry that you're tied to. That no, I think people have to pay. People have to stand up like you're doing. And to know if we do stand up, there's a silver lining. Because I do feel the groundswell. It's a silver lining event. The tipping points are coming. I honestly really believe that now. And the fact that you're out there talking and that I'm willing to talk about it again, I think something's happening. So I'm really happy to be a part of this part. And hopefully the people in the NHPD in that now don't behave like they did back in the TPD days. And people use their open-mindedness and critical thinking and say, this does make sense what they're saying. Yeah, sorry.
Can I segue? Because I think there's another aspect that people need to understand. And it's a disconnect as a lawyer that I've seen writ large. So, you know, here you're being attacked by Health Canada, and they're saying you need to stop selling this product. Now, you know this product is helping people. In fact, you know, I'm gonna ask you even about saving lives, let alone like, because people go from being completely disabled to well. Jason, as a lawyer, I have another challenge is that, well, you know, somebody will come to me, you know, like you or like True Hope saying, well, Health Canada's telling me to stop selling. Health Canada's basically saying take the product off the market because they say I'm violating, you know, our drug laws. Yeah. Well, but that's not people's only liability. Like as a lawyer, I've got to give you advice. And under the criminal code, our criminal negligence sections, you can't put a product on the market, a health product, have people come to rely on it and then take it away. If anyone dies or is injured, you are now committing criminal negligence, causing death or causing bodily harm. And then you also have civil liability. Yeah. Because our civil law basically puts an ethical obligation. If somebody's relying on a remedy and you hurt them by taking it away negligently, now you're civilly liable. But Health Canada doesn't care. And then we also have like, there's a moral responsibility. You see, because Jason, the reality is if you are helping somebody with a product and you take it away and they're hurt, then now you've breached moral lines. But those things are never considered. Now, so with recovery, just recovery alone, I mean, and I'm not trying to get you into trouble, so don't give me any specifics or anything, but in my opinion, there would be deaths and there would be just people becoming disabled if recovery was taken off the market.
Yeah, so we have to promote it within the guidelines, but what people are taking it for and getting results with is mind-blowing.
You can't talk about.
No, but I'm going to use one example because it's my dad. So my dad.
So you're just speaking as a son or a family member.
So my dad, 33 years ago, his brother died of a massive heart attack. His aorta ruptured. He's 42 in really good shape, but he had internalized stress and that kind of thing. And so everybody got tested because what was happening shouldn't have happened. A bunch of family members got tested. Sure enough, everybody had these readings that they shouldn't have. And my dad had 6 blockages that were 95 to 98.5% around his heart. So they rushed him in he had 6 bypasses. He had a heart attack on the table, had a defibrillator installed, and then he went on 8 different drugs. So calcium channel blockers, beta blockers, HMG coenzyme A reductase inhibitors, ACE inhibitors, potassium sparing diuretic, nitro, Coumadin, all these different things, right? So I did not want him on all these drugs, and they said he had a maximum of 7 years to live if he did everything right, with how much damage and everything was done. So obviously this is traumatizing. I'd already been researching all these different things and everything. So in the end, I put together what is basically recovery now, put together a bunch of supplements to take with his drugs. And he talked with his doctors about it. And then I went and talked to his doctors about it, all the things that they were safe to take. And here's all the evidence and data, right? And so he integrated high dose of this the entire time. And then not only did he not only live 7 years, he lived for 31 years. They had to replace the Texas company, the defibrillator pacemaker they had. He had to replace it 2 times. They hadn't done that before. My dad was considered a miracle, and he did not die of a heart attack, died of a stroke from another thing they gave him. So this is something that my dad, according to them, would never have lived that lifespan. And he didn't do anything else differently. Only for the first couple of years, when you get to think, you should eat this way, and then it just went right back to normal. And he was fully there and everything right until the end. So for me, that is saying, that's just my dad. But then you look at animals, for instance, because this is now happening with people. Euthanasia was common back in the day for horses and dogs. When there's so much pain, it's debilitating. You can tell the animal. Unlike a human, they can't tell you, but you see it. That there's so many animals that took recovery, from very small animals all the way up to even elephants. In Barnum Bailey Circus, retired elephants taking recovery. But all these animals that should have been euthanized according to modern medicine, taking recovery that went on for years. Some of them with full recuperation as if they never even had pain. Now, to me, this is where it gets big. A lot of MAID is done because of chronic debilitating pain that modern medicine can't handle, or that the person can't tolerate the drugs because they're so extreme in the DMARD class or the biologics or just regular NSAID class. They cannot tolerate them with gut bleeds, everything else. That recovery, they're taking that and having unbelievable results. So how do we know how many people that could not respond to regular Western allopathic medicine that are responding to something? And then you start to look into it when they keep saying, there's nothing we can do, nothing we can do. And then you look into ancient Ayurvedic medicine, Tibetan medicine, Chinese medicine, all the ancient shamanic medicines. You see these super powerful ingredients that now they're admitting work. Yeah, now that they're losing all their patents, right? So I'm thinking, wow, these products in this industry are not just like picking herbs from the ground and boiling them in a little bit and you find this and that. That's fine. It can work really. We're talking about really strong ingredients in our industry that are really helpful and really safe. Why wouldn't you turn to that first? And so for me, I could go on and on and on, as you know, with what recovery has done, just recovery alone, not to mention some of the other ones for really severe.
But I don't want you to get into trouble, but you've made a couple of interesting points, and I just want to talk about it. So what you're talking about in animals is there's, a practice to be humane when an animal is suffering too much because of arthritis and joint pain and the like. We shoot them or we euthanize them other ways. And there's now an incredibly long track record, and there's no placebo with animals, of animals from small dogs and cats to horses and elephants that they thought would have to be euthanized that actually recover and do well. And so you don't have to euthanize them. And the point you're making is here we are extending the euthanization of adults or humans in Canada with this program called MAID, medically assisted induced death, where how many of them, because of they're in chronic pain situations, might be like animals where they don't have to choose to die, but you can't even share with them that it's a possibility because it's illegal. So here's the crazy part. You can talk about animals and say, hey, don't euthanize that animal. And, race horses that are having trouble running, don't shoot them. They can still run, but you can't say to humans that are suffering with chronic pain, with arthritis and other things, that they can be helped, but Health Canada censors you and you're smiling, but it's terrible and we're in moral distress over it.
And so for me, that's why I love that we're talking and doing these things together now, is because I feel there's a groundswell because of the last few years to notice that, number one, when you're talking about morality before, about what is right and wrong or things like that, maybe you said that, maybe I heard that before. But
I did when I was talking about legal responsibilities.
Yeah, so to me, when you tell people that are in chronic pain, that are literally willing now to go and get MAID, that there's nothing else that can be done for you, as if all of our industry is hocus pocus, there's nothing you can do with it. Nothing that for thousands of years they've ever done before you had a deficiency of pharmaceuticals. That's my idea. So if you can't tell people and you make fun of that, something that's worked for thousands of years, as if it doesn't work and there's nothing you can do, to me, that's immoral. It's unethical. All the things that are being suppressed, that have tons of evidence in traditional long-term use, but also tons of evidence in modern scientific paradigms and double-blind trials. How could you say that there's nothing else to do with those kind of conditions? To me, that is a failure of the regulatory bodies of these systems that are tied with the governance. So to me, everything that I found that Health Canada did, even the DOJ thought was unethical when they got caught. So my thinking is, how could anybody now stand down that has the energy to stand up and say, we need to defend this before industry takes over this industry, which they're trying to do behind the scenes?
Oh, the pharma, this is all about protecting pharma profits. Help me out here.
Oh my God, 100% about protecting. And if people knew the amount of money in that, it's crazy. But I think that the silver lining again is patents will inevitably expire. Side chain changes to the chemical structure become, there's no more left to try out, right? So all they do is typically manipulate a side chain, reintroduce a drug, and then promote it as the best new drug. But really, it's a form of extending our patents so we can maximize profits. I think people, once we figure out they're not in it for us, and even, I think a simple one too is anytime you take things public, you open up the danger, because say if you have an investment portfolio, do you even know what's in your investment portfolio? And then do you look and say, how did they make money? No, you just say, oh, my investments went up. But in most investment portfolios, they put pharmaceutical companies. And so those pharmaceutical companies are making money, and you're happy when you're making money, but you don't know what's really going on to make that money. So that's where I feel like it's a danger when you put all these companies public and they're making money off your health because they're willing to do things they would never, ever do to maximize profit for their investors. And it feels like everything's fine. If nobody actually looks at it and examines it, everything seems fine, but it's not fine at all. And when government gets involved, I just feel it's easy to pay people off and buy people off. And money does rule the world in many cases. And in this case of the pharmaceutical industry, which it's power in the media, how much money they put into the media, why would the media ever go against them? That's not a conspiracy theory. That's a fact. If you lose your benefactor, that's going to be a problem. So keep your benefactor happy. This has been happening all this time, and they've gained such prominence at the expense of not just companies like us at all. We're still standing. Some have gone, but people that are literally suffering, and they're trying to make fun of anything else outside what they can do. So you literally suffering and dying when you could be getting a response from somebody else that actually knows about other things you can do for thousands of years. This is
can I share a story on that just came to mind, because we were talking about the censorship and kind of ethics. And Jason, one of the things that's happening, so we're pre-recording a lot for this show because we're actually on the road for part, so we have no choice about that. There's live parts and there's pre-recorded parts, and so we're pre-recording some people with stories. And I know this is life and death. I know this is sickness and health, but I'm actually getting moral distress over this, even though the stories, they end well, right? They end well, but I'm coming to understand there's a whole bunch of Canadians, though, that it's not ending well. They're still suffering. And I'll tell you a story. It's not life and death, but it's just troubling, because I'm going to tell you the story and you go, well, of course that type of magnesium would solve the problem, but the medical doctor didn't know that. And so the story is it's a young mom, two young kids, and she gets restless leg syndrome. So, she's okay during the day, but as the evening wears on, she starts getting these shooting shocks into both legs. And if she lays down, it just gets crazy. So she has to get up, and walk around. Walking's the only thing that stops these shocks. So she's walking all night long. She's tired as can be. She's in poor spirits. She's not good to be around. She's catching every cold and flu that goes by because her immune system shot, and she is suffering because she can't sleep, because the minute she lays down, she's getting these shocks. Well, her medical doctor is saying, well, you got restless leg syndrome. we don't actually have a specific treatment for that, but I'm recommending you go on this drug for Parkinson's disease, because in Parkinson's, they get shaking. She looks at the profile for it. I mean, my gosh, Jason, like the last thing you want to be if you don't really need it because you got Parkinson's is this drug. So she's like, doesn't know what to do. She ends up, I think it is a nutrition, goes to a nutritionist. Well, yeah, you need like magnesium biglycinate. And you're shaking your head because everyone in the natural health community, any health food store, that's likely their first recommendation, because if it doesn't solve that, you need it anyway, and it's not going to hurt you and it's cheap. Well, bang, it solves her problem. So she's not having to, like, that Parkinson drug could have killed her, or she could have suffered she could totally like gone down the wrong path. So she became a nutritionist and is, you know, hungry for knowledge.
Yeah.
And it's kind of like, I'm hoping that some people that watch this show, because the manufacturers that know this story of the magnesium and the practitioners that see these absolute turnarounds, it's illegal for them to share this information. Listen to us, people. It's illegal for those people that know the stories. Jason knows story after, he can't tell you. Health Canada is going to shut him down. They're going to be there with the RCMP machine guns again. It's illegal for you to share, be told these stories. And that's why we're having Canadians tell the stories, because Canadians can tell what happened to them. And if we don't give them a forum, then somebody who's on a Parkinson drug for restless leg may not know that there's hope out there, Jason.
That's what blows my mind, is just the hopelessness that is given by modern medicine, the way it's practiced today with the cookie cutter 5-minute thing. And then people say, how could all the doctors not do this, like the last few years, right? How could they all think that? They don't actually think that. If they think anything differently or try anything outside the protocols of medicine, they can lose their license or at least get fined or sometimes go to jail. So it's the regulatory bodies that are the government bodies for that organization, like pharmacists, doctors, or whatever, that they're regulating what you can and cannot say. So you're not supposed to think outside the box because you're part of a system. I think that's what people are starting to get it into their brain to, what's going on? If this is the way I'm supposed to think, and look what that's done to society. Sorry, I think this way, therefore you are evil if you think different than me. That is absolutely ludicrous. That is nothing like what society should be. But that's what we've turned into, is fighting each other because we're told to. The pitchforks versus shovels idea. So the idea for me is, yes, you can see why people would do it, because they will get in severe trouble if they go outside the box. That's why I was saying earlier, rheumatology and dermatology, because the drugs are often so toxic, people can't tolerate them, they are allowed to experiment outside, just like veterinarians do. And that's where recovery gained really strong prominence, is because you had all these animals supposed to be euthanized, or they're in severe distress and they didn't have any other options, so they tried recovery. And that's one of the first stories for us, was a horse was going to be euthanized in 7 days. There's vets at a lecture that I did. This is over 25 years ago, before we were in a company. And this was not a product yet. Said, you can take these different things. Why don't you try it on a horse you're going to euthanize? And so sure enough, one of the vets there, the horse, the people that had the horse were there as well with the vet. And they said, can we try this instead of scheduling the 7 days? So scheduled to be killed in 7 days, because it had 3 legs that wouldn't move. And the horse was in 10 days. So 10 days, they called and said, it's moving around like nothing was ever wrong with it. But it's chasing all the other horses away, because apparently it was pretty aggressive racehorse. But still, the idea is that wouldn't have happened if you weren't allowed to think outside the box, like a vet, like a rheumatologist, like a dermatologist. Most physicians in all other areas are not allowed to recommend outside that. So that's why this happens. And I think that's what I wanted to make clear to a lot of people, is that's why you can see everybody apparently thinking the same. Well, they don't think the same. They just don't want to open their mouths in fear of, going against their peers and the regulatory body, getting fined, getting shunned. And you saw what happened last few years to anybody who thought outside the box. It was intense. So, I mean, but this is still happening. How do you stop that when the pharmaceutical industry has control of that body? And they do. That's because that's what it is. It's basically pharmaceuticals and surgeries, basically almost everything that's done in that industry. We need to get back. This is what I wanted to appeal to the NHPD, the Health Canada, anybody who feels they have a heart, they want to rise up again and feel the power, is that there's so much to offer in this industry. You know it. You know it's been used for thousands of years. You probably use it in your own families. You just can't talk about it. Why don't we all get together and try to find a way that we can merge these things together and start to transition out of that old model? That's the only way I think that we can do this. And that requires respect, mutual respect, and then see where we can drop a whole bunch of things that are dangerous.
Well,
but also,
it requires asking the right question, because right now, Jason, if you want to get good health outcomes, the question should be, how do we get good health outcomes?
yes.
And in the area of natural health products, that would say, well, not just because Health Canada is all risk. We have to regulate away any risk, but they're regulating away the benefits. And if you want good health outcomes, you go, well, what are the benefits? What are the risks? And how do we manage these two to get the best health outcomes? But they're really just trying to get rid of our industry. So I wanted to ask you, because when you started, we didn't have to get government pre-approval. We weren't subject to these regulations. We don't need government pre-approval in the United States. So they're like the way we were before. And everyone agrees, let's prevent fraud, let's prevent adulteration, let's, have reasonable manufacturing practices. But, aside from that, what do you think about how we're doing things? And as a manufacturer, what is it like? Because it seems to be ever stricter.
And so there's the thing that's unique with us. We actually do manufacture our own products. Most companies in the industry are marketing companies that go by private label manufacturers. So they are somewhat dependent on the private label manufacturers and the distributors. So in our case, this would be like a true case of the way it used to be compared to now. And it is now, is we would have fun formulating new products, because you could release them if they were all safe ingredients, put them together, put them out just like they did in ancient times, try them. If they work really well, then put them to market. Now it's literally like, even if you put a single ingredient, if you want to go out what's accepted as a standard monograph product, in other words, they've accepted these certain claims, these certain doses. If you want to branch a little bit outside of that, it's going to take more than a year to get even the app approved. And you're going to have to pay someone to go through that app process. If you combine products, forget 1 year. It's going to take a year and a half or more. So it's
expensive.
Yeah, and really, and then you think, what's the point? Why do I even want to do that? Why don't I just put out silly foods or whatever, or just put out single things that are already accepted? So it crushes innovation. And we used to be one of those small companies, which I want to support in a big way. We would like to call it co-opetition. We learned that from a store in Victoria, that we need to get along. I want to support little companies. We were little companies because they have a lot of innovation. They're usually built on drive. For instance, everybody in the health food industry, you go to a store, you think about almost everybody that's in that store, working in that store, is in that store because they had a result with a natural product and they had some serious condition. So even if they can't talk to you, like Shawn said, just think, everybody in this store has come here because they probably had a result, or their loved ones have had a result, or the animals had a result with something that shouldn't have happened, and it blew their mind, and then they moved into the industry. Even though you don't get tons of money in our industry, that's not what it's for. It's basically people that actually want to share now so you've got a lot of really interesting people in the health industry, if you stop in the stores, that can really open up, and you get to attract certain people for whatever reason. But the amount of knowledge you have in the industry that's being shared freely and not getting paid a lot for it because they're so pumped. So for me, what's happening now with these regs, it's crushing innovation. It's not just crushing innovation, it's also deterring you from even wanting to release another one. Why not just go for a food, like I said? It's the little companies can't keep up with it because they can only do small enough runs, and then they're getting charged all these excess fees on top of the run that make it not worthwhile. So they better sell it. Otherwise, they can be doomed right off the top. Who's buying them? Then the big pharma buys them, or big equity firms buy them. And that's what's happening. That's the thing. We're not going to do that, but that's what's happening.
You just reminded me of something that often goes unnoticed. Is, Jason, I as the regulations came in and became stricter and stricter, I've had manufacturer after manufacturer say to me, we've got this product and this product and this product, we actually lose money on them. But we know that there's a small number of people that totally rely on them and get total relief from them. So we still sell them, we still make them, even though we lose money doing it. But it's now getting so expensive that actually it's going to put our business in jeopardy, and we can't. And you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yep, 100%. It's just basically you look at these items and you say, okay, everything's gone up in cost. What you can sell it for, you can't really make what you were before. So you're basically, like you said, taking losses. And then it becomes to the point you just have to take it off the market, or you realize that they're gunning for a certain ingredient now that you've had out forever with no reasoning. For instance, we had in our horse product. In the horse and dog product, after 25 years of being out there, totally safe, super effective, they all of a sudden decide you're not allowed to use green tea extract. No reason given. You're allowed to still use the whole green tea in the horse, but that's illegal because it has caffeine. You can't use that in equine sport. So they effectively eliminated an ingredient we've had for 25 years with no reason. This is the kind of thing that I think really unnerves, especially small companies, because what if you only have 1 or 2 products and that ingredient is getting gunned for and it's in both your products? How are you going to pivot? You can't pivot. And so then you're dependent on another thing is if you're getting manufactured by another private entity, which most companies are, and that private entity sees that this could cause legalities if they manufacture for you, they can stop even before you'd like to stop, even if you want to fight it. They won't do it because they'll put out notifications to the private label manufacturer, you can't manufacture this product for that company. So then hands are tied all over the place. And what is that for? These are not toxic ingredients. They've been out forever. Why are you doing this unless there's an alternative agenda? I think that's why I feel like people are waking up to that. What is the agenda? The agenda is money. The agenda is money, money. Even if you don't know it, it's even, like I said, even in investments, you don't know where you're getting your money. It's just going up. That's great. But what if you look at it and say, oh, look what I'm making money from though. I don't really like that. Most people don't even know what's in their portfolio. They depend on that. You not looking. Once you look, you can't unlook. Like that's what happened to me. Once I looked, I cannot unlook the like off. And then you start to see everything, how it all connects and everything. And you're thinking, this is not conspiracy theory. That's conspiracy fact. The idea of collusion with government and industry to make a lot of money.
Well, economists have a name for it. They call it rent seeking. So anyone can Google rent seeking. It's so common that if you get an economics degree, you will study how government and industry start to collude together and why they do it and how it's in both of their interests to actually create ever stricter regulatory environment. Oh, is that what's happening? That's what's happening. So that basically you get rid of the small and medium players, that there be a handful of big players that can withstand the extra costs, but it's actually to their benefit because it gets rid of the competition. They end up in quasi-monopoly. And so if you're on the board of one of these big companies, you're actually ethically duty bound to support this rent seeking, even though it's hurting. The problem though, Jason, is people suffer and die here. 100%. I want to talk about innovation. Like you were talking about how these regulations, now that we need pre-approval, stop innovation. And I believe this has cost lives because before these regulations came into force, I mean, there's 3 products that come to mind that I was lawyer for that absolutely save lives. And you know, one of them, Empower Plus, the court found that Health Canada restricting access cost lives. So that's a product that saves lives. You couldn't innovate that today under the regs.
Yeah.
Strauss heart drops. I mean, I had at trial, I had access to thousands of people that were only alive because of that product. And, you know, by what was then Biomedica Pure Recovery, no question, now it's Purica Recovery, no question it saves. And I'm saying it, you're not, so Health Canada, oh, sorry, you can't come after me. I'm a lawyer just talking, I'm not selling the product. I'm so sorry. I wish you could attack me. So, but it's just, it grieves me. But innovation, so now these life-saving products can't enter the market. And Jason, the market used to be wonderful in telling you if a product worked. So people would start coming into a health food store kind of with a different issue. The store reps would communicate to the manufacturers, we have a need here. Somebody would, research it.
Yep.
And try a product. Well, if people weren't buying that second bottle, it disappeared. Because then you knew it didn't work. Because if I buy something in a health food store and I don't notice a difference, I'm not buying a second bottle. So, okay, the market told you it didn't work. It disappears. But if it worked and then sales are taken off, people are buying the second, third bottle. Now other companies are making it. And before you know it, there's like shelf space with 2 or 3 different products for that condition. And now people are being helped and you got competition. And you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Oh my goodness. It's so funny when you mention it that way too, because say you go to certain drugs that people will know, certain common drugs, and you have all these symptoms that you're going through. I won't mention them because then you'll know the drug, and then you go to get tested and they give you a drug. Oh, you've got this and this. They give you the drug. And then they keep monitoring different blood levels of different compounds to see if that drug's working. And then, oh, this is great. This is this level up. This is down. Everything's perfect. Great. You're happy because the doctor's going to be happy that the drug's working. And how come you don't feel any different? That's the whole idea sometimes with these drugs. You're made to think that something that's natural that actually made you feel better doesn't work, but that something that didn't make you feel better but changed your blood markers works. That's ludicrous. The whole thing became ludicrous, and the idea is, I feel like I trust in human beings that they have the power, once you reawaken the power within and their ability to think and to draw, that not only will they start to see that none of that makes sense, second, we start actually coming together again, communicating like human beings rather than enemies. And then instead of pitchforks versus shovels, you become like 2 side by side, and then you see who's playing you. And the idea is, for me, when you come after an industry that is safe and based on this industry is a gateway to the ancient ways. So when I'm talking about Ayurvedic medicine, Tibetan medicine, Chinese medicine, the different Persian and Greek medicines, the shamanic medicines of the Himalayas, or the indigenous people's medicines around the world based on typically shamanism, they have thousands of years of use. And if something didn't work, it was gone. That's science. You keep on trying things and seeing how they work. That's a form of science. It definitely is. When you have a science that says it changes these blood markers, that's a true healing one the old way. Changes blood markers, but you don't actually feel different. And then you have to go on more of this or change that. That's not actually science. That's a pseudoscience. In my opinion, it's a pseudoscience, because you're not actually healing the person. You're getting them dependent on something, and you're not working with the body to try to achieve balance. And I feel like that's what we got to get back to, is the idea of balance. It's the ancient way. It's coming back. With that, though, it's going to be a lot of pain at seeing systems that we trusted and looked at as effective are not only not effective, they were manipulative, including of their physicians, manipulating them to think that this is the best way and everything else is bunk. Literally being manipulated and everything censored and putting blinders on even the clinicians so that they're made to feel like their way is the only way and everything else is superstition, old, and when they didn't know stuff. For me too, this wisdom in this industry, why I think it's unethical not to share it, is we think we're more intelligent than civilizations that came before us. But if we look at it, when there was pre-literate cultures, they had to remember things. If you look at how much they can remember, including in civilizations where they don't read still, like in ancient Tibet, there was people that could memorize books that were this thick, word for word, because we actually have that ability in us to do that. We've been made to believe that we don't have that power and just to trust authorities and to do everything else, whereas they did that before. So that, to me, if you look at them and you put them side by side today, the amount of memory that we have because of habit, and you compared it, you would feel really unintelligent by comparison.
Well, I think the point you're making is there's wisdom from the past. I mean, it's not like all of a sudden we're smarter. In fact, as soon as we put electricity into our homes, they measured that our IQ dropped. Yeah. And it hasn't been increasing. As we increase our technology, our IQ is going down. So it's a little bit of hubris to think that we're smarter than our ancestors.
And like you know, because you've been defending all of us for so long, is to see not just a little bit of wisdom, but an intense amount of wisdom. And sometimes getting back to innovation, like you said, some of the most excited people are coming into it because they've got really deep into some form of ancient medicine, and they've developed off maybe an ancient thing, something, a modern twist on it, right? There's innovation. It's basically modeling on an ancient model, but innovating for modern times and with our ability to concentrate and process things, making them stronger. So it's like, it's not only honoring an ancient system, but making it sometimes really powerful with better absorption. That could be put to market, and that's generally the little small companies or pre-companies that really are going to start off, and then they just basically take the legs up from them before you even start, right? Or some big person then gets their idea and takes it. Like you said, these big companies can then absorb that and take it away a chance from somebody who could have started an unbelievable business, and that I would have felt like, yeah, I like this person. They're enthusiastic, they drive, and they share it with you because they know what they've done. They respected the ancient time, they see it, and now they've done something they feel that even the ancients would stand up and go, yes, thank you. Nope, they're just taken out. It's way too difficult, way too costly, way too time consuming to ever even start now. And that's because of all these ridiculous excessive regulations, or just at a whim taking off something off the market because they say, oh, it's got this comfort, or just don't want it in the market anymore. And they think, who took that off the market? How'd that happen? Like case in point, you go back to what is it, L-carnitine. Look that up. Why did that go off the market for so long in Canada? Because it was competing with all these drugs, and then it took it off the market. And it finally came back. In the US, they had it the entire time. You could ship it from the US, totally safe.
Well, that's the paradox, isn't it, Jason? And Canadians need to understand. So, you know, they'll let, you know, they attack recovery, they attack L-carnitine, they attack nattokinase, they attack Cava. I mean, the list goes on. And yet we're perfectly free to import them from the United States, where they're freely available without any harm.
Yep.
And Canadians you can legally bring them in,
Yep.
but my gosh, we better not have a Canadian manufacturer making the same thing and selling to Canadians like that. It makes no sense. It's not that we can't have them. We just can't have them from a Canadian manufacturer. We can't go to our local health food store and get advice on them. We've got to order them online without advice.
And that's kind of a good point you just brought up, because everybody going to, we want Canadian, want Canadian, want Canadian. Well, then tell your government we want Canadian, because they're stopping you from getting Canadian. It's just,
no, you make a good point. Yeah.
It's crazy. Politically,
Canadians want Canadian products.
So let them do Canadian products.
Mm-hmm.
And do you see all these deaths from all these different things? No, but you can go buy Tylenol and aspirin in a gas station where they don't know anything about it. And that bottle there, if you took a whole bottle of any one of those ones, not even a whole bottle, it can kill you. It can cause liver failure, kidney failure, kill you. And you just buy it in a gas station. That's fine though. But not actually natural medicines. They're totally safe, where you can take tons of them, used for thousands of years, sold in a health food store where people are educated on this stuff. It's crazy, it blows my mind.
Let me just put that in perspective for people. So, you know, the brand is Tylenol, the original brand, but the drug is acetaminophen. And acetaminophen not only is in painkillers, it'll be in cold remedies and the like. And my understanding, Jason, is that on average, 1 person per million in Canada dies a year from acetaminophen, and not even abusing acetaminophen, that basically your liver shuts down and you have no warning. So before you know it, you're done. You're fatally injured and you're going to die from acetaminophen poisoning. Well, that means, like Jason, 40 deaths a year in average, because there's 40 million of us, caused by a single over-the-counter chemical drug. Jason, I've been at this 30 years. I'm yet to see a credible report of a death caused by any natural health product in Canada. So, but even, you know, if there were 1 or 2 a year, it would mean the whole industry was safer, like so dramatically safer than just one over-the-counter chemical drug. And yet Health Canada doesn't attack acetaminophen, but it sure attacks natural remedies that are helping people without risk.
And you can buy those in a gas station or even from vending machines some places.
Mm-hmm.
That to me blows my mind and shows you there's zero logic in this. This is an agenda. And that's where I feel like I hope people start waking up to the idea that people can be and act in ways that are so negative and unskillful and unwholesome, it would blow your mind. And we don't want to believe it. I feel like maybe that's changing, that we see things around the world here. No, they will act in ways that I never believed possible. Well, think about that when you have literally industry that can capture media by being the largest advertisers. What to me, it's so obvious, but also the fact that it's falling apart because they're losing all their pats and now they're buying our industry, that says something. So now, for instance, McNeil's launching a curcumin product that makes Tylenol. Now they have a curcumin product. So basically what they're going to start saying is, we found out that these compounds actually work. So it's like they discovered that these ancient things work, and now we'll start listening. And I hope that people get past that, say, no, they've never been for you. They've been for what do they think can profit. The health industry does not have big profits. There are people that are so happy, like I said, that they really want to share things. And like Shawn said, even at the store level, they feel like they should shut their mouth. Oops, did I say that? Did I say that? Is there going to be an inspector here? When they're literally trying to sell, my mother took this and it cured her of cancer. She was stage 4. She was supposed to die. They couldn't believe it. They said, oh, it must have gone into remission. It's like a fluke. Sometimes that happens. Think, what? No, it's because she took such and such thing. And you think, why could they ever stop people from doing that? They would never have had that in ancient times. They would have talked to clinicians and shared that. The clinician would have then worked with things and tried out and even attempt to make things better and better and better, more palatable, more easily absorbed, all that stuff. That was all part of the ancient way. And like you said, anybody from the horse industry knows this. If something does not work, it's going to spread faster than the internet, and then you're done. So you better produce something that works, otherwise you're done.
Yeah.
Right? And where you try to market some other area where they don't know you yet, but even then you're going to keep falling. So anything that is in the horse industry that's big and lasts for more than a few years, you know that it must work really well because they have to take a lot, it costs a lot. So that's the way the ancient world was. It was about does it work? Proofs in the pudding. Does it actually work? Not does it change a blood marker of such and such, but you still feel like crap? Nope. So and also to me, the ancient way versus the modern way. Modern way is about stimulate or suppress, cut, or whatever you need to do. It's not working with the body. It's working against what they think is some type of disease process that's taken over your body. Whereas in the ancient ways, we're looking at the body's in balance. It's trying to do something. Something's wrong. Something you're taking in or something in your mind, the process of fixation, just to help you blend out and achieve balance, harmony. And those are words that you think, oh, balance and harmony, flaky. No, they're not. They made you believe that those words are flaky. But if you actually think about it, what does it feel like to be in balance and harmony versus stimulated or suppressed? It's obvious the ancient way was actually working with things that are common sense to you. So if you make somebody think that things that are common sense are ridiculous and hocus pocus, and don't say that or you sound like a crazy person, then it actually became that. That's what we became.
Well, it's funny, Jason, like I'm, interviewing a lot of practitioners. So, nutritionists, medical doctors that are integrative medical doctors, homeopathic doctors, traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. And one theme that's come out, and it just seems to me so obvious. I don't know why we're having to fight for this, but the human body needs certain nutrients to be healthy. Like, does anyone want to debate this with me? The human body needs certain nutrients to be healthy. If we deprive it of those nutrients, which our modern food supply does, if we deprive the human body of nutrients it needs to be unhealthy, it's going to be unhealthy.
Yes.
And if we supply it with the nutrients that it's missing to be healthy, it can heal itself most of the time. So why do we need Health Canada to restrict? Like when Health Canada is restricting vital nutrients that we just need to function, we have not just a legal problem, we have a spiritual problem, we have an ethical problem, we have a red alert emergency. That's what's happening. And we just need people to see it, because at the very common core. Like aside from, we're also energy, we're also spiritual. Like these are facts. We're chemical, electrical, like, so
Look at quantum physics. If you go into that deeply, it shows that it's not material forming energy and consciousness. It's the other way around. Materiality is illusory according to quantum physics. It's like this field of potential and probability in relation to observation, right? So then what does that mean? It means that nothing is as solid at all as we think, and that the mind has an entire interface with what we think of as our whole body.
So
And
can I give you a fun story? So I'm interviewing a naturopathic doctor a couple of days ago, and I'm now asking practitioners not what's your most successful patient. I'm asking what patient has impacted you the most, because that could be a death, that could be a total failure. And this naturopathic doctor says, oh, it was like a 10 or 11-year-old girl that was suffering from, I forget now if it was, I think it was eczema, and really badly on the face, would have to stay home, and all the steroid creams and stuff like that weren't helping, that the medical system has. And mother brings daughter in. But naturopathic doctor notices a really bad energy interaction between mother-daughter, and comes to the conclusion that part of the problem is emotional. And so the treatment protocol included addressing this. And mother calls back a couple weeks later, and daughter's doing way, way better. And mother understands that this was part of the dynamic. And I have to say, I'm thinking a little woo-woo here, Jason. And forgive me for thinking that way, and forgive me, doctor, for me thinking this way. And so I asked, like, well, why would that make a difference? And he says, stuff that I know, but all of a sudden it's connecting and making sense. Is, well, you got a parasympathetic nervous system. Well, when it goes into fight or flight, you're not digesting. And the tension between mother and daughter has daughter locked in fight or flight. And so now daughter's not digesting and is basically getting leaky. It causes inflammation over time. And now you're leaky gut, and she's having, it was allergies. It wasn't eczema, it was allergies. And now she's having an allergic reaction to her food because she's locked in fight or flight. Well, bang, of course, emotions, that's just one way emotions can matter. So here, when I'm thinking, some of these practitioners are saying you have to look at the whole person, spiritually, emotionally, physically. Well, of course you do. And that's what you're talking about.
100%. That's why we're starting that podcast, Swallow the Truth, soon, because that, to me, it is about that. And that's the ancient medicine versus modern. Ancient medicines, they were based on spiritual traditions. If you look at the Ayurvedic tradition, was based on the Vedic tradition, or Sanatana Dharma. The Taoist tradition was the basis of Chinese medicine, yin and the yang. And then the Buddhist and the Pern shamanic tradition, the base of Tibetan. All of the ancient traditions around the world of medicine based on a form of spirituality. And basically, you don't have to be religious or anything. It's just about, what does that mean to them? It meant they took for granted kind of that you would have access to at least a centering practice. So you're totally present. And they also all acknowledge, especially in India and Tibet and China, those regions, that your mind wasn't like one thing. It was perceptual, how you perceive things. It was emotional, and it was conceptual. And that most people are stuck, not in direct perception, where you're integrating and really interfacing with the world as it is. It's more conceptual. It's mediated. So everything has thoughts and everything tied to it. And then it becomes extremely emotive because you're all fixated and tied, and that affects your whole physicality. So the way that we express is tied right to the root. And the ancient systems address that. Like you said, of course, you actually help people to deal with their emotions, to look at how they're conceiving of things that are not actually true, and then to see what is barefaced reality like without all these concepts tied to it, and thoughts trying to grab onto other thoughts and tying yourself up in a grasp. All those things are part of what the healing process was. They would help you to find ease so you can relax. And like you said, then you're not in fight, flight, freeze, or fawn. your body's not breaking itself down to fight or run. It's actually conducive to absorption, assimilation, nourishment, anabolism. Then you can heal, even with really, really serious conditions, like you'd think of cancer, severe heart disease, blocking in the arteries, autoimmune disease, can all just be tied at the core to that sense of restriction. And that's to me, like what you're saying. At a deeper level, you can call it spiritual or contemplative, whatever it is. It's way deeper, and they had access to that. And that was like a science of mind. And we just discount all of that as if everything's a chemical process, so we can dole out drugs. Like they would, like you were just talking about the idea that, of course, if you take nourishment and you can actually absorb and assimilate it, that you are missing, that's going to help your body because it depends on those things. But instead, they make fun of that, don't even talk about nutrition hardly in modern ways of thinking. And they just basically say, you're deficient in a pharmaceutical. So in all these thousands of years, we were deficient in pharmaceuticals. To me, that's what like, messes with your head when you start to realize how duped or how much subterfuge there's been to get us into this state that we don't even think naturally, and that we think we don't have the power to heal ourselves. And then sometimes it just takes talking to someone, then you go,
yeah. And people suffer over this. Like back to that, restless leg, that young mom with 2 kids who the doctor was wanting her to take a Parkinson drug with severe side effects. Why didn't the doctor know that magnesium biglyphosate, or it's a specific type of magnesium, biglyphosate, will solve a lot of muscle cramping and twitching and the like, and there's no downside.
It's ridiculous. And the fact, how many people even know, I know people listen to you, baby, but that magnesium is one of the most, if not the most efficient mineral in the North American diet, yet it's involved in more chemical processes in your body than anything else, in how you deal with stress, in relaxation, in relaxing blood, decreasing your blood pressure, in mental processes, in activating all of your other vitamins that you take in through phosphorylation. All of those things, yet most people don't even know about magnesium. And they used to, when you were having a heart attack and you went in the hospital before the drug industry completely captured that, they used to inject it with magnesium lactate. And that would help.
Well, and let me share, do you remember Dr. Carolyn Dean? So, medical doctor in Canada, basically chased out of Canada because her crime was basically sharing that processed sugar is, not healthy for you. And here's why. So she goes and practices as a medical doctor in the US. Like, why would I stay here and practice when I'm being attacked by the sugar industry for just sharing truth? But I remember watching her present once, Jason, and she's got the list of symptoms of heart disease up, and then she puts the list of magnesium deficiency up. They're identical. So of course they would, back in the day when you showed up in the hospital with these symptoms of heart disease, they'd give you a shot of magnesium.
Yeah, because ain't no money in magnesium.
No, we're not doing that anymore. Craziness.
But it is great. That I think it's good that you and I have been through a lot, both of us, and a lot of other stuff because of this. And I feel that the fact that you and I are smiling together in something so serious, to me, means something actually is happening in this industry that's worthy of smiling about, which is you can only dupe people for so long, and there's going to be cracks. And I feel like the entire thing has been built of a house of cards, and some of the cards have been pulled out. And so it's literally teetering a little bit. And the issue with me, though, it's also like a wounded tiger. Once an industry starts losing control, as you know, they start lashing out. And all these hyper regulations and everything, to me, feel like a lashing out period. So then I got to think, okay, we better actually do something while they feel under threat to show that we're united. Because I feel united with the whole industry. We call it co-opetition, just collaboration. Even people that feel like they're evolutionists and survival of the fittest from Darwin. Yeah, but if you read Origin of Species, he said that the ones that have the ability to collaborate and adapt are the ones that are going to excel and thrive.
I think you're
out of science. You don't hear about that. You just hear about the mechanical changes in the body that made you more adaptable. No, it's mind everything together, how we flow and adapt. We're going to excel and thrive. And that's part of us getting together again.
I think it's become too important for Canadians. So many Canadians are now accessing vitamins and minerals, natural health products to manage things. They're seeing natural health practitioners. They're seeing medical doctors that are integrative so that they use both. That we're not, Health Canada can't do it. All that's going to happen is it's just, do we have reasonable regulations where actually you can do something positive? So let's restrict ourselves to fraud, adulteration, and reasonable manufacturing practices like we used to.
Yeah.
But if you're going to insist on over-regulating us, you're just going to lose control, and then it will be outside of the regulations. The Canadians aren't going to not do this.
That's right.
So it's either you lose control and just, but you make examples out of people, and really all you're doing is causing hurt, or we become rational and start asking the question, how do we get good health outcomes? And you be part of that, because that's what Canadians are now asking. How do we get good health outcomes? And we're either going to have that dialogue with Health Canada, or we're going to have that dialogue without Health Canada. But Jason, we're having that dialogue, and this is part of it.
That's right. And I just hope that more and more people within the government, in the systems of regulation, just start using their heart more and just saying, you know what, they're right. This is ridiculous, rather than looking at people like they're criminals and enemies and you're trying to do something wrong. That is not the case in this industry. It's not like we're the rich and we're making tons of money. It's not like those industries. We're actually sharing something because we actually believe in it. And I want to thank everybody in this industry right off the top. All the other competitors that actually believe in it are here to share that, all the stores, all the clinicians, because now is our time. And I really want to thank you, Shawn, and your whole organization, because I'm excited to be part of it. And I feel on fire again after all these years. And I hope that a whole bunch of others start lighting up and sharing the stories all around, because that's all it's just going to take. It's just a tipping point moment. I feel like we're so close there because all the last few years, how much confusion and division was caused, and people don't want that. Nobody wants that anymore. And I feel like this is our time that we could do it. And we went through a lot. You've seen all the stories. We've all been through way too much. But obviously, if we're still standing, something's meant to be. I mean, I got to look at it at least.
No. And I'll get to my final question in a second. But I mean, I think Canadians need to understand the natural health community, like those manufacturers and distributors and stores. You would not believe how much caring there is, how much dedication there is to having, really top quality products that are effective. I could not agree with you more, Jason. And Canadians have no understanding. You need to support the locals, and you need to support our stores. We had Kaddish stores go under in Ottawa within the last couple of months, after I think 4 or 5 decades. Crazy. And the service that they gave to that community, over things. And it's just, Jason, you've got reps that you spend a lot of training on to help the stores understand how to take the products, they can be used for. The health food stores, they have trained staff. And if we don't buy local, if we don't support those stores, we're going to lose that resource. And the stores tell me they know they don't have counterfeit products because they know the Purica reps. They know the reps from the other companies. They know when they're ordering that they're getting the right product. You don't know that if it's a half price on Amazon, it's a fake.
Yes, that's the thing. The testing that we have in Canada right now, at least for that, is seriously impressive. So there's no heavy metals in there. There's no solvents. There's page after page of pesticides and solvents that you have to test for. Mm-hmm. There's no microbes like E. coli, salmonella, all the rest of them, no plate count. Everything about that done by third-party lab testing. So you don't have that in other places. And
if you go to a health food store, there are people there that can help you know how to take it, how much. They've been educated. They're educated before. They're educated by the reps of the manufacturers that are there to make sure that the Canadian consumer, gets good advice on the ground. And, I just can't stress that enough during the show. We've got to support our Canadian manufacturers. We have to support our local health food stores because we've got this symbiotic community that you pointed out is there to help. And both you and I, we're just so impressed by it.
And right off the top, you know how big addiction is in our society today, of so many different things, not just drugs, but addicted to so many things to distract us away and try to find some semblance of ease. And the opposite, the very thing that's tied to addiction, the strongest emotional paradigm is the feelings of disconnection. And so when you go to Amazon or wherever you're going, you buy stuff, that's fine. And you can get brands that are out there sometimes, but if you go there, there's no connection there. But if you go to the store and there's a person, everybody knows this too, that because you have to do all these Zoom calls, but when you're actually face to face with someone and you experience that, there's something happening there that you can't explain that's beyond you. But also sometimes it's just the conversation and seeing someone and their facial expressions, body language to make someone feel hopeful again. There's nothing that replaces that buying online. And then you also can find a person within those stores or wherever you're going, clinics, that you feel a connection to. They resonate on some type of wavelength, don't even know why it is sometimes. That's part of the healing process is connection. It'll rewire your nervous system, your hormones can change just by feeling understood or listened to, or that you connected with someone for real again, that actually cares and is enthusiastic about sharing it with you, and that is not getting paid a lot of money. They're not just with you because they're getting paid a lot. That's not the case. They actually are excited to talk to you about it. And they want to see you have a good outcome. I just feel like there's nothing like that at the store. The store is here. And I keep talking. I'm so happy that the people are still here, even through all of that being made fun of for all these years when it was the big, and being the black sheep of the family and everything, everybody making derogatory comments, that's all going away. Because now everybody is seeing, no, this industry actually does something, and the other industry, I'm losing faith in it. So for me, this is exciting times again, because now this industry is rising up. That all the clinicians, the health food store employees and nutrition, everything there, they can actually feel like, I'm finally going to be someone that the people actually want to know things from. And now we get to share, and we're not being attacked nonstop. You're always going to get that for sure, wounded tiger thing, and people that just follow whatever they're told. But I'm talking about all these people that are waking up to the idea that the ancients did have something to offer. There is something powerful in this industry. I need this. I want to regain the power myself to heal myself. And I want people to facilitate that I can trust and that I connect with. That's what excites me about going to the store or the clinic level that you can't get online. That's powerful.
That's very powerful. Jason, I want to ask you a final question. So, and we're asking everyone this question, and that is, what is your message to Ottawa?
They got to connect this with this. And what if they take something away from you or your loved one that you could have had access to when they're dying or in trouble? And what if what we've been saying all this time is actually true, and that you've just been told it's not true, and you've listened to that and followed along? What if what we're saying about industry capture is true? And does it make sense to you? That's just what I ask you is, does this industry sound like they are from the heart and that they are intelligent? If you actually just listen to them without the filters of what you've been told. And then I feel like we can come together if the people on the very bottom start actually waking up, that you're on the, doesn't matter how low you feel on the totem pole. I love the saying, this is what I'd like to leave with. If you're in government, in regulation, in medicine, is that story about saying, I'm too small to make a difference. And the saying was, if you say you're too small to make a difference, you've obviously never been in bed with a mosquito. So I feel like, to me, that you can make a difference. Doesn't matter what level you are, just by opening up to people that are near you or above you and just starting to talk and ask questions. Because that's what we need to ask. We need to ask questions and make statements that sounds right, to unravel this. I feel like it's happening already. It would be nice to expedite that.
And you know, if you don't mind, I think I'll expand that to the people watching too. Is I think we forget
Yeah.
that we can be positive parts of change. That, you know, just us participating in, you know, trying to make a positive difference, we're more powerful than we think we are. So,
Yeah.
Jason, I am really thankful to have had you come and have this conversation on behalf of the Natural Health Product Protection Association and the World's Greatest Health Show. Thank you for coming and sharing with us.
Very much appreciate you, Shawn. Thank you very much.
So Section 7 of the Charter is the interpretation section. If you recall, Section 6 set out that things like natural health products and traditional healing practices and low-risk medical devices and other treatment modalities that are low risk are no longer going to be regulated under the Food and Drug Act and by Health Canada. They're going to be regulated solely under the Charter of Health Freedom. Well, when we say that, so for example, that natural health products are going to be no longer regulated by Health Canada and the Food and Drug Act, but under the Charter of Health Freedom, well, what is a natural health product? Well, we have to define that. And so Section 7 is where we define it. Section 7 is where we define what the traditional practices are. So for example, in the natural health community, for decades, there's been a yearning for a third category so that natural health products would not be regulated as a drug. Well, this is happening under the Charter of Health Freedom. There is a specific definition of natural health product, and it is not a drug under the Food and Drug Act. It has its own category under the Charter of Health Freedom. So this is what Section 7 does, is it spells out what all of these things are so that it's clear to everyone what the scope of the act.
Hello and welcome to the world's greatest health show. I'm here today with Shar Doobie, and she's going to share her health story with us, her health journey. But first, Shar, would you like to tell us a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, I do a lot of dragon boating, and I do a lot of crafting and stuff like that, ceramics, painting.
Sounds fun. Would you like to start sharing your health journey now?
I can. So I've sort of had ongoing health issues over the years, of course, with to no avail of getting any results from a doctor. So eventually I just started passing out about 5 years ago. And
Passing out, like just randomly?
Just randomly passing out.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
1 minute you're awake and the next minute you're not. So a little scary for sure. So anyways, after going to the doctors on and off, getting tests done over the year and a half-ish, 2 years almost, still no results from that. And I was told just continue living my life normally. I did a hike in Havasupai in Arizona, in a very remote area. So the hike went well to the very end, where coming up the switchbacks were not so good. Shortly after I got back, I was sent for another test, actually by a doctor that I didn't realize was a doctor. We went for a blood pressure study at the U of A hospital, and she was intrigued that I was passing out and nobody knew why. So she took it upon herself to take me on as a patient, and she did more testing, and she didn't stop until she found out what the real issue was, which was a shorter term than the previous doctor that I was dealing with. And lo and behold, as soon as I got back from the hike, about 2 weeks after, I was told I had a pulmonary embolism. So of course they put you on blood thinners and medication for that sort of thing. And they did more testing, and they still tested me every year for lung damage from this pulmonary embolism. And they were quite shocked I have no lung damage from it. At the time I was taking NAC because I was working out and doing hikes and stuff. And it was just very beneficial for overall health, and it assisted with additional breathing and stuff like that, lung health for dragon boating. So I was taking it for that, and it turned out at the end of it that I didn't have any lung damage. So that was a bonus.
Which was expected. They anticipated that you would have.
Yes.
Okay. Wow, that's great. Tell us a little bit about the passing out. Like you could be just kind of doing anything and it would just happen?
Yes. It first started actually when I was taking a shower. I just didn't feel very well. Your vision sort of starts to go blurry. It starts going down. And then next thing you know, you're blacked out. Next thing you know, you wake up and you're like, how to get on the ground? What am I doing here? So, yeah, it was a little scary. You do definitely change your habits and your lifestyle a little bit. You don't know when it's going to happen.
I imagine you sustained a few injuries along the way from these incidents?
Yes, to say the least. Yeah, so a few bumps and bruises, some scratches, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So
yes,
it could have been worse. I was very fortunate, but I didn't drive very far if I didn't feel okay. And if I did feel okay, I was very, very quick if I did go out, because I didn't know when it was going to hit again. So a lot of times I had help from family members to drive me wherever I needed to go just to be safer.
So you were on blood thinners and then you were taking NAC to support your lungs, and you feel that that really made a difference. You were able to get through this without any lung damage.
Yes. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, that's great. Then you were talking to me about another diagnosis that you have that you are using some supplements for.
I do take MSM, so I've always had back pain. So how the pulmonary embolism happened, they believe is from body inflammation, uncontrolled body inflammation. And there's always been markers in my blood work that's never been investigated. But inflammation markers that were a telltale sign of what led up to the passing out. So had that been under control prior, that wouldn't have happened. 27 years, I've been going on and off to the doctor to be told take some Tylenol or, some anti-inflammatory or whatever, which never really worked. And it always seemed to be disregarded. So I've taken it upon myself to investigate holistically and see if there was anything I could do.
So for 27 years, you had markers of inflammation but no real investigation into what was the cause of it and not any solutions.
Right.
Okay.
All right. So no diagnosis either until this passing out. So until I met this doctor that was doing a study at the U of A, she's the one who looked into it for me and sent me off to actually get things looked into, and upon one of those investigations, discovered I had ankylosing spondylitis, which most likely comes from the uncontrolled inflammation. And it's caused lower spine damage. It's now in remission, but I do take MSM because I do still have quite a bit of pain. The uncontrolled inflammation triggers a whole set of other autoimmune issues. So I have fibromyalgia. They're not sure what else is going on because I do still have quite a bit of back pain. If I do take the MSM, I'm able to be functionable to be able to do some things in a day, but I really have to build myself up to be able to do a certain amount of basic things. It could be housework, it could be yard work, it could be going to the grocery store, because there's still a limited window even on the medications and taking the supplements, but at least the supplements allow me to be able to do things a little bit more in less pain.
So the supplements are supporting the medications too, or kind of picking up what the medications can't quite take care of completely.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. That's significant. So the back pain and that must affect, like, do you feel fatigue most days, like fatigue and pain most days, or?
You do.
Yes.
And brain fog that comes with it. And they say there's fibromyalgia now, and it's all based on uncontrolled inflammation that's caused a whole host of issues.
So you have your work cut out for you figuring that out with the help of hopefully some healthcare professionals.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, there's still ongoing testing and stuff. It's slow going, but hopefully we come to the bottom of the rest of it.
Yes. Are you still able to do dragon boat racing?
I didn't this past year. I was a little cautious because of the back pain and stuff that I have been experiencing, and a few other things, but I didn't do it this year. I hope to be able to do next season though. Okay. It's a lot of fun.
Mm-hmm, definitely. Lots of benefits to that, health benefits to that if you can get the pain under control. So
absolutely. Well, staying active is very important even throughout the pain process, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
You can't do nothing, but there's some days that the pain is so extreme that you're just like, I'm not doing it today, but it makes it hard to plan to do certain things because you don't know what day it's going to react with you.
Yes, I can imagine. Are there any other health issues that you have that you're supporting with supplements that you want to tell us about?
Well, I do take for regular health maintenance. So I have done the keto. I have taken the MCT to reduce the brain fog. I do take vitamin C's, vitamin D's, and your vitamin B's just all as a basic maintenance. you don't realize how you're supposed to feel if you've always felt the same way and you think that that's normal.
Mhm.
So taking these supplements have increased how I am feeling from average to super fantastic. So now I'm like, okay, well, I guess that's not how you're supposed to actually feel. So, I do my own investigations as well and read up as much as I can to find out, the health benefits of each supplement and stuff. Even before they found out all this diagnosis and the passing out, I was in so much pain. At one point, I wanted to know what it felt like for 5 minutes to be pain-free, because I didn't know what that felt like anymore. And came across recovery, and recovery worked super fabulous. Like, I took it for a month and a half, and I was literally almost pain-free at that point. And then Health Canada they made them change something in the supplement, and it never worked the same. So
do you keep it now?
I don't anymore because it doesn't work for me. So I believe what it actually did was reduce the inflammation, because there seems to be an awful lot of body inflammation.
And that was working for you, and now it's reformulated.
Yeah.
Yes, that's unfortunate, very. Okay.
They're expensive, so you want to make sure you take something that's going to work. And at the time, it had like a guarantee that a health guarantee that it was going to work or your money back. So I'm like, well, I got nothing else to lose but how much it cost this for the supplement, which was pricey for me at the time, right? And I took it. I was shocked. I really didn't think it would work.
And it did.
And it did, yeah.
It must have been very sad to lose that, though, after depending on it for, yes.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what the story is behind the change in reformulation, but maybe we'll get to that somewhere on here. So anything else that you want to share before we sign off?
I think I pretty much touched on the importance of the health supplement, especially if your body is doing things that it shouldn't be doing and you don't know why, but it seems to be a work in progress, and there's a lot of benefits health supplements can give you over and above taking your medication.
Yes. So do you have a message for Ottawa?
It would be really good to keep the supplements affordable. Otherwise, people who may have financial situations, it makes it less attainable for them to be able to feel better given any health condition they may have. So affordability is very important for health supplements.
That's a great message. Thank you for sharing that. And thank you for sharing your story with us today. On behalf of the World's Greatest Health Show, I want to thank you for being here, Shar, and thank you, viewers, for taking the time to watch our submission. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Let's talk about Section 8, and that's the section that deals with a presumption of safety. So natural health products and the traditional practices and the other low-risk treatment modalities that the Charter regulates are presumed by law to be safe, and the government is only to interfere with them if the government has evidence of harm. And this is just to reflect that these treatment modalities are such low risk that it would be inappropriate to start with the legal presumption that they're dangerous. Now, by way of comparison, the exact same products, so what we call natural health products, in the United States, their law, they deem them to be safe. So this is not something out of the ordinary or unusual. It's just when you look at the low risk profile, as Congress in the United States had done years ago, it's actually appropriate to start with that, because there's also a danger to removing products that are effective that people are relying on. So we need to be very careful and have the proper presumptions, and that's what's happening in Section 8. Welcome to the world's greatest health show. My name is Shawn Buckley with the Natural Health Product Protection Association. I can't tell you why, but everyone in this room is very cheerful right now. So, and we're in Lloydminster today. We started last week on October 4th in Victoria, and we're marching across the land. And for those joining us for the first time, why on earth are we driving across the country holding all of these events? And it's for a couple of reasons. The first reason is we're trying to bring attention to the Charter of Health Freedom. And what the Charter of Health Freedom is it's a piece of legislation. It's a law that we want the government to pass. And it's very simple. It takes the health rights that the courts say we already have. So this comes from our common law tradition. And in our common law tradition, there's no limit on rights. There's no subject to such reasonable limits prescribed by law nonsense like we have in our Charter of Rights and Freedoms. The courts just say we have these rights, and the government isn't supposed to violate them. But the government acts as if they don't know that they're there, and maybe they don't know that it's there, the different bureaucrats and Health Canada officials and the like. So we set them out, basically in a Health Bill of Rights, saying these are our health rights, and the government must adhere to them in its actions, and the laws must adhere to them. The second thing that the Health Charter does is it creates some legal presumptions. And the one that I like is it creates the presumption that the best source of information as to whether or not a treatment works for you is you. Who knew? But when the healthcare system is creating problems for you and wants to override and push you, that can be very important. But more important is if you're one of these people that the approved chemical drugs don't work and you found relief on a natural product, there's been several times where Health Canada has attacked the product and taken it away. And if you're one of this very small sliver of Canadians that would have enough financial resources to go against the Department of Justice machine and say, you know what, I need this product. Like my life or my health depends on it. What the Department of Justice does every time is they bring in experts. So you'll be facing, likely about 3 experts who will go out of their way to tell the court, well, you've got this condition. And there's no disagreement what condition you have. It's just the approved treatments didn't work for you. So they'll say, well, you have this condition. Well, look at all these approved treatments. Look at the research behind these treatments. They work, and they're approved, and they're safe and effective. And the treatment that you're relying on, it's not approved. And it won't be approved because it'll be a natural treatment, and they never approve natural treatments to actually treat anything serious. I'll get into that in a moment. And it's snake oil and it doesn't work, and it's all in your mind. You need to see a psychiatrist, and you can actually lose in court over these experts saying that you're full of it. Now, who on earth is going to go to court, spend all that money if they have it, and really the trauma of having to go against the machine for treatment they don't need? Like, it's never going to happen. But we've put that presumption in the Charter to get rid of nonsense like that. Another thing that we've done is I'm going to be explaining to you how basically we're fighting for access for vital nutrients. Like, most of our natural products are just vital nutrients. Why should we be fighting for them? And so the Charter of Health Freedom creates a new ministry, the Ministry of Wellness, with actually a legal duty to protect and promote our access to natural remedies. So we're marching across the land to try and bring attention to that, but we're doing something else. So, some of you have been asked to sign a petition that we have, I think, at the back table. Well, for years we've been collecting signatures on this Citizen Petition asking Parliament to pass the Charter. Well, don't you know we're the 3rd largest paper petition in Canadian history? We have over 150,000 signatures, and we thought, well, we better enter that. But then we thought, well, we better make an event of it. So we're marching the petitions across the country. And, and we're going to present them at Parliament Hill on October 25th. So I'm looking forward to seeing all of you on Parliament Hill on October 25th. You don't have to drive like we are. You can fly if you want. But no, we truly, this is history in the making. So we're going to hand them over to MP Blaine Calkins, who's agreed to have them entered. And then we're also having an online health show. So we're broadcasting almost every day of the week. Who's watching the show? Okay, look at this. Not a single hand went up. So just so you know, what's happening is during the week, you just go to nhppa.org. We are broadcasting an online health show. That's what this is being live broadcast on right now. So we're live in the morning. I do an opening to talk about things like I'm going to talk to you about, and I promise you're going to go away going, what? But I'm trying to, in the mornings, it's almost like a little course. I'm dealing with different topics in our healthcare area that you need to be aware of. And then what's happening is we're having experts testify, or not testify, but share important health information. Like we've had Udo Erasmus comes to mind for those of you who are in the health area. He's kind of the guru on essential oils and healthy fats and unhealthy fats. Where we have Dr. Bonnie Kaplan talking about micronutrients and mental health that'll astound you. But more importantly, we're having ordinary Canadians share about their health journeys. Because the reality is there's a bunch of people that are only alive because of natural health products, and it's illegal. I'll get into the censorship later. It's illegal for the people who know about these success stories, so the practitioners, for the manufacturers, it's illegal for them to share this information. They will get shut down by Health Canada. They'll get fined, they'll get charged. I'll go into that a little later. So we're trying to share that. Now, and I'll give you an example. So one of the first ladies that we've interviewed, and all of this is being played online, is a lady named Marion. And at the time of her story, she worked for Health Canada in Ottawa. She's a PhD immunologist, and she's, managing this big project. And she gets chronic fatigue syndrome. And it's so severe. It's so severe that it's all she can do to keep her job and work. She can't do anything outside of work. She can't sleep at night. She has to sleep at Health Canada during the day just to get through the day as best she can. She has to take naps. And just to illustrate how bad this is, she at one point was getting fed up. It's like, I've got to have a life. And she made a decision, I'm going out for supper with a friend. That's it. I'm doing it. So she takes the day off work so she can nap as much as she can. She goes out for dinner. At the restaurant during the meal, she passes out and face plants into her food. Like, can you imagine? Like, it's not just the embarrassment. Could you imagine being that fatigued you actually pass out in a public place? And that ended it for her. That was so all she could do now. She was just back to working. But even after work, like, she couldn't drive home. Everyone would leave at the end of the day and drive home. She couldn't because she's worried about passing out in her car. So she'd only go after she had a good nap, however long it took her to get a good nap in, and then and only then could she drive home. And she was clear that she would have killed herself. Like, if she did not find a solution, she would have killed herself. She wasn't willing to live that way because, her immune system's shot, she's depressed, she's catching everything. The expert in Canada for chronic fatigue syndrome was a specialist in Ottawa. And she consults this guy and he says, well, we don't have a treatment. So for her, it's a death sentence. Like, watch her presentation. She's clear. I would have killed myself. I wouldn't have done this long term, longer than she had already had to. And then she comes across St. John's wort. Within 24 hours, she's sleeping. 20 years later, she's never looked back. So, but the question is, so how many people like her are out there who are suffering, who have already killed themselves? Like, now, somebody told me, I don't know if it's true, the other day, that like MAID, medical assistance in dying, is now the 4th leading cause of death. Like, so how many people like Marion are complaining to their doctor and they're just, oh, well, we've got a solution. We do have a treatment after all. you'll never suffer again. So, another story comes to mind. We were in Grand Prairie a couple of days ago. And one of the ladies presenting, her name was Karen Peters. And just so you know, this story makes me mad. It makes me really angry. And you probably understand why at the end of the story. Now she's diagnosed with rheumatoid arthritis, and she's suffering terribly. And I'm really upset at what her doctor told her, because, doctors are supposed to give you hope. But her doctor basically said, this is just going to get worse. It's incurable. So this is chronic for you. You're going to end up in a wheelchair, and then this is going to kill you. This is going to be fatal for you. So the doctor was really good at giving her hope and encouragement. And he puts her on hydroxychloroquine and a chemotherapy drug. I think it was methotrexate. So she's now on a chemotherapy drug to manage rheumatoid arthritis. And this is common, by the way. And so for a full year, so first of all, her rheumatoid arthritis, and it doesn't get better. The only thing that gets better was her hands were twice the size as normal, and it reduced the swelling in her hands. But it didn't help her with this incredible pain and inability to walk. And she said, so every time, and she had to do this weekly, she had to inject herself with the chemotherapy drug. She says, I was just nauseous and sick and throwing up and no energy for 3 or 4 days a week. Well, a week's only 7 days. And she's doing this for a full year. And her life is hell. It's hell. And she's just facing more hell, it getting worse and worse till she's in a wheelchair and then dies. And after a year of this, she doesn't know what to do. And a friend says, well, you got to see a naturopathic doctor. But she explains, no, but I was trained that medical doctors, that's where the science is. Those are the people that I don't want to go to one of these other people. And I realized that, because I feel the same way. It's kind of funny. You'll catch me during this lecture. Oh, well, I interviewed this person, they're a medical doctor. I'm adding that because you'll take them more credible, right? And I think we have it backwards. I think we've been totally gamed. And when I get to nutrition, these people don't have a clue. But anyway, she's searching, even though, I don't know whether I want to see a non-medical doctor. She comes across a naturopathic doctor who is a medical doctor. So he's a medical doctor and then trained as a naturopathic doctor. I don't know if he's still practicing as a medical doctor. I didn't clarify that with her, but that gave her enough of confidence. Oh, well, this person will follow science. So she goes and sees this medical doctor, or this naturopath. And she says, the first thing she tells him is, well, I've got an incurable illness. And he says, well, there is no illness that's incurable. And then he cures her with diet and natural remedies, like herbs. And she's well. And she's not injecting herself with chemotherapy drugs. And she's walking long distances. And she's not facing a wheelchair. And she's not facing death. Now, I looked up this methotrexate, and it's commonly prescribed for rheumatoid arthritis, even though it's a chemotherapy drug. And why I get mad with that story is so how many Canadians with rheumatoid arthritis are being injected with chemotherapy drugs every week? Is it 1,000? Is it 10,000? Is it 50,000? Is it 100,000? Is it 500,000? It'd be interesting to know. And you know what? That's evil. Because they don't have to be suffering. Well, the naturopathic doctor can't share her story. He'll get punished by Health Canada and his college, because the naturopathic doctors are now the lapdogs, by and large, of Health Canada censorship, which I'll talk about in a second. And the manufacturers of those remedies can't share those stories. They'll be shut down by Health Canada. It's forbidden. But we can have people share their stories. We're not selling anything. We're not practicing. They can't attack us. So we're having people share those stories, because then people with rheumatoid arthritis that are injecting themselves with chemo drugs and losing hope, they can find out, keep looking, there's an answer. People with chronic fatigue syndrome that can't take it anymore. Well, they can learn, wait a second, don't lose hope. Did you see the importance of this? And so, you know, at the end of this, if Teresa's willing to come up, I'll get her to come up, and she'll encourage you to share this, because this is a way out for people. So, you know, that's kind of where we're going. But I want to share with you our drug model and our healthcare system, because you're in a bit of a trap and you don't even know you're in a trap. And I want you to understand our drug laws. And I want you to understand the drug model, which has 4 parts to it. And the first part of the drug model is our government defines drugs. So there's a definition of drug in our Food and Drug Act. And the government defines drugs so broadly, it includes everything. Everything used to prevent illness, so stay healthy, or to treat illness. So, and I'm sorry, I'm getting distracted. You look so dehydrated. Can somebody give her some water? Oh, I'm sorry. I made water a drug. Thank goodness nobody gave her water. No, but it's funny, but the thing is it's not funny. I use it as an example. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to embarrass anyone. I use it as an example, but it's true. Honestly, you can't, because sell includes giving, you can't give somebody water in Canada to treat dehydration because they're thirsty without breaking federal law. And you certainly can't, you know, put it out there in the marketplace. If you want to sell water in Canada and say, you know, this, if you're thirsty, this is gonna, you're dehydrated, this is gonna help you. So, you know, like, I don't know, we were at, we're doing a presentation in Edmonton, and one of the sponsors out front, you know, they're selling brine, and it's just like an electrolyte drink to help dehydration. Well, they have to get Health Canada approval. It's a drug. So water's a drug, anything. Ginger tea, you want to use it to treat nausea like we have for 3,000 years. It's a drug then. So first part of the drug model is you make everything a drug. And by the way, this is by design. So our basic nutrients, the government makes them drugs deliberately. This is part of the model. You start to see it by the end. So the second part of the drug model is you make every drug illegal. And you do that by passing laws that say you cannot sell a drug without a license. So you have to get Health Canada pre-approval. Well, as soon as you pass that, there are no licenses. So every drug's illegal, and now Health Canada grants exemptions to drugs being illegal in the form of temporary licenses. Now, let that sink in for a second. So what it means is you are not allowed, it's actually against the law, for you to use something to stay healthy or you to address an illness. It's illegal for you to use anything that Health Canada hasn't approved of. That's interesting, isn't it? That's really interesting. That's our law, because everything's a drug and you can't sell a drug without Health Canada approval in the form of a license. Now the third part of the drug model is that you make the process to get approval to treat serious conditions and moderate conditions, anything but the most minor conditions, you make that approval process so expensive that only synthetic chemicals that have a patent get approved. So in the lifetime of everyone in this room, there's only been one drug that didn't have a patent that got through that process, Primarin. Well, that's interesting, isn't it? So, but we all kind of know this, because we all intuitively know if we have to go to the hospital for a serious health condition, other than surgery, we're going to be offered synthetic chemicals. Like, we know that, don't we? And like there's exceptions, you know, if you show up at the hospital and you're bleeding out from warfarin, you know, rat poison being used as a blood thinner, they'll give you a shot of vitamin K. Like there's exceptions. But we all know that the rule is, and the vitamin K, it's not like it's approved to, you know, for warfarin overdose. They just know it works, so they use it, right? So, but by and large, we understand that the only legal drugs are synthetic chemicals that had a patent. And so this is a business model. You should watch one of the speakers is Professor Alan Castles from University of Victoria. He makes this clear. This is just a business model. Now, the last time I had a drug approval expert on the stand, so under oath, and I asked how much does it cost to get through this process without blinking? $1 billion. Now, you can do it for less than $1 billion. Like for simple applications, you can do it for several hundred million. But on a complicated application, even the application fee to Health Canada is $250,000. Like we're just talking huge dollars. Now, this is by design, by the way. This is by design. So it's structured, it's called rent seeking. So this is structured in such a way that you have to have a patent. So, and for those of you who don't know what a patent is, it's just if you invent something new, you can get a patent, and that just means nobody else without your permission can make it. So like if you write a song, you get a licensing fee if it's played on the radio because you've got the intellectual property rights. Well, in the area of health, you can't patent ginger tea because like God made it long ago. The patents run out for him. So we can all use it. We're free to use all the herbs and all the plants. But if you make a new chemical, so it's like, oh, white willow bark's really good at treating pain. Well, one of the main ingredients in white willow bark, not the only one, but one of the main ones, let's tweak that molecule a little bit, and now we have ASA. We can get a patent on it and call it aspirin. And so, you know, a drug patent lasts for 25 years. So I like to use a Viagra as an example, and I can tell by the average age of the crowd, you're going to know what I'm talking about. So Viagra was the first erectile dysfunction drug. Don't put up your hand, but I bet you some people in this room have used it. Now, when it came out, remember the mainstream media would have fun. They'd run some fun stories about how much a pill cost because it was so popular. Well, Pfizer could charge whatever they wanted per pill because nobody could make it. They had a patent. But now that the patents run out, there's generic, you know, drug companies that make it. The drug sildenafil. And so the price has come down. That's how it works. So, and Pfizer can make back that billions. They make billions and billions on the blockbusters. It's a great business model because it keeps out the competition like natural health products. But the problem is when the patent runs out, so, you know, it's now a generic drug, but eventually the pharmaceutical companies get new patented drugs through, and then the medical journals are publishing about that, and the drug reps are pushing that, and the medical schools are teaching about that. And before you know it, even though they're more expensive because they're patented, we're using the patented ones, not the generic ones, even though the generic ones might work better and might be safer. And then eventually we stop making the generic ones. And they're called orphan drugs. We've all heard that term. So by and large, our parents were treated with chemicals that didn't exist when they were born. And by and large, we are going to be treated with chemicals that didn't exist when we were born. And by and large, our children born today in October 2025, they're going to be treated with synthetic chemicals that didn't exist when they were born. Now, just think from a health perspective. Let's just put this into perspective. Do you think that we're going to get the best health outcomes in Canada by treating serious health conditions only with synthetic chemicals that didn't exist when we were born? You know, if we abolished our judgment, let's kind of approach this a little differently. If we abolished all of our drug policies and we asked every person in the world, hey, tell us, how can Canada get the best health outcomes for serious health conditions? And I think there's 8 billion people on the planet. Not a single person is going to come back to us and say, I got it. Oh, Canada, I got it. Like, and this is so obvious, you're going to wonder why you had to ask me. But I know how Canadians can get the best health outcomes for serious health conditions. Just make it illegal to treat them with anything but synthetic chemicals that haven't been invented yet. It is so clear, isn't it? But when I say it that way, you see it's absolute madness, isn't it? But that's the world you live in. Those are the treatments you're going to be offered. Those are the treatments our kids are going to be offered. So it's not about health. Let's get to the real fun part. Let's get to censorship, and then let's get to our food supply. So the fourth part of the drug model is basically you make it illegal to share any health information. So remember, you have to get approval from Health Canada to sell a drug. Well, they'll approve it for a condition. All you can say is the condition. So let's use antidepressants as an example. So if a chemical drug company gets an antidepressant approved, so a drug approved to treat the symptoms of depression, not actually treat depression, all they can say is it's an antidepressant. I mean, if they don't get it approved, they're free to say whatever they want, but why would they, right? So you'll never hear about it. But if they get an antidepressant approved, all they're able to say is it's an antidepressant. They cannot share anything else with you. Health Canada will attack them. Now, they're not going to share anything else with you anyway, but let me share with you how this works. So I'm in a federal court case with Health Canada. And Health Canada hires an outside gun, hires a big expert to come in and argue against us. And this expert was a psychiatrist, big name psychiatrist, that ran a company that got psychiatric drugs approved by Health Canada. So he's a drug approval expert in the area of psychiatric drugs. And I'm examining him under oath, and I'm after this guy for days. And at some point, under oath, while he's being recorded, and we got that inside voice, and I'm thinking, is he really saying this, But he is. And he starts complaining to me on how hard it is to get new antidepressants approved. And he says, don't you know, I got to give Health Canada two double-blind clinical trials showing that the drug works. Now, what he means, showing that the drug works, is especially for things like antidepressants. So what he means is in a very short-term trial, they don't want to structure them more than 3 months because the placebo effect for sure runs out by then. And they also want to rely on the placebo effect in the clinical trial for the drug. Oh yeah, don't look puzzled. If you're taking something and you don't know if it's the sugar pill or the drug, the placebo effect works for both. And your medical doctors, they try to maximize the placebo effect as much as possible. So when you're trying to get a antidepressant approved, you don't want to go longer than 3 months because you don't want the placebo effect that's operating in your favor too to run out. You're also going to just be measuring subjective symptoms. You're not treating depression, so, less teary in the morning, feeling more optimistic. People are just reporting subjectively symptoms during the clinical trial. And you're going to select a population that hopefully is very healthy and robust and isn't going to have, too many adverse reactions. So, and then you're hoping at the end of that there'll be this statistical separation that's big enough between the sugar pill and the drug. And if there is, then we pretend that means the drug works. Like in one of my openings, because I give an opening each morning, and remember I try to educate people, I'm going to be talking about a book by Angie Marcel, who was the editor for like 30 years of the New England Journal of Medicine, and she wrote a book on how you can't trust any published medical research and how all these clinical trials are absolute fraud, right? So don't look surprised when I'm talking about this, but that's not where I'm going. We're talking here about censorship. So I've got this psychiatrist on the stand saying, you don't know how hard it is to get a new antidepressant approved. I've got to give Health Canada 2 double-blind clinical trials showing the drug works So I run 8 double-blind clinical trials. Right out of the gate, I run 8. I run 8 to get the 2 that I give to Health Canada. Well, that's interesting, isn't it? So the other 6, they could be inconclusive. They could show the sugar pill works better than the drug. They could show the drug works better than the sugar pill, but there's some uncomfortable safety data. They could be a combination of those things. He doesn't give those to Health Canada. But now let's get to the fun part. Let's get to the fun part about this. It's illegal for the chemical pharmaceutical company to share with you the 6 failed clinical trials. That's interesting, isn't it? Isn't that fun? Because if they get approved, all they're able to say is antidepressant. So let me just say that again. It is illegal for the chemical drug company to share with you the 6 failed clinical trials. If people are complaining to the chemical pharmaceutical company of deaths or serious adverse reactions, they can't share that. That's drug information. All they can say is antidepressant. Isn't that interesting? Wow, yeah, that's fun, isn't it? Now, and I mean that in a totally Orwellian way, this is craziness, isn't it? You know, if you, well, let's just back up. I don't want to be misleading though. The researchers can publish whatever they want unless they have a contract that says you can only publish with our permission, because they are getting paid to do the research. And they do publish research, like clinical trials run by chemical pharmaceutical companies do get published. Curiously, only the successful ones, not the failed ones. I don't understand why. Maybe it's a contractual thing. That's likely what it is, because it's going to be bad for business, right? But if you had, you know, a child and they wanted to put the child on an antidepressant, don't you think you'd make better health decisions if you knew about the 6 failed clinical trials? Shouldn't the law be that all information about a drug be publicly available? Well, absolutely it should. So, and this is common sense. Like nobody in this room, even if they wanted to be contrarian, is going to say, no, we're going to make better health decisions if we don't know information about a treatment. No, that's madness. So why? And all of this is by design. I mean, this isn't new. We've been in this system for a long, long time. And everything in government happens on purpose. So why is it illegal for you to have access to truthful health information? Who does it protect? I think it's bigger than that. It protects, because people were saying, just for those online, that some people in the crowd were saying it protects the pharmaceutical industry. Oh, absolutely it does. Who markets the pharmaceutical companies? Who's the biggest marketer of the pharmaceutical companies? Our federal government. Think about this. So it's our federal government that has structured our law and our drug approval process so that the only legal treatments are synthetic chemical drugs. And that's by design, but this is the federal government that does this. And then the federal government taxes Canada and collects it in these big bags of cash. This was started in the earlier 70s with Pierre Trudeau, because our Constitution says provinces have jurisdiction over health, not the federal government. But the federal government came up with this trick to undermine our Constitution and basically control the provinces. So they tax the country, they get these big bags of cash, and they say to the provinces, hey, do you want these bags of cash for health care? They're right here. All you have to do is spend it the way we want you to. Follow the Canada Health Act. And every province made a mistake, including Quebec and Alberta, and they took the cash. And now they're no longer free. to be provinces under our Constitution. They're now just lapdogs, servants of their master, the federal government. Like Alberta would rebel, Saskatchewan would rebel. I have to say 2 provinces because we're in Lloyd Minister. If the province said, no, we're exercising our jurisdiction even though we're giving up billions of dollars for healthcare, like they'd get strung out and hung. So the federal government is controlling our healthcare policy. And so every province basically provides the only legal treatments, the chemical pharmaceutical drugs. So basically we've got a drug cartel happening here where we're locked into protecting a small number of companies providing remedies that the government markets through their approval process by design. And then they're the only legal treatments and they're provided. We all have to pay for it. Like healthcare isn't free in Canada. We all pay for it through our taxes. We just don't pay for it on a user basis. So we have to pay for a chemical system. So I want to go into now our food supply, which feeds this system. Because you have to, there's no point having this marketing arm for this chemical drug model. You got to have patients. You got to have a chronically sick population. Well, how do you do that? How do you do that? Well, you take control over the food supply. And just before I go on, one of our speakers, I already mentioned this, Professor Alan Castles from the University of Victoria. He pointed out during his presentation, and we're going to play it a couple of times, and the days that we've already run, we're posting them online, so even if you don't catch them live, you can watch them. But he pointed out to us something that I already knew, but you probably don't know. The third leading cause of death in Canada, are chemical drugs taken as directed. So not abused, taken as directed. Did you know that? Did anyone in this room know that? This guy knew it and I knew it. And my wife Teresa knew it. Well, that's interesting, isn't it? So the third leading cause of death in Canada are these chemical drugs that are the only legal treatments that are basically pushed on us by our government-funded healthcare system that's other than surgery all they offer us. They're also involved in another one of the leading causes of death. So one of our other top 10 leading causes of death in Canada are highly preventable medical errors. And the chemical pharmaceutical drugs play a large part in that leading cause of death. So one of the most dangerous things you can do is take a chemical drug as directed. Wow. Okay, now that I'm making us feel cheery and warm, let's talk about our food supply. So the government, the federal government, even though food, again, is a provincial jurisdiction, the federal government's taking control over our food supply. So Canadian Food Inspection Agency and Health Canada basically manage our food supply. They have allowed so many chemicals into our food supply, that I'm now wondering if the goal, and just think about this for a second, if the goal was to have as many chemicals as possible without having the population react and go enough, aren't we there? Like, don't we have so many chemicals in our food supply that we're kind of at that point where if they pushed it anymore, people would have to go, what? We're not doing this anymore. If we just to pick one, glyphosate. Everyone in this room has glyphosate in them. Even if you're eating organic, even if you're doing all you can to avoid it, we all have glyphosate. Our toxic load is so significant that it's like, we're on a walking journey and the federal government has put a knapsack on you and thrown a 100-pound weight in there. And you're able to walk a lot each day. You're able to go up hills and down hills, except, when you're sick, when you're having a tired day, you really feel it. But you got a weight on your back. Every single one of us has a toxic load weighing us down. And it may be, and think about this, it may be that none of us actually know what it's like to feel healthy anymore. That's interesting, isn't it? Like my wife and I go to a third world country every year, and about 10 days in, I start feeling better because I'm getting real food. I have to go to a third world country to eat better, which is interesting, isn't it? But likely none of us even know what it's like to feel healthy anymore. So we've got this toxic load, and many of the experts talk about how this is really hitting us, like just the number of, reactions that's happening in your body each day, and the toxins interfere with things that need to be happening. So we've got this toxic load. Well, then we've also got a problem with lack of nutrition. I'm going to go out on a limb, and I'm going to say something, and you might go, okay, he's gone too far, I don't believe him. Okay? Like I might, but here we go. Let's just go for it. Let's just go for broke here. So here's the statement, and you might say I'm crazy, but the human body needs some nutrients to be healthy. There, I've said it. Isn't that crazy? Isn't it absolutely crazy? But it's funny again because it's common sense, right? So the human body needs certain nutrition to be healthy, and if we're not getting it, we're unhealthy. It's as simple as that. If you're not getting what you need to be healthy, you will be unhealthy. And if that goes on long enough, you become chronically sick. And then what we do is, when now you go into the government mainstream medical system, they're not going to treat the malnutrition because they're deliberately not taught to recognize it. They're going to treat the symptoms of your malnutrition. They're going to say you have an illness. They're going to diagnose you with a chronic illness, which is caused by you being malnourished. And now they're going to treat the symptoms of your malnourishment. So, we're in, I think I already mentioned to you, we're in Vancouver. Oh, heck, I think it was on the 6th of this month. And Udo Erasmus shows up, who's just a guru in the natural health world. And he says, hey, can I speak? Well, of course you can speak. So I'm interviewing Udo, and he lists like the number of essential nutrients. And I later on, I circle back and I say, well, Udo, like if we don't get these essential nutrients, like we're going to get sick, right? And he goes, no, they're called I'm talking about the essential ones. If you're missing a single one of them, you die. Like, sure, you get sick first, but the list he was referring to, they're called essential because if you don't have it, you die. And he and everyone else that we have interviewed have basically made it clear you can't get what you need to be healthy from our food, even if you're eating organic, eating raw, eating greens. Watch the show. But this shouldn't be a secret. So in Canada, even if you're eating organic, even if you're eating healthy, you can't get the vital nutrients that you need to be healthy. Do you think that's a mistake? Do you think Health Canada doesn't know this? Do you think the Canadian Food Inspection Agency don't know this? Of course they know it. This is by design. Can I get some water, love? I'm just, or coffee or something. Sorry. That was to treat dry throat. And can somebody please report us to Health Canada? We clearly have a self-care framework violation. So, where was I? We were talking about essential. Almost everyone's saying on this health show, and it's not a secret, you can't get what you need to be healthy in our food supply. You know, the US Department of Agriculture does regular surveys of the amounts of nutrients in our food. So, you know, your fruits, your vegetables, your grains, and the like. And it's been going down and down and down. And I think, I could be wrong on the year, I think it's their 1949 report where they're really sounding the alarm. And they actually list, you know, if you're missing this nutrient and this nutrient and this nutrient, here's the chronic illness you get. And if you're missing this nutrient and this nutrient and this nutrient, here's the chronic illness you get. The reality is if we're not getting the nutrients we need, especially the essential nutrients, we get chronically sick. And I wonder, so here we are, where you have to supplement in Canada. If you want to be healthy, you need to go and get advice, and you've got to be supplementing with vitamins and minerals. You have no choice. Or you're going to be unhealthy. That's all there is to it. So that's an interesting place to be, isn't it? And then Health Canada plays the recommended daily allowance game. So this, you know, government that's basically ensured that we're going to be chronically sick unless we supplement, has made it illegal for us to supplement enough to be well. And so what a recommended daily allowance is you'll notice them on bottles, like, and on food labels, recommended daily allowance of vitamin D, you know, 98%. So we've all seen this. You'll know what I'm talking about. Well, if you followed the RDAs, so if you follow these recommended daily allowances, you're almost guaranteed to die of malnourishment. Like, let's just take vitamin D as an example, because one of the speakers in the health show is Dr. James Lunny. And by law, a supplement manufacturer cannot sell you vitamin D over the maximum dose of 2,500 international units, which are micrograms. It's nothing, especially in winter. You know, we don't have a flu season in Canada. We have a low vitamin D season because we're in the northern hemisphere and we cannot produce enough vitamin D. And it's crucial for our immune system. It's crucial for a whole bunch of things, but it's crucial for our immune system. So, but it's illegal for a manufacturer to sell you vitamin D in a dosage form that's enough for you to actually be healthy, let alone at optimum health. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting? So, yeah, so we're in this world where basically we're being malnourished, we're having chronic illness because we're malnourished, and then we're sent to the doctors who actually are not trained in nutrition. Like, the most important thing for your health is nutrition, full stop. Nothing's more important than nutrition. You know, I interviewed Dr. Michelle Perro, who's been a pediatrician for over 40 years. She also now is a homeopathic doctor. How much training did you get in nutrition? 2 hours, half a day. Like, in all of her, 8 years of training in medicine. Dr. Stephen Maltos, he practiced as a medical doctor for over 40 years. He also became a homeopathic doctor. How much training in nutrition? Oh, maybe 2 hours, maybe half a day. We had Dr. Rona, who's practiced for over 40 years and then became a nutritional expert. As a medical doctor, he's a nutritional expert, but he had to do his own study. Well, how much training did you get in medical school? On nutrition. Like 2 hours, half a day. So let's let that sink in for a second. So the biggest factor to our health is nutrition. We're chronically malnourished, and those are medical gods. Those that we go to keep us healthy actually aren't even trained to recognize nutritional deficiency. You know, one of the people that have given a presentation, I forget her name, but I don't forget her story. It struck with me. She's a young mom. She's got 2 kids, and she gets restless leg syndrome. So what would happen is she would go to lay down at night, and it'd be like, she described it as electric shocks into her legs, and her muscles twitch. And the only way to stop it is by walking, actually putting weight on the legs and walking around. Well, now she's up all night walking around. She can't sleep. So she's getting tired and she's getting grouchy and her immune system's getting compromised. She's actually losing the ability to care for her kids. She's getting so fatigued. And she goes to her doctor, her medical doctor, who diagnoses her with restless leg and says, you know, we don't have a treatment for restless leg. But let me write you a script for a Parkinson's drug. And she looks at the side effects and all of that. And I mean, she'd be like Karen Peters, the lady with rheumatoid arthritis who's injecting herself with chemo. It's like, what? So she doesn't want to take this drug. This is a dead end train to disability and death. And then a friend says, we'll go see a naturopathic doctor. She does. And it's like, yeah, you need magnesium diglycosate or whatever it is. There's different types of magnesium. Well, bang, and in a day it's gone. And that was one of our earlier interviews. And so when I'm interviewing naturopathic doctors and and I'm sharing this, it's kind of like, you know, this, we all know if you're dehydrated, drink water. Like in the natural health community, you got muscle twitches. Do magnesium first. It's most likely that, like 99.99% likely that. If it isn't, we'll figure out what it is and solve it. Why doesn't the doctor know that? How many young mums with restless leg are on Parkinson's drugs? You know, I remember seeing Dr. Carolyn Dean do a presentation. Remember, the medical doctors are our gods. So she was a medical doctor. You'll believe her now. She's doing a presentation, and she lists the symptoms of heart disease. And then she lists the symptoms of magnesium deficiency. Exactly the same, every symptom. So how many people are being treated for heart disease that are just deficient in magnesium? So when we have a chronic illness that is caused by malnutrition and or our chemical overload, and we go to a medical doctor because that's our government funded system, it's really like asking a blind person to help you cross a busy street. It truly is that bad. So we're going to have a couple of people come up here and talk and share their stories because it's important for that to happen. But you need to get people watching these stories because there's a whole bunch of people trapped. There's a whole bunch of people suffering and trapped who don't know that there's a way out because of the censorship. And what we're doing with this show is breaking the censorship. So, Jan, would you come up? Thanks. So, I'm going to hand you a mic and you have to hold it close to your mouth. So let's have a seat and just have a chat. So this is Jan, and Jan is here to basically help others understand that there's a way out. So, and Jan, I know you're nervous, so that's okay. But do you want to maybe just start telling your story? Like, I know you're a young lady and you come down with something that lasts a long, long time.
Yeah.
So can you kind of share that with us?
Sure, I'm not that young, I'm 54, but when I was 22 years old in 1993, I was diagnosed with Crohn's disease and spent the next 28 years on preventative medication that didn't prevent very much.
Can I just slow you down? Because
Yeah.
you're diagnosed at age 22.
Yeah.
What had led up to the diagnosis? Because it probably wasn't you woke up on Monday and then saw the doctor on Friday.
No, it was almost like flu symptoms, like I had fevers and wasn't able to eat. I lost my appetite. I was losing weight. It went on for a few weeks. I thought I had the flu. I just kept going into work and then getting sent home and missing work. And then finally my boss told me I had to go, to the hospital and get it figured out. And they did tests, colonoscopy, and and I was diagnosed with Crohn's disease.
Now, Crohn's is usually associated with just not being able to keep anything in and having to track where bathrooms are.
Yeah.
Did you have that type of experience?
Oh yeah, for almost 3 decades. Yeah, for 30 years. That was, if I wasn't at home, that was the main focus of concern, was where was the nearest bathroom.
Right. And other people have told me who've had Crohn's, you actually don't plan on going out. Like,
No.
you know, like if you don't have Crohn's, it's like, well, why don't we go to a nice restaurant and have a nice dinner and go for a walk? There's none of that when you have Crohn's.
No, it's pretty difficult. There's no family ski trips because you can't, there's no road trips. There's none of that stuff. Going out on a boat for hours on end or, things like that. You can't.
Right. Okay. 'Cause it's literally like you're tethered to a bathroom.
Yeah.
And if you,
It has to be real close at all times.
right.
and
So if you're going to leave your home bathroom,
Yeah.
you've got to know where the next nearest one
Yeah.
is.
As soon as you get somewhere, you're scoping out the bathrooms.
Okay.
Yeah.
And this is 30 years.
Yep.
Okay. So I'm hoping that people, watching understand. So could you imagine 3 decades not going skiing, not going boating, not going out to a restaurant?
There was times where I could if I was healthy, but you took a turn, at the blink of an eye, and you never knew when you were going to take a turn, right?
Right.
So when it was going to start acting up.
Right. Did it affect your health in other ways? Because I imagine if you're not able to keep food in, you're having a bad spell.
Oh, for sure.
That-
Your immunity is, down. And what you were saying about the food system, when I was diagnosed with it, I got a long list of foods I was not allowed to eat because it would interfere with my Crohn's and healing and having a healthy gut. But it was all the healthy foods. I was told not to eat fruits. I was not allowed to eat vegetables, certainly not raw, not salads, and you're already struggling with malnutrition because everything goes right through you. So what you do eat, you don't retain any of the nutrition from it. But these people are being given huge lists of foods that they have to stay away from and that they can't eat. And now I eat all of those foods.
Right. And you now know about nutrition, and you look at that list and you go, this was madness.
It was madness for almost 3 decades, yeah.
Right.
I stayed away from all those foods and was on the preventative drugs for 28 years.
Right. Well, we'll get to that in a sec. I still want to, on the experience, what type of effect did it have on your family?
Oh, it was hard. Like, I was struggling with depression off and on when you're sick for weeks or months on end and not able to do things with your kids or take your kids to school, or, it's hard to work. So you feel terrible phoning in sick all the time. So then you kind of just don't even want to work, and right? So you put yourself in that situation where people are rolling their eyes because you're sick again or calling in sick. And so it's hard. It was hard financially. It was hard mentally. Yeah.
Right. And there were hospitalizations also, like I think you call them flare-ups.
Yeah.
So what was it like when you had a flare-up, and what was the experience?
Oh, just like severe fatigue, no energy because everything's going right through you and you're not eating properly. I would lose, at the first time I got sick when I was in the hospital for the 3 weeks, I lost 30 pounds in 3 weeks. It's just bleeding when you go to the bathroom, right? Not able to sleep because you're in so much pain. Like, I couldn't even sleep with blankets on me. My stomach would be so sensitive, just very tender. Yeah, no energy.
So when you were having a flare-up, like literally you're bleeding out of your bowel, and
Yeah.
it would hurt, like was it on top that it hurt, or
Yeah,
inside?
well, just like inside, like your intestines, but they were just so sensitive that just nothing could be on my stomach.
Okay, so even a blanket would be
Yeah.
too much.
Yeah, yeah.
And how often would that happen, where it would flare up, where you'd like
Almost annually. Sometimes I'd get lucky and skip a year, but it happened pretty often. And then through all of those, I was hospitalized twice, once for 3 weeks and once for 10 days.
Right.
So
Okay. And then you talked about being on medications for literally decades. Do you want to share about that?
Yeah.
Like,
Yep.
so, what they were and why they told you would be on them, and whether they worked or didn't work.
Oh, they didn't work. I was on Asacol, which was a preventative medication. I was told I would have to be on it for life. I asked numerous times doctors and pharmacists, you know, how do I get off this stuff? It was expensive, and just a pain to have to take pills every day. I didn't want to, and I didn't like taking the pills when I wasn't sick, right? So when you're not sick, you don't want to take them, but I was told it's preventative. You have to be on it for life. And so I was told that for 28 years, and it didn't prevent much of anything. I still got very sick. I was still hospitalized. I still, you know, struggled with my Crohn's for almost 30 years.
Right. So eventually you found a different way. Can you share about that? How that came
In
about?
2020, yeah. So after just about 28 years of being on that medication, I realized this is, I have to at least try. Like, I'm being told that I can't get off this, but I need to at least try. So I just weaned myself off over 6 weeks, and then I was off it for a couple months, and I was doing pretty good. Felt pretty good, but not 100%. So I made an appointment to see a naturopath in Vermilion, Sheila Vial, at Potential Health. And I went in, and first thing she asked me was, what was I on for medications? And I told her nothing. And I think she was pretty happy to hear that. And we went from there. We just made a plan. And since 2021, March of 2021, when I first saw her, I've just been dealing with it naturally.
So what are you doing?
Supplements and minerals and eating all the foods that I want to eat. I don't not eat anything.
Okay, so you're basically, when you say supplements, so
Like
you're
vitamin
talking about
C
vitamins and minerals.
vitamin D and magnesium and all the things, yeah.
Oh, that sounds crazy. Those sound like essential nutrients.
Exactly. And eating all the foods, right?
Okay, so here's the paradox. So you're getting nutrition that, you know, clearly Sheila Vial identified as important for you.
Yeah, I was deficient.
And with those, you were actually able to then start just basically eating any food group you wanted, including ones that were good for you, where you hadn't been able to do that before.
Yeah.
So your food tolerance went way up.
Oh, yeah. 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 And since I started just dealing with my health naturally, I've had 2 reoccurrences or flare-ups, and they've been minimal. I haven't missed a day of work. I haven't spent a day on my couch. I haven't not been able to go do anything. I just can tell it's, you know, I'm having a bit of a flare-up, and then maybe I'll start laying off some of the things that can frustrate your bowels more, like nuts and, you know, raw vegetables and stuff like that. I'll lay off of them for a week or 2, and then it slowly gets better, and I'm back at it.
Okay, so I want to just make sure I understand. So now when a flare-up happens, you know you're not doing as well, but you're not laid up where you're missing work.
No.
And before you would always miss work.
Yeah.
You're not worried about having to go to the hospital.
No, I'm not even worried about where bathrooms are. Like, it's not even getting to that point.
Okay, like
I
so
just can tell that things are off. Things are not the same. Things are, you know, I'm in a little bit of pain, or maybe my appetite starts to go away. I start to get really tired and feel run down. And
see, that just sounds normal to me.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
that doesn't sound like because I think everyone in this room that happens
Yeah.
to at least a couple times a year.
Yeah.
But you're so sensitized to Crohn's, you just view it as so you're now able to go out and you're not planning where the bathrooms are
No, not at all.
after 30 years. Okay, psychologically, what's that like then?
Oh, it's incredible. It's very freeing. I feel like I'm not chained up anymore. I can go out and live my life and do what I want to do.
Right. This actually has had an influence on kind of your work path too.
Yes. So after about 2 years of seeing Sheila as a patient, I started working for her. So now I see the other side of it. Like, I've, for the, you know, since 2021, I've known personally what natural supplements and vitamins and minerals have done for me, and the naturopathic world, how successful it is and how it's been for me personally. But I've got to be able to see it from the other side, from behind the desk, so to speak, for just about two and a half years now. So,
And actually, I expect you have kind of an interesting perspective because are you at the front desk?
Yeah.
So, because everyone, you know what I'm talking about, right? Like, you might go and see your doctor or naturopath or whatever, and say some things, but you know, you might let your guard down and say other things to the front person, right? So you really know what's going on. What are you seeing? Like, with, because you must be seeing some people that, you know, like yourself, they'd kind of gone a long period of time without real help.
Yeah, for
and
sure.
I don't want to get into trouble by giving me, you know, specific examples,
Yeah,
but
of course.
you got to tell us something here. We're all interested.
I think the biggest thing that I noted when I started working there was how so many people were coming in and just so beaten down and frustrated, and they've just given up because they've been, you know, running around the hamster wheel of the pharmaceutical world or Western medicine, and they feel unheard and they feel unseen, and, you know, now they're having more troubles than ever getting in to get tests done, and because the waits are so long, and people are just coming in and they just have no hope, and they just feel, it's sad, but so many people leave going to see a naturopath to the very end. Like they don't consider it until they really honestly have exhausted all other paths, and they're so frustrated that they just feel like giving up, and it's like, well, this is the last kick at the cat, I'll go check it out. But then you see them come back after a month and they're so grateful and they're looking better and they're feeling better. Like I've had people come in, you know, and you can tell they're kind of skeptic about seeing a naturopath, and they're kind of cranky and they're not feeling well. And so we get it, right? It's understandable. But then an hour later they leave and they're emotional because they've just been given hope finally.
Yeah, and you know, naturopathic doctors, we've interviewed a whole bunch. It's kind of funny, like one thing about this show is, you know, like I realize, and I don't go to the medical doctor. I haven't for years and years, like, you know, maybe if I got in a car accident or something.
Yeah.
But I'm just going to share a story, because the naturopathic doctors, one thing that I've come to appreciate, and it's not just them, but they look at the whole person. So they want to know your life history, and you were just talking about that, and where I got there is this. I just remember being annoyed when I went to my naturopathic doctor the first time, just like how many questions I had to answer. Like, come on, I'm here for my gallbladder. Let's just get to that, right? But they want to know your whole history. They want to know your emotional situation. They want to know your spiritual situation. And so I'm interviewing for this show a naturopathic doctor named Eric Arata. And I asked the question, not what your biggest success was. I said, what patient impacted you the most? Like that could be an absolute failure that you grieved over, right? Yeah. So I asked him, well, what patient impacted you the most? And he said, oh yeah, well, there was this 10 or 11-year-old girl that was suffering with like really severe allergies, like where she couldn't go to school and the whole thing. It was really impacting their life, and the medical system couldn't solve it at all. And so mom and daughter come in, and he says, oh, I realized it was emotional. So you know, the treatment plan, it included some supplements and that, but it was really to address the emotion. And I have to be honest, I'm kind of thinking, I'm not sure I'm buying what he's selling here, right? So I asked him during the interview, like, can you explain this to me? And then he gives this explanation that it's like, oh, okay, I see it clearly. And he says, listen, we have a parasympathetic nervous system. And when you go into fight or flight, you stop digesting. Like, and we all know that. You stop because now your system's saying, I need to fight a tiger. And you don't want all the energies to that, and it's not digesting. And when you're locked in fight or flight for long periods of time, you get inflammation in your gut, and then it's a leaky gut, and now you're having allergic reactions to your food. And it's like light bulbs going off for Shawn. Okay, I see it. And you know, the treatment, the mother bought right in, and like it resolved really quickly. And I just thought, this is interesting. Like it's a whole different way, but we're spiritual beings, and we're emotional beings, and we have families that affect us, and we have jobs that affect us. So it's just interesting.
Yeah, it is. And, you know, one of the things when I started seeing Sheila was I couldn't get over the forms that I had to fill out and the questions. And I thought, I've been in this Western medical wheel for almost 30 years, and I've never been asked 3/4 of these questions ever. Yeah, so it was mind-blowing.
So I found it annoying. That's where this story came from.
It wasn't. And so I always give our patients a heads up when they're phoning to come in, and you know, we send them all the forms and they've got to be filled out before they come in. I always say, don't leave them till the night before, because there's they're lengthy. Like there's a lot of questions. They go deep and
Don't
they
leave
figure
them the
things
night
out.
before, or it'll
Yeah,
be, I'm
that's right.
so tired today. I didn't get any sleep. Yeah.
Yeah, but the questions they dive deep. Yeah, it's much different.
So what would your message be for people that are suffering with Crohn's and not finding any relief and just, getting frustrated with not having that freedom that you have now?
See a naturopath. Don't give up. Don't just stay stuck on that wheel. There's other ways to go about it. And you're right. You got to look at the emotional and the spiritual and all of that, because it is a byproduct of the emotional. And yeah.
Is there any other part of your journey that's, been helpful that you might want to share?
Not that I can think of.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I'm just
Yeah.
totally, because you never know when you ask a question like that, what you're going to get back. Now we're in the process of, Health Canada trying to bring in what's called a self-care framework that, has us worried that we're going to lose access to even more. What would your message to Ottawa be?
Oh.
And this is a family show.
I was just, that's exactly where my brain went.
See that, right?
I was like, oh, you don't want to ask me that. That's a loaded question. I don't know, just stay in your lane. Like, it's just what we put into our bodies and how we choose to deal with our health is not their business. They should play no part in that.
Well, Jan, I'm very thankful that you came and shared your story.
Thanks
It's
for being so persuasive.
yeah, no, she wasn't that. Well, hey, it's difficult to get up in front of people. I'm going to just randomly call on some of the audience to come up.
Yeah,
and,
do that.
No, you see already your blood pressure's gone. I'm not. But we all know we're terrified of it.
Yep, I'm not a public speaker.
But I'm thankful because there will be some people watching who have Crohn's, and because they've heard from you that there's other ways, that's the whole purpose of the show. So I'm really grateful that you came and shared, and hopefully it wasn't too bad. So
It wasn't bad.
thank you so
Thank
much,
you.
Jen.
Thanks very much.
So Sheila, do you want to come up? She doesn't want to come up. It's something about Lloydminster. But it actually isn't. We've had a lot of people so Sheila, have a seat. So this is Sheila Veal, and Sheila, you started as an RN.
Yes.
And you started as an RN when you were 16, or at least working in the hospital system when you were 16.
Yes.
And it's changed.
Yes.
Do you want to share with us about that? Kind of.
So when I started at 16, I worked in the hospital in a little rural town, and I worked.
Can you hold the mic really close?
And I worked with the nuns. The nuns lived on the upper floor, and they ran the hospital. So back then, nursing we had to be very quiet. There was no noise. If you even made noise walking, you were reprimanded for it. Handing out trays, they were all steel, so you couldn't clank them or you couldn't make sounds. We gave back rubs every night. So it was a very different healing environment, a lot more compassion and care given, more time given with patients than what it is now. Or as the years went on.
You were saying like massages, so there'd be back rubs every night. Like there was touch,
Right.
there was connection.
Right.
And when you're talking about being quiet, that was just to honor the patients. So it was a peaceful environment. It wasn't. That was the purpose.
Yes, the nuns would say, well, to heal, we need quiet. We can't have noise and, destruction or noise and things that disrupt the patient's sleep. So you had to be very quiet so the patients got sleep as well. So they got their rest for healing.
What about the nutrition and diet back in the day?
Back in the day, there was a gentleman that had the garden outside that he grew all the food for the hospital back in the day. So it was all homegrown by a gentleman for the whole hospital. Yeah.
Right. Because
And the kitchens cooked it all as well. Like it was all handmade.
you eventually lost faith in how hospitals were run. Can you share that with us?
Well, I didn't like the amount of drugs that were given. I didn't like the noise, the care, that we never had time with patients to do that ultimate
And
care.
can you hold the mic closer to your
sorry,
mouth? It's
yeah.
just, sorry,
And the other thing was, what was sort of the last straw for me was when they took away all the kitchens from the hospitals, which also fed long-term cares. And, you know, they tried to tell us that no, the nutritionist or dietitian said it would be okay. And they were bringing in food, like airplane food from Edmonton. And it was then that, you know, we are what we eat, drink, and think, and food is our biggest healing. But, you know, water and food is our health. So if we have packaged food, same as we know today, packaged foods are all full of chemicals, are not good for us. We need holistic food. So that was my my push to get out. And I couldn't do it ethically anymore. And I left, and I decided I was going to heal people the way they should heal.
But before we get to that, I mean, you basically said you couldn't ethically do it anymore.
Right.
So do you mean you just saw that there was no way people could be healthy with such poor foods in the hospital that you couldn't participate in that?
No, because it wasn't healing. You know, when you're just giving chemical drugs and, you know, you get elderly people come in and they're already on a whole handful of drugs and we just give them more. You know, it's like never taking away, just adding more. Not, you know, not giving that quiet environment, not providing that healing environment. And then if we're not giving them really, you know, wholesome food that's made, you know, and not having raw food, you know, just packaged food, to me that's not healing. So I ethically couldn't do it anymore.
Yeah, no, thanks for sharing that. It's just the word ethically is very strong. So you've trained a lot.
Yes.
And a lot of self-study and otherwise, and you're basically doing holistic medicine. Can you tell us, I mean, how important nutrition is, how important healthy food is? Because I think there's some people out here that don't really understand how important that is.
Well, it's like getting our essential nutrients. So it's about getting things that were given to us in nature and not having it genetically modified, not having pesticides and herbicides being put into it, not having the chemical drugs. So if we can eat holistic foods that are natural, that we say garden or grow, but have no additives that our body is not able to actually assimilate and use. So that becomes stored as a toxin. And our gut is you know, one of our biggest bases for inflammation. That's where our inflammation starts. It's in the gut, and that's where the allergies start. So, you know, water is very important too, getting the minerals in our water if we can from, say, wells, if they're well, or, you know, adding our essential minerals that we need. But then our vitamins, everything else, our fats. We need fats. We've, you know, changed where the government has made our health, our daily allowance stuff of where they're making everything more fat-free, but they're adding more sugar. And that's been a huge detriment to us since the 70s because we can't tolerate all those sugars, fructose, those carbohydrates that are.
It actually interferes with how our body works, right?
Yes. Yes.
Can I just share something we had, just like your comments, because you were bringing up sugar, and not a lot of people have brought up sugar. In Edmonton, a couple of nights ago, we had Dr. Lana Nichols, who's a chiropractic doctor, and I had mentioned, as I think I did here, that we don't have flu season, we have low vitamin D season, and she said, well, yeah, that's true, but we also have high sugar season. So when you think about our low vitamin D season, or what we call our flu season, she says, well, look at, you know, we start getting less sunshine, but we also now we have Halloween with all the sugar, and then we have Christmas with all the sugar, and then we have Valentine's Day with all the sugar, And then we have Easter with all the sugar. And she says that's also a big part of why we're experiencing more illnesses. And so you made me think of that. Do you want to talk a little bit about the sugar and why that can be a real factor for our health?
Because it actually creates insulin resistance. It also then creates the obesity, which then brings a lot of other chronic diseases with that. But it also when we look at, when we have high sugar, we actually need a lot more B vitamins. And one of the big ones is B1, and the other one is B12 that we should be making in our gut. There was research about 3 years ago that I had read from JAMA, so that's a Journal of Medical Doctors Association. It's one of their newsletters that they get. And in it, it had told us that almost all children now are deficient in B1 and B12. So when we look at that, we think, well, why would children be deficient in B1? B1 is thiamine. And thiamine is something that you would give in a hospital to an alcoholic when they come in and they have the shakes. They're detoxing and they want to drink. So you think about children, well, why would children be deficient in B1 when they haven't had a drink, supposedly, hopefully? But what it is, it's a high sugar. So they're having so much sugar, they're actually robbing B1. So they're actually having this nervousness. So when you think about even in school now, so if you kind of put the 2 and 2 together, what do we got in school? Children that can't sit still. So is it a deficiency? Is it really autism? Is it, things on a spectrum order? Or is it just a deficiency, B12, B1? And when I've tested kids that come in, that's exactly what they're missing. They're deficient in it because they've been eating too much sugar. Everything is packaged and too much sugar.
Now, do you see results then when you get kids? You probably have the parents change the diet so it's less sugar and more healthy, and then supplement with B vitamins. And what do you see? What's the change that you see? And again, keep your mic close.
It's a neurological. The nervous system is more calmer. They're able to sit and focus. They're happier. They're sleeping. When we look at even B1 is thiamine, it's about also dopamine and serotonin. So it's about, not gaming as much. Like kids now, it's all about the iPads. Those kind of things kind of are also now lessened. They don't get so angry if they can't have it. It's okay. That's what I'm getting reported from parents.
Right, and I hope people watching that who are parents, I mean, it's got to be an awful experience for the children when they're having too much sugar and then they're B1 deficient and, so they're antsy and they're agitated. Like, that's not a nice place to have to live. So I think it's just an act of kindness. Now, you had mentioned GMO or genetically modified, and some people might not understand what you're referring to and what the health effects are of eating genetically modified food.
Right. So when a food, corn, soya, etc., when they're genetically modified, they're actually changing the genetic makeup of it. And when that is done, we weren't made for that. We were made for the real corn, the real soya. So if we think about evolution, we can't evolve as fast as they're genetically modifying stuff. And that's why there's also so much obesity. We're not able to use that food in the way it's intended to be in the nutritional part of it. At a DNA level as well. So that's how it also then creates more chronic illness. It's one of those things like you had stated about the gunny sack on the back. We have this toxic load, but now we add a little bit of this and now we're doing genetically modified stuff. It's even if we look at, say, our almond milk and all that stuff, if you look at the ingredients, there should only be the nut and the water, but they have all these waxes in them. Well, what does that wax do to our lining of our guts? It's really, it's impairing the uptake of nutrients for us, So whenever we look at a package, we really need to look at just basic ingredients. If I made it at home, it would be water and almonds, nothing else. So, yeah.
So there's always a silver lining. I'm just telling you a genetically modified food story. So, you know, in my household, there was somebody that was having digestive issues, and just before, you know, we got locked down with COVID, was diagnosed with colitis. And then, you know, at home, we tend to eat organic. I've just learned in the health field. Well, we get all locked down, and now we're eating just totally organic. It goes away. And then, but, you know, if we eat out too much, we're eating genetically modified, it comes back. Have you had experience like that with genetically modified food with some of the people that are coming to you for help?
So when people come to me and I, you know, teach them on genetically modified, glyphosate, gluten, our wheat products, our grains, what it's doing for us, I really try to stress them, I really want you to do this at least 3 weeks. Really be really strict, because I want you to experience it, and then I want you to, after 3 weeks, I want you to one day have it. And they come back to me and they say, "Holy God, I see now what it was doing to me." But unless you
So you mean you keep them away from genetically modified foods for 3 weeks?
Yes.
And then they're invited to eat them for 1 day?
Yes.
And they're going to notice a difference?
Yes. That and glyphosate, that and gluten.
Right, okay. So let's talk about glyphosate, because that's, I think, one of the biggest health issues we're facing right now. Yeah, so tell us, what is glyphosate and why is it a problem?
So glyphosate is Roundup, and it's a herbicide, and it's sometimes being sprayed about 3 times on a crop, and we're now ingesting that crop. So that glyphosate, because of the action it does, it actually creates leaky gut for us. So now our food is going to the liver, it's bypassing the lymphatic system is what it's doing, and it's actually going in our whole system. So when you think, a lot of people come and say, "Well, you know, my joints are so sore." Well, after they get off the glyphosate and GMOs, they say, "Yeah, my joints don't hurt no more." So when you think about all the arthritis in the world, is it really just leaky gut? Most likely is, because that's what people come back and say, "Yeah, my, you know," unless we're now at a point of a replacement or something, but if we catch them early, people early, and teach young, it's really good, because then we're teaching them a lifetime skill, not chasing the tail of the dog now. You know, we can't reverse, it would take a long time for us to reverse osteoarthritis that's severe, but at least we're stopping the damage from going further.
Okay, so would I be correct in saying that everyone who comes to you for advice, you would be telling them you have to avoid genetically modified foods, you need to avoid glyphosate, which would mean you're trying to eat organic?
No, you have to now go to ancient grains now.
Okay, so share with us that.
Well, we're hoping that our ancient grains, which are like our amaranth and spelt, so they were like a weed, so they haven't been genetically modified, and they don't grow them in crops that are sprayed. Okay.
Okay.
So they should be our safe ones. We're hoping that, how do you say? Some people, they believe that when you have a farmer that's planting organic, but if you have a farmer that's spraying Roundup around, you've actually contaminated that organic farm. So we really don't know, but I guess all we know is that if we eat it and it doesn't affect us, then it should be organic to eat.
Yeah, I think it's getting hard to eat well, which is, isn't that crazy? Here we are in what we call a first world country, and even organic test positive for things like, I just think I'm getting less.
Yes.
Right? Like, so, but you have to, like, some people here won't even know about genetically modified organisms.
Right.
So, yeah, we have a speaker, Jeffrey Smith, at the health show, and I'd invite everyone to track him down. All of these people will have pages afterwards, just like Sheila, you're going to get a page maybe,
Okay.
or at least
Mhm.
mentioned. So, and this is going to be put online.
Mhm.
What, if you're just giving general advice, I appreciate as a practitioner, you can't give specific advice
Mhm.
without getting the story, but just for people who want to be just, well, wait a second, I want to reduce my toxic load, I want to start eating more healthy. What would your advice be?
Yes, to do that. That's,
Okay,
that's the
but
basis of
but
it.
how do you do that? So do you eat organic? Do you watch for genetically modified? Do you avoid processed
Right.
foods? Like what
And
do you tell
And
people?
basically trying to get your meat from a local source so that we know it's not, doesn't have antibiotics in it. A lot of our meats have been, antibiotic fed. And what that does is it actually disrupts our microbiome. And our microbiome is a basis of our health as well. That's our immune system. 80% of our immune system is in our gut. So we need to really ensure that we don't disrupt that. But if we're eating, antibiotic-fed animals, meat, chicken, beef, etc., that in itself is like us taking an antibiotic. Okay, so looking at that, really just shopping on the outside of the grocery store. The vegetables, the fruit, make sure we wash them really well. And just going the outside, going nothing in the middle, because anything in a box, the other part of our boxed food is they always enrich it with folate or bromate. That stuff is we cannot use that form of folate and bromide. We need methylfolate. That folate is also then a huge toxic load for us. Okay, that folate is a really toxic load for us. We cannot use that form of folate, and that's what they put in our food. So really reading labels, and if there's something you can't read, don't buy it. We really need to go back to basics. When I first started doing this work, we were taught, and I was given the sheet on how much minerals should be on an average fruit and vegetable, tomato, pear, apple, etc. And I have what's called a bricks reader. So back when I got it, I actually tested some food. So I went to the grocery store and I got tomatoes, and I had my own garden. So I tested mine. The normal range for a tomato was supposed to be 17. When I got the one from the grocery store, it was 2. Mine was 22. So when we look at food, I would pick mine in September, middle of September, before it froze. My tomatoes, what I didn't can, I ate till January, after Christmas. So it didn't rot. So the more minerals our vegetables and fruit have, it'll take longer for it to break down in bacteria. The minerals is a part of also it fighting bacteria. So when we shop for a vegetable, we have to eat something if we don't grow it ourselves, but we always want to look for the heaviest for size. The more minerals it has, the more heavy it is, the more minerals it has. Okay? So it really shows us, if we can grow our own food and make sure that our soil is healthy as well with its own microbiome, so that we then uptake that nutrition as well.
You had mentioned water earlier. What are your thoughts on water? What should we be doing with water?
The same thing, it should be tested. If we have well water, and it's really hard here in Alberta, because if you have oil field and they're fracking, what are we getting? And because now they're putting so much chemicals on our land, it's going in our waterways, it's going down into wells. And they don't test for that. They do calcium and rust and those kind of things, but they don't test for that. So to me, we have to do reverse osmosis, but then we have to re-supplement it with the minerals to get our minerals, and our trace minerals especially. Yeah.
Right. So I just want to make sure that I understand. So reverse osmosis, you basically end up with pure water,
yes,
but you want to have some minerals in your water so the water doesn't draw minerals from you, but you actually get minerals from the water.
Correct.
So you have to add. Okay.
Because it's really almost dead water. It's just water. Everything's taken away. But, you know, in normal well water, we get a lot of minerals.
Right, right. Okay. Is there anything, this has been fascinating. Do you want to, I don't want to get you into trouble because you're not supposed to share the truth about some success stories, but, you know, generally speaking, or, you know, maybe you're brave and want to get into trouble or anything, but do you want to give people a feel for kind of, because I know you get a lot of satisfaction from what you do. Is there any way you can communicate kind of what it's like to be a holistic practitioner?
It's a passion, I guess, and it's really something that drives you to help people get better and healthy, to have a healthier society and community, to do the teaching, to really have people understand the consequences of the mental emotional aspect on our health, the spiritual aspect. I've done lots of trauma training and psychotherapy, so I also include that in my work, because when we look at disease, disease actually means lack of ease. So we really don't have energy flow in an organ system. We're not regulating correctly in organ systems, but all diseases are psychosomatic. All diseases start as a psychological event, now held in the soma, and in Latin body is soma. So when we look at healing holistically, we need to look at all, not just the physical. We need to look at the mental, emotional, and spiritual aspect as well. Because it didn't, it's really also not what's wrong with you, it's also what happened to you because of our nervous system adaptation in the vagus nerve. So that's another component of, in working, people are just, they're really at awe when they get to see how we've developed a personality and how that now has affected our health, all our health physically. Because everything in our body has an emotional component that we need to start listening to. We need to start listening to the unconscious part of ourselves, listening to the trauma that we all have held. You know, we all have trauma, nobody comes unscathed. So it's really about understanding how we've adapted in our life as a young baby and child, and how that now has affected us moving forward. Because they've proven the research. If you want me to carry on with this.
Oh yeah, no, actually I do.
Yes.
I don't know about everyone else, but I'm finding it fascinating.
So they did research, over 67 years ago. They followed middle-class women, and they followed their pregnancies, they followed the children that were born, and they followed those children to over 60 years. The more trauma they had, the more dis-ease they had later in life. So we've all been taught as medical people that all diseases are psychosomatic, but that's where it ends. We're now just told, well, this is a disease and this is a drug. Okay, so if we really want to go to the root, to the reason of the disease, we also need to encompass that. That's equally, if not the most important thing we need to look at. So even if we look at stress, doctors never really care about your stress or your lifestyle or, you know, your stress in your life. And stress is a huge, huge component, because if we're stressed, we contract, nothing works. Just like when you talked about a child that's always in a sympathetic state, nothing works. The guts don't work, right? So then we get the inflammation and we get the disease. So there's a form that with that research, they made a document called the Adverse Childhood Experiences. ACE, it's called ACE, ACE. And there's a question there, and there's 10 questions that you can ask, that they ask you. And if you check any one of them, and some people check 4 to 10. So if you check any of those, you have trauma. And that's what we have to start healing from. We can't change the past, but we need to heal those parts. Okay? I did some work for a while with the reserve, and when I did that ACE score with them, they were all 10 on 10. What do we have for the Native Americans? So much trauma, so much addiction, so much dysfunction. and so much disease. They, you know, they're very obese and so much diabetes, heart disease, etc. So yeah.
So so back to that study. So people that were carrying trauma had worse health outcomes. They basically would.
Yes.
So part of your practice is to identify trauma and help people deal with the trauma as a way of getting them out of this stressful state so that they can be at ease and avoid disease.
Correct.
And I'm just going to go to limit. I think that like we all intuitively understand this, but I have to be honest that you've kind of brought the importance back. Because I know like if I'm, let's say, angry for a period of time, I know I don't feel well.
It affects the whole.
Right, and I think we all know what I'm talking about. Or if I'm grieving, I don't feel well. So, okay, but you're saying we actually need to be identifying, significant traumas that we haven't worked through.
Correct.
Okay.
And when we think about trauma, our nervous system starts being developed 10 weeks embryo. So consciously, a baby at 10 weeks embryo is already, may possibly also be being inflicted with trauma at 10 weeks. And it's till about 8 to 10 years old that our nervous system quits being developed. So depending on the environment we're raised in or how we've adapted, now becomes a personality. So we think about a personality as, well, I can do this, I can't do that, I like that, I don't like that. And I don't know if any of you think about this, but when you were a child, you think, oh, that guy could do it all and I can't. But we never knew why, or why am I always a people pleaser? Why do I keep doing this? So anything that we do and we feel trapped in, or there's a part of us that we don't like about ourselves, it's really about the past. It's not the present. It's that part that we learn to adapt to whatever environment we're raised in. So whatever I made that to mean about myself becomes me. But our ultimate health is actually to be of essence. Who am I? Who would I be if I had never any trauma, if I didn't make a belief that I'm maybe not worth it, or I got to do everything so people like me, or any of those things. That's freeing. Know thy truth, and thy truth sets you free.
Yeah, so I think I'm probably speaking for everyone, in my life, there's some things that make me feel insecure or inadequate, just based on past experiences. And when that's triggered, I can feel that I go into a stress or even a fight or flight. And that in itself affects me temporarily, health-wise. But if I stay there, it's going to really, it's like running a car on low oil pressure. It's going to affect me sooner or later. Do you have kind of maybe some stories on emotional healing? I don't think Health Canada can go after you for emotional healing. Just where maybe somebody was holding on to something and it changed their physical condition.
That's kind of a tough one, because yes, so many people, when I do the therapy automatically with everybody I see now. So that's the first thing we do, and then we go on to the physical. But many people, how do you say, because it's held in the soma, we really need to start listening to the body. So I really get the body to tell the person what it is and what's wrong or what's being held and the emotions behind it, and they're able to get back to what happened. And so many people are just so grateful. Yes, there's a lot of tears. There's a lot of, a lot of tears with that, sadness or anger with that. But they then are able to see how relieved their body is. Like, wow, I feel so much lighter now. Yes, because that was held and that was your contraction. So when we think about trauma, trauma just means an emotional need was not met. We all think of trauma as being something really horrific, and it isn't. So when we think about an emotional need not met till we're 8 years old, nobody comes unscathed. We can't be with our children 24/7. till they're 8 years old. They go to school, they go to daycares, etc. So when a child has an emotional need not met, they never make it wrong about themselves. They make it wrong. They never make it wrong about mom or dad. They make it wrong about themselves. They're not here, so why? How come? What does that make me? So am I wrong, or I'm not good enough, I'm not smart enough, I'm not pretty enough, whatever. Okay, so then that becomes a belief of who we are for the rest of our life, and that's not who we are. But we did that unconsciously, and babies do it unconsciously. That's why birth can be such a huge trauma, because if they were C-sectioned or vacuumed or forceps, that's huge trauma for a baby. So they don't remember it, but the body never forgets. The most intelligent thing in the room is the body.
Okay, so we take on beliefs as a child based on our experience, where we may feel insecure, we may not feel good enough, or we develop attitudes, but we can, and they become subconscious basically. And so what you help people do is identify basically where they've, experiences have created beliefs that are not healthy, and you help them clear that.
Correct.
Okay.
And with that, they're able to then see where they had the contraction, where that now is free. It's gone now. So it's really hard to teach somebody something, but if you have a felt sense, you know it's real. Because how could that be gone now after I've done the work with it, right? Mm-hmm. And so it's a skill that we also want to give to people to help their healing. Healing is a journey.
Yeah, it's something that's come out. I've been shocked two ways. So two of the medical doctors that became homeopaths have said they're absolutely amazed sometimes how it's like a switch goes off with the remedy. But almost everyone, and they would agree, like a lot of our healing, we don't get into trouble quickly, and so we don't get out of it quickly. Like it's a process.
Right.
And especially with malnutrition and things like that. But also I think then emotional trauma. You don't get in there quickly and you don't get out of it quickly.
Correct.
Okay. You also, like you practice naturopathic medicine, so you do use, nutrition and herbs and things like that. And we had Jan come and share that you definitely got her on herbs and stuff like that. Is there a real danger to people like Jan or other people that you help if we were to lose access to our supplements?
Yeah, it would be huge.
Okay.
We need nutrition to be healthy. And if we're healthy, we're sick. We have to, it's basically that. If you're healthy, you can't be sick. So if we don't have access to our food system, our food chain's not well, and then if we don't have actually access to the supplements to supplement what we're deficient in, or supplement to help us detox of the bad things we've accumulated, we will have disease as well. We won't have things, our organ systems functioning the way they should. And our body is, when we think about our body as the most intelligent thing in the room, our body is trying really hard to keep us in vitality, like to keep things functioning. And even by not having the proper nutrition, it's a huge stressor on our body. And we tend to always think of stress as just, my work or my family or whatever, but it's really about our body also not functioning at an ultimate level that it wants to. We really can die of nothing, believe it or not.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah. So we can die of nothing.
Yeah, old age.
So what with Jan, I'm just going to use her as an example because she shared she had been suffering for 30 years, and she comes to you, and I expect, and correct me if I'm wrong, I expect you see her and right away you think, I can solve this, or Jan's body can solve this if I help her.
Correct.
how often does that happen where somebody comes to you that has been suffering for decades, and first visit you realize, no, I can help this person?
I'm pretty confident because of past experiences. There are some people we can't heal, but that is kind of their own, and typically then it's usually attitude or not believing or not listening to what I say, not watching diet and not consuming, the packaged foods, not still eating gluten, glyphosate, those kinds of things. So the ones that are compliant, we have success.
What's it like to do what you do? Because you left nursing because you were getting frustrated that, in fact, you characterized it as really an ethical thing. You thought, I'm really not going to be making a difference here now with the changes. What's it like to do what you do now?
It's fulfilling. There's a part of me that everybody say, when are you going to retire? And it's like, I don't know. Because there's still part that I'm still passionate about it, and it's really hard to start something, and everybody's really wanting to make sure I don't quit. So there's a fulfillment in that, and it's a fulfillment of getting people better and just educating people to look at health differently, looking at what we're putting in our bodies, what we're exposing even our skins, whether it's even deodorants and no aluminums, the products we apply, to keep that toxic load down, to try to be everything natural for ourselves.
Okay, and you just brought up something important. So even just our daily things. So our shampoos, our conditioners, the soaps that we use to clean ourselves, our deodorants that they're, if you're not the right ones, it's got aluminum in it. Your dish soap. So just simple things like that can make a huge difference if you just start paying attention and making sure you're getting chemical-free ones.
Right.
Okay, and I think you're the first person that brought that up in the show, but it's so important.
And it's even clothing.
Okay, tell us about clothing.
Well, we always want to wear, and I'm guilty of it sometimes, is wearing cotton and linen and wool. There's actually a frequency in linen, cotton, and wool that actually give us energy. Polyester or petrochemical clothes are actually rob our energy. It's a deficit. So it's about putting only natural products on our bodies as well.
Okay. Well, Sheila, this has been a fascinating conversation, and especially, for me, the emotional part. Very, very important. I'd like to just ask you what your message to Ottawa would be with kind of, what's going on with them taking steps to restrict our access to vital nutrients.
So my voice would be about giving us our constitutional right to health, to not control what we want as all natural healthy products that we eat or we consume, what we wear on ourselves, to our everyday day-to-life needs that shouldn't be altered in any way, shape, or form. And when we can do things to give ourselves health, there's no preventative. It's sick care. There's no part in it they're advertising on TV where you should be doing this to keep healthy. It's all about take this drug, right? And then a few seconds, it's about 5 minutes of the side effect, right? So it kind of tells you, so there's better ways. There's more natural ways of keeping our health that is available to us, but we're not given the knowledge. And knowledge is power. If we don't know, how do we know? But we're not given that other side. We're only saying, well, come here and listen to me and you do this. And if this don't work, I'll give you something else. Yeah.
It's been a pleasure, Sheila.
Thank you.
Thank you for agreeing to come up.
All right. Thank you.
isn't it interesting? You can tell that she's a healer, and you can tell that she's not worried about people coming to her and her being stumped because of the years and years and years that she have. Teresa, are you willing to come up tonight? Yeah. I'm going to have Teresa come up and just kind of share. I hope that you understand how important it is what we're trying to do. We're trying to get everyone to understand that you don't have to be trapped anymore, that there's this whole other world out there, and we need you to help us get it out there. And so this is my wife, Teresa, who she's one of the few people that can actually, help coordinate something like this. She had run the NCI for quite a long period of time, and I asked her to come in and help and set up these types of meetings. And she has a message.
Thank you, Shawn. And thank you so much for coming out tonight. Thank you for participating, and thank you so much for sharing. I'm going to have to get the transcript of this and study both of what you said. It was just amazing. When we were preparing for this tour, and we started on October 4th in Victoria, and we're going to end up in Ottawa on the 25th. It's important to understand that when we get to Ottawa, that's actually not the end. It's actually just the starting line. After hearing tonight, I'm sure that there's some people that may think, well, what can I do? When we were volunteering with the other group, it was very often people would come up and say, well, it's all great to have this record, but now what? What has actually come out of it? And so when we decided to do this, I really struggled with, how do you communicate with people? How do we get information outside from a censored situation? Because there's so many people out there right now that are really, really hurting, regardless of where they may have been on other issues that will have come forward over the past 5 years. They're really hurting. And it came to me from a really good friend of mine upstairs at about 3:30 in the morning. He reminded me that I complicate everything. This is just who I am. If it's simple, I'll make it complicated. And he said, it's very simple. You have to just tell people to tell people. No longer can we just speak to the people that are safe within our circle, or the people that perhaps we've been speaking to for 4 years and they just ignore us anyways. We have to go out and communicate with others, but we have to take that further step. We have to ask them to tell other people. It's grade 10 calculus. It's exponential growth. If all of us here told someone outside of our circle and then asked them in a loving way, just, hey, they're gonna say that we can't take vitamin D. It doesn't have to be complicated. And it's not a very hot topic, it's not a confrontational topic. But if we asked them and then instructed them, hey, before you go, share this with someone else. 3 rungs down, and we're done. We've done it. This room is enough. But we have to stretch ourselves out of what would be considered our comfort zone. And this is an amazing opportunity because people are ill, they're suffering, they love their natural health products. Over 70% of Canadians use natural health products.
That's huge. So the message that I was given to share with you is to tell people to tell people. And so now I'm just letting you also know that you've now been put on notice.
And how do they tell people, Teresa?
How do they tell people?
Yes.
How do they tell people, Shawn?
Well, I'm asking you. We try to make it easy. So on our website, nhppa.org, for this health show, we, if you don't strike me as a social media crowd, but if you are, we have social media posts you can post because we're censored up the yin-yang by social media and throttled. We have posters. The show's running for 3 weeks. So we just have, posters that it's an online show. We're like this whole day will be probably up online in a couple of days, and we're broadcasting live. So just share it. You can be on the right, you can be on the left. We all like health shows. You can be pro-vax, you can be anti-vax. We all like health shows. This is like totally unobjectionable. Little Dr. Bonnie Kaplan talking about micronutrients and mental illness. Like, who's going to object to that? Or Dr. Lani talking about vitamin D. Who's going to object to that? Or Jan sharing her health journey. It's actually riveting, isn't it? So that's what's so neat about this is, I don't know how in Canada we ended up here. Like, it's totally beyond me, but I'm not willing to pass on the system we have to our kids. I just want health policy where we ask the question, how do we get good health outcomes? And whatever that looks like. But that's the question we have to ask. And this is life and death. There are people suffering and dying. And we have to start saying, not on my watch.
I'd also like to share that within the health community, they're now feeling assaulted and they're scared. Like if there's some people in this room that perhaps felt some sort of sense of fear, potentially over the past 5 years, there's this subset of people that are now feeling that fear.
So what happened is before in the natural health community, so before the 2023 budget, if you ran afoul of Health Canada and they charged you, your maximum fine was $5,000 per offense. So let's say you were a naturopathic doctor that truthfully advertised for a month that you're offering IV vitamin C treatments to help alleviate cancer, which is truthful, you could be facing a $5,000 fine for running those ads for a month. But in the 2023 budget, so they snuck it into the budget bill. That's not a health bill. And budget bills are like a phone bill. Like the federal government, they come up with a budget each year. Well, they have to pass a law, the budget bill, to create programs and modify programs. That's what it's for. But they snuck into the 2023 budget. It passed before anyone realized it. A little upping of those penalties. So they went up a little bit from $5,000 per offense to $5 million per day. So a naturopathic doctor who ran that ad for 30 days, it could be a separate $5 million day.
They're under assault.
And so everyone's afraid now.
Period.
Everyone's afraid. Remember I told you about, True Hope and this government-funded research. Well, they used to have links to it on their Canadian site. They took them down because so everyone's becoming really afraid. And, we were at a trade show 3 weeks ago in Toronto, and I met a store clerk from Quebec who said they want me to sign a form saying all I'm going to say is the label claim. Like, I don't know if you know, but most local health food stores, the staff's trained up the yin-yang, and you go in there saying, I got muscle cramps, you want this type of magnesium and this amount, and you might want this too. Like, they're a resource. They're getting more and more and more afraid. Like the censorship, and it's because they're losing control over it. They realize that we realize, but we need more of us to realize. That's why we're doing this, right? Because now it's kind of like a race. Can we get enough people to realize that we have a critical mass where we'll just say, no, we can't do it anymore? Or can they close that trap door on us? That's, you know, so that's why we're doing this.
So if you could encourage your local community within, you know, natural health community and encourage them, let them know that they're actually not alone. You may have felt the assault by a different method, but it's the same enemy.
To translate into English, many of us got divided over COVID and are afraid to talk to people because it was so divisive. This isn't divisive, and yet it'll help people understand that confidence in the government is misplaced, and we have to be vetting our own information and taking personal responsibility. So that I was just translating into English.
He translates
what she
for
said.
me, and I translate for him too.
It has been an absolute pleasure for us to get to meet you, because you know, there's a lot of faces here I do not recognize, and so make sure you come and say hello. It's just been an absolute pleasure to share, an absolute pleasure to be here. If you don't subscribe to the NHPPA, we're the only group out there in Canada. There used to be a whole bunch of groups trying to protect our access to natural health, and we're the last one left standing. And if you subscribe to our newsletter, as issues happen, we engage you. So right now we have, you know, electronic letters where, you know, you just put in your postal code and your name and send your MP saying, hey, pass the health charter. Remember, I just told you the fines went up in the 2023 budget. Well, you know, an MP has just entered Bill 224, and a private member's bill to move us to reverse that. Well, we're going to be running campaigns to ask you to send letters to your MP to say, hey, please support this. We want to go back to the way it was. This is a little silly. Those fines were meant for pharmaceutical companies. That's what we were told when they passed them. They weren't. You said publicly they'd never be applied to NHPs, because what health food store can withstand $5 million a day fines when that's pocket change for Pfizer? Like, come on. So, but if you're not plugged in, we can't, you won't know that we're asking you to help send that letter, make those calls, do things. We really do try to, this works just because we get engaged. So we're here to educate you to what's going on. We're here to help you take action. You know, we're a small little outfit marching across the land doing this, and please support us financially. So we're hoping by the end of this tour that we'll cover our costs and be able to carry on. We're hoping maybe to do this again in the spring if we cover our costs, because it's so important that we're able to. Yeah, and then thank you to the volunteers. Every one of these stops, this one included, it's just volunteers who've decided, you know what? And it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work to put these on. It's not just finding a venue and putting up posters. It's a lot of work to put this on. And really want to thank those volunteers. Can we give them a hand? This is being live streamed, so I'll let the AV team, if they're still up, know that we're going to be signing off. For those of you watching online, thank you so much for participating with us in Lloydminster. And our next in-person stop is 2 days from now in Saskatoon. But we will be broadcasting the World's Greatest Health Show tomorrow again. So please join us.
Thanks for watching Unscrew the News and following along with the world's greatest health show tonight. And it has been fantastic to be able to hear all of these wonderful, wonderful stories and to pick up some new information if you haven't already been made aware of some of this information. It is quite extraordinary. So make sure to stay tuned. Tomorrow will be, I think it's Health Movie Day. And so I won't be live streaming tomorrow, but tune into the next day. I think it'll be the 16th of October, and we'll do a live stream. I'll try to do a live stream that day. Thank you very much for watching. Make sure to support our businesses. Go through the website. It's unscrewthenews.com. I appreciate you being here. I appreciate you following Unscrew the News. Make sure to share this out. Obviously, get more eyeballs on this information. We need to wake up more people. God bless you all. Let's stay sane together. Keep your head on a swivel. And this is Bruce, and I'm out of here. Thank you so much for watching Unscrew the News. I appreciate your participation in freedom in Canada. Share this information and help others to wake up. God bless.